Skating was the vessel into which I could pour my heart and soul. Peggy Fleming. 1. Anastasia. Again, Anastasia. If I hear the words again and Anastasia together in a sentence one more time, it might be the thing that finally tips me over the edge. I've been on the edge since I woke up this morning with a hangover sent directly from the pits of hell. So the last thing I need right now is more grief from Coach Aubrey Brady. I focus on suppressing my annoyance, like I do every training session when she makes it her mission to push me to my limits. Rationalizing it's her dedication that makes her such a successful coach, I decide throwing my ice skates at her is something that should stay in my imagination. "You're being sloppy, Stas," she yells as we fly straight past her. "Sloppy girls don't get medals." What did I say about not throwing skates at her?
"Come on, Anastasia. Put in some effort for once."
Aaron snickers, poking his tongue out at me when I shoot him a cold glare. Aaron Carlisle is the best male figure skater the University of California Maple Hills has to offer. When I was offered a spot at UCMH and my skating partner wasn't, Aaron was luckily in the same position and we became pairs. This is our 3rd year of skating together and our 3rd year of getting our asses kicked. I have a theory that Aubrey is a Soviet spy. I don't have any evidence, and my theory isn't well developed. Developed at all, actually. But sometimes, when she's screaming at me to straighten my spine or lift my chin, I swear a slight Russian accent slips out, which is peculiar for a woman from Phillipsburg, Montana. Comrade Brady was a figure skating superstar in her heyday. Even now, her movements are delicate and controlled, and she moves with such grace it's hard to believe she can shout as loud as she does. Her graying hair is always pulled back into a tight bun, which accentuates her high cheekbones, and she's always wrapped tight in her signature faux fur black coat, which Aaron jokes is where she hides all her secrets. The rumor is she was supposed to go to the Olympics with her partner Wyatt. However, Wyatt and Aubrey were practicing those lifts a little too often, and she ended up holding a baby instead of a gold medal. That's why she's been in a bad mood since she started coaching 25 years ago. Claire de Lune fades as Aaron and I finish our routine nose to nose, our chests heaving against each other as we try to catch our breath. When we finally hear a single clap, we move apart and skate toward what will undoubtedly be the source of my next headache. I haven't even stopped moving when her green eyes lock on me and narrow. When are you going to land your Lutz? If you're not going to deliver, it needs to come out of your long program. Aside from Brady, successfully doing a quadruple Lutz and not landing on my ass is the current bane of my existence. I've been practicing for God knows how long, but I can't quite manage to nail it. Aaron can execute it flawlessly, which is why I convinced the choreographer to put it into our routine in the first place. Pride is a foolish thing. It's incredibly foolish when it comes to figure skating, since when you get it wrong, you bounce your face off solid ice. I'd take face planting over the annoying, fake disappointed face Aaron pulls any time it's suggested we take it out. "It's coming, coach," I say with as much fake enthusiasm as possible. "I'm getting there. It's not perfect yet, but I'll keep practicing." It's a minor lie, a harmless one. I am getting there. What I've failed to mention is I'm only getting there off the ice, specifically when I'm attached to equipment that helps me get there.
"She's getting there,"
Aaron lies, throwing an arm around my shoulders.
"Just a bit longer, AB."
It's nice for Aaron to be on my side and show a united front to KGB Aubrey. What he says in private is that the only way I'm going to pull it off is if I start doping and build a time machine to get my pre-puberty body back. She mutters something inaudible and waves us off flippantly.
I'll see you two back here tomorrow, and if you could both not be hungover, that would be great. I'm fairly certain eating in and out before training isn't going to get either of you onto the Olympic team. Understood?
Shit. Yes, Coach, we say in harmony. Aaron is staring at his phone, waiting for me in the lobby when I finally exit the women's locker room. I fucking told you she'd know, I groan, swinging my bag toward him as soon as I'm close enough to hit him in the stomach with it. I didn't even have anything. He grunts at the impact, tugging the bag from my hands and flinging it over his shoulder.
The woman has the nose of a bloodhound.
Like most things in life, skating is far easier when you're a man because nobody is picking you up and launching you across the room twice a day. Freshman year, I gained the freshman 15. Well, it was more like the freshman 5, but Aaron said I was getting too heavy to lift, so I haven't put on an ounce since. I try to stick to my meal plan religiously, with the odd party here and there to keep me lucid. My best friend's 21st birthday yesterday was the perfect opportunity to let loose a little, even if it did mean braving Brady with a hangover. We climb into Aaron's new G-Wagon, the latest guilt gift from his adulterous but wealthy father, and head home. Aaron and I decided it would be cool to live together with my best friend Lola at the end of freshman year. Our schedules are similar, and our lives revolve around skating, so it made sense. Aaron takes the turn onto Maple Avenue and looks over at me while I rummage through my purse for my most prized possession.
What does the planner say you're doing tonight?
I roll my eyes, ignoring his teasing tone. Getting laid.
Ew,
he says, the tip of his nose wrinkling as he grimaces.
It's bad enough you plan what time you sleep and eat, but do you need to plan having sex?
He's not lying about the sleeping and eating thing. Every minute of my life is meticulously scheduled in my trusty planner, which my friends find equal parts hilarious and ridiculous. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a control freak, but I'm a woman who needs to be in control. There's definitely a difference. I shrug, suppressing the urge to point out that at least I'm getting some, unlike him. Ryan is a busy guy, and I'm a busy girl. I want to see him as much as I can before basketball season. Ryan Rothwell is 6 foot 6 inches of pure athletic perfection. UCMH point guard and team captain, he's as serious about his sport as I am, which makes for a perfect no-strings-attached situation. The added benefit is Rye is the sweetest guy, so we've become great friends through our mutually beneficial arrangement.
I can't believe you're still fucking around with him. He's like double your size. How does he not crush you? No, wait, I don't want to know.
I know he is, I giggle, pinching his cheeks until he bats me away. Sorta the whole point. Most people assume Aaron and I are more than partners, but we're more like siblings. It's not that he isn't good-looking, we've just never had any romantic interest in each other. Aaron is much taller than me and lean like a dancer, with his sculpted, muscular body. His black hair is kept short, and I swear he wears mascara because his sky-blue eyes are framed with the darkest, jealousy-inducing lashes, contrasting prominently against his pale skin.
I officially know too much about your sex life, Anastasia.
Aaron can't decide if he likes Ryan or not. Sometimes he's cool with him, and Ryan gets to see the Aaron I see, the one who's fun to be around. You'd assume Ryan had personally ruined Aaron's life or something the rest of the time. Aaron can be so abrupt and harsh that it's embarrassing. It's unpredictable, but Ryan brushes it off and tells me not to worry about it. I promise to not talk about it for the rest of the drive home if you promise to give me a ride to Ryan's later. He contemplates for a minute or so.
Okay, deal.
Lola looks up from the salad she's stabbing aggressively with her fork and huffs,
I'm just saying, whose dick is Olivia Abbott sucking to get the lead role for the 3rd year in a row? I can't help but cringe at her harsh words, but I know she doesn't mean it. She was already feeling delicate this morning after the copious amounts of alcohol we consumed last night for her birthday, so today wasn't the best day to find out she didn't get the part she wanted. I've watched every show for the past 2 years, and Lo knows as well as I do, Olivia is an exceptionally talented actor. Can she not just be very talented and not be sucking someone's dick? Anastasia, will you please let me be petty for 5 minutes and pretend I don't know she's better than me? Aaron throws himself into the chair beside me and reaches over to pick a carrot stick from my plate. What are we being petty about? Olivia Abbott. Lola and I respond in unison, the distaste in her tone evident as hell. She's hot. Might be the hottest girl on campus, he says nonchalantly, clearly not paying attention to how Lola's jaw drops. Is she single? How am I supposed to freaking know? She doesn't talk to anyone. She swans in, gets the role I want, and carries on being an anomaly. Lola studies performing arts, and it must be an unwritten rule that you have to have a larger-than-life personality, because everyone I've met on her course is like her. It's usually an exhausting battle for attention, even as a spectator, but Olivia keeps to herself, and for some reason, it seems to bother people. I'm sorry, Lols. There's always next time, I offer. We both know it doesn't mean anything, but she blows me a kiss anyway. If it makes you feel any better, I still can't land my Lutz. Aubrey is going to work it out soon and banish me to Siberia. Oh no, you're officially a failure. How can you ever step foot on the ice again? She grins, her eyes shining as I scowl at her. You'll get there, babe. You're working hard. Her eyes move to Aaron, tapping away on his phone, totally uninterested in our conversation. Hey, Ice Princess, you gonna help me out here? Huh? Sorry, yeah. You're hot too, Lo. I'm surprised I don't see the steam leave Lola's ears as she yells at him about not listening to her. I slowly retreat to my bedroom, eager to not draw attention to myself and get caught in the crossfire of my roommate's argument. Living with Aaron and Lola is like living with siblings who always wanted to be only children. Aaron, like me, is an actual only child, the miracle baby to his 2 aging Midwestern parents desperate to keep their marriage together. Living with other people after being his parents' pride and joy for 18 years was a big transition for him, and for us, who are the ones who have to live with him and his mood swings. Now he's not in Chicago, things between his parents aren't great, and we always know when they're extra bad because Aaron gets an obnoxiously expensive and unnecessary gift, like a G-Wagon. In contrast to the two of us, Lola is from a huge family. Being the youngest and the only girl guaranteed her the #1 spot in her house, and she has no problem putting Aaron in his place. I'm still hiding out in my room when my phone buzzes and Ryan's name flashes on my screen. Ryan, the boys want to throw a party tonight. Your place instead? Ryan, they were supposed to be going to a pep rally or some shit, but now they're staying home. Ryan, just want to be alone with you. Stassi, sure, roommates are in though. Stassi, we'll have to be quiet. Ryan, ha. Ryan, should probably give yourself that instruction in a mirror. Ryan, you free now? Stassi, yeah, come over. Ryan, OMW, bringing snacks. Everyone friends again? I call out cautiously as I make my way from my bedroom to the living room. They're both fixated on the Criminal Minds rerun on the TV, but I get a faint yeah in response, letting me know it's safe to approach. I lean over the couch for a handful of popcorn from the bowl resting between them, making a mental note to add it to my food tracker when I get back to my room. So, the basketball team is having a party. I was wondering, If we will go with you? Aaron interrupts, sounding uncharacteristically hopeful. No? Lola spins to face me, her red curls bouncing around her shoulders and delight written all over her face. If we mind that Ryan wants to come here? Yeah, how did you— Cough up, Carlisle, she laughs, holding out her hand. He presses a few 20s into her palm, muttering something under his breath as she counts them out. We heard about the party, and I didn't think you'd want to get railed with drunk freshmen making out on the other side of the door. We're going to walk there. Our home is one of Aaron's dad's better forgive-me presents. It was either after his affair with his secretary or before he decided to have sex with the interior designer. Maple Tower is a beautiful condo block on the edge of campus, and our place has a great view and tons of natural light. The building isn't exclusive to students, so it's a peaceful place to live, but it's close enough to everyone else that stumbling home from parties is easy. Aaron and I aren't supposed to be at parties, but what Aubrey doesn't know won't hurt her. I've already watched Lola try on 10 different outfits when Ryan texts to let me know he's finally on his way up, giving me an excuse to leave her and her 10 almost identical black dresses. The butterflies I get when there is a knock at the door and I know Ryan is on the other side of it were strange to me at first, but now it's cute. He's practically filling the doorway when I open the door to let him in. His messy blonde hair is still damp, and he smells strongly of orange and something I can't quite put my finger on, which is now weirdly comforting to me. His head dips to mine, and his lips press against my cheek lightly. Hello, beautiful. He hands me the bag of snacks he always insists on bringing because apparently I don't eat enough, and I don't have anything good to eat when he's here. Ryan eats more than any person I know, and his version of good is loaded with sugar. For some reason, Aaron and Lo are watching us from the living room like they've never seen other human beings before. Ryan laughs when he spots them. Fortunately, he's used to their antics by now, and he offers them a quiet hello as I lead him in the direction of my bedroom. Hey, Rothwell, Lola shouts as we reach my door. He lets go of my hand, turning around to face her. Yeah? She's leaning over the back of the couch, and I know from the mischievous look on her face, I don't want to hear whatever she has to say. Since my bedroom is next to Stassi's, and I'm going to be listening to your grunting and balls slapping all night, my eyes widen as far as they can go from behind him. Can I have the code for your room so I don't have to fight for the shared bathroom at the party at your place? Campus housing has electronically coded locks on bedroom doors for security. Ryan's room has a private bathroom, so Lo's request is a good idea, since the bathroom line gets ridiculous the drunker people get. It's her delivery that's going to require some serious work. Sure, I'll text it to you. No snooping, Mitchell. I'll know if you have. She holds up a peace sign. Scout's honor. Enjoy all the sex. Jesus, lols. I groan loud enough for her to hear as I drag Ryan into my room away from her. I'm so sorry. I like her. She's funny. He chuckles, taking my face between his hands and tilting my head up so he can kiss me. It's soft at first, then more urgent as his tongue moves against mine. His hands travel down my body gently until they reach my thighs, scooping me up in one quick motion. My legs automatically wrap around his waist, my body familiar with his after doing this so many times. There's banging outside of my room, which I think is my roommates leaving, but every hot kiss Ryan places on my neck steals my attention away. I should check if it is them going, but it suddenly plummets to the bottom of things on my mind when Ryan lowers me to the bed and climbs on top of me. How was your day? He mumbles beneath my ear. He always does this. He kisses me perfectly, positions his body between my legs, applies enough pressure to have me squirm, scrambles the thoughts in my head, and then asks me something mundane like how my day was. The second I try to formulate a response, his fingers journey beneath my t-shirt, and he traces the curve of my jaw with his nose. Every inch of my skin feels like it's buzzing, and he hasn't even done anything yet. It was, fine. I, skated. His body rocks as he laughs. You, skated? Sounds interesting. Why don't you tell me more, Alan? I hate him. I really, really hate him. I incoherently mumble something about ice and Russians as he strips us of our clothes until we're both in our underwear. Ryan's body would make a Greek god weep. Tanned skin from his summer home in Miami and a torso with more abs than I can count. Forget a Greek god, it makes me want to weep. Gripping my panties on each hip, he waits until I nod before slowly pulling them down my legs, throwing them behind him and spreading my legs wide. Stas? Yeah? His forehead creases. Can Lola really hear my balls?
2. Nathan. There's a hand near my dick that isn't mine. She's fast asleep, snoring loudly with her hand wrapped around my waist and tucked into the band of my boxers. I gently untuck and examine it. Long fake nails, Cartier rings, and a Rolex strapped to her slender wrist. Who the fuck is it? Even after a night of God knows what, she still smells expensive, and there are strands of long, golden blonde hair draped over my shoulder from where she's lying behind me. I shouldn't have gone to the party last night, but Benji Harding and the rest of the basketball guys are persuasive little shits. As much as I love throwing a party, nothing beats going somewhere else and coming home to a quiet house not full of other people's mess. Unless you're talking about this kind of mess. The kind where there's a woman in your bed and you can't remember who the hell it is. The common sense part of my brain tells me to roll over and look at her, but another part that remembers all the silly situations we've gotten ourselves into keeps reminding me that drunk Nate is a dick. That part of my brain has real concerns this is going to be someone's sister, or worse, someone's mom. Can you stop moving about? The mystery guest snaps. What is it with fucking sports guys in early mornings? That voice. It's one I wish I didn't recognize. Oh, fuck. I slowly roll over so I can confirm my own worst fear, that I did have sex with Kitty Vincent last night. And I do. She looks peaceful when she's trying to sleep. Her facial features are soft and delicate, lips blush and pursed. From how calm she looks right now, you wouldn't know she's an absolute raging bit. Why are you staring at me, Nate? Her eyes fly open and she disintegrates me with one look like the fucking dragon she is. Kitty Vincent is everything wrong with rich girls with daddy's credit card, a subspecies of women at UCMH I happen to be an expert on. Expertise I've gained from having sex with practically all of them. Except for this one. I was never supposed to do it with this one. There's nothing wrong with her visually. To be frank, she's an absolute knockout. She's just an absolutely terrible human being. Are you okay? I ask carefully. Do you need anything? I need you to stop staring at me like you've never seen a naked woman in your bed before, she snipes back, pushing her body to lean against the headboard. We both know you have, and you're creeping me out. I'm shocked, Kit. I don't remember how this happened. I remember being at the party and trying to get Summer Castillo West to give me her number, but tragically being rejected for the 4th September in a row. I also remember playing beer pong with Danny Adelique and losing, which I'd rather not remember, but I still don't remember how this happened. Oh shit. Wait, aren't you dating Danny? She rolls her blue eyes and reaches for her purse sitting on the table beside my bed, cursing when she finds her phone battery is dead. Brushing her hair from her face, she finally looks over at me, and I have never known a woman to look so irritated by my existence. "We broke up." Right. That sucks. I'm sorry. What happened?" I'm trying to be polite. A gracious host, some would say, but she raises one of her perfectly sculpted eyebrows at me and frowns. "Why do you give a fuck?" I rub my jaw nervously with my palm as I attempt to think of a reason to give her. She's right. I don't care. I hate cheaters and panicked, but since they broke up, I don't have anything to worry about. Only trying to be nice. She gives me the fakest smile I've ever seen, swings her legs off the bed, and struts butt-ass naked toward my bathroom. It's hard to concentrate on how good she looks, because with one last, disinterested look over her shoulder, she scowls at me. "If you want to be nice, get me an Uber." Thank God. "Sure." "Exec only, Nate. It's bad enough I'm going to be seen leaving here. Don't make me suffer further by being cheap." When the bathroom door slams shut and I hear the shower turn on, I know it's safe to scream every curse word I know into my pillow. I'm standing at the front door watching Kitty climb into her Uber, exec, obviously, because of all the potential shame. Raking a hand through my hair, I can't decipher how I ended up here after swearing this year would be different. I distinctly remember saying to Robbie, my best friend, on our drive back to California from Colorado, that senior year was going to be different. I must have said it at least 20 times on our 2-day coffee-fueled journey. I lasted 3 weeks. I'm quickly dragged from the pity party I'm throwing for myself by the sound of muttering behind me. Robbie and my other roommates, JJ and Henry, are all sitting in our living room sipping their mugs of coffee like the cast of The View. Well, Robbie says smugly. "What happened here, you little hoe?" Robbie has been personally terrorizing me since we were 5 years old. Robbie's dad, who I still call Mr. H 16 years later, was the coach of our local ice hockey team back in Eagle County where we grew up. That's where we met and became friends, and he's been a pain in my ass ever since. I ignore him and head straight past their prying eyes to the kitchen, pouring a mug of coffee and giving him the finger instead of the satisfaction of a response. Gulping down my coffee in what feels like 2 seconds, I can still sense their eyes on me. This is the worst part of living with your teammates. Nothing is a secret. JJ, Robbie, and I are all seniors who have lived together since we shared a dorm freshman year, but Henry is a sophomore from the team who moved in at the start of term. The guy is incredible at hockey, but has a bit to go with the whole social pressure side that comes with being on a sports team. He hated living in dorms and struggled to make friends outside the team, so we offered to let him move in here. We've always had a spare bedroom because our garage was converted into a wheelchair-accessible bedroom for Robbie, and Henry was more than grateful for the offer. Even in the 3 short weeks he's been here, we can already see him more confident, which is probably why he no longer has a problem helping JJ and Robbie give me abuse. "Why did you have sex with Kitty Vincent?" Henry asks over the rim of his coffee mug. "She isn't very nice." "Oh yeah, and the kid has 0 filter." "I'm going to pretend I didn't, buddy. She wasn't very excited about it either, and I don't remember 1 second of it, so it doesn't count?" I shrug, walking over to the living room and throwing myself into a recliner. "How the fuck did you 3 let this happen?" Am I old enough to not pass off the blame for my mistake? Sure. Will it stop me from trying? No. "I tried to stop you from leaving with her, bro," JJ blatantly lies, holding up his hands defensively. "You said she smelled nice and her ass felt good. Who am I to stand between you and true love?" I groan loudly, making my own head thump from the noise. If Jaden claims he tried to stop me from leaving, he probably requested the Uber and put me in it with Kitty. JJ is an only child from middle-of-nowhere Nebraska, so messing with the people around him was his only source of entertainment when he was growing up. His parents always visit in June so they can join the rest of us at LA Pride with JJ, proudly wearing their pansexual flag ally pins. The time they spend at our house has allowed me to get to know them well, which is how I know JJ's dad is exactly the same. To the point, I don't know how his mom coped with having 2 of them in the house. Mrs. Johal is an amazing woman with the patience of a saint. She always makes sure she fills our refrigerator full of different curries and sides before they leave, and she has amazing taste in horror films, which might be why I love her so much. She might be the only reason I haven't murdered Jaden yet. Robbie maneuvers beside me and wraps what I think is supposed to be a comforting arm around my shoulders. Your focus on school and hockey lasted longer than I was expecting. Now come on, sort your shit out. You have to drive us to class. I had no idea what I wanted to study when I got accepted by Maple Hills. I'm graduating in less than a year, and I'm still not sure studying sports medicine was the right choice. I was drafted to the Vancouver Vipers when I finished high school, and it was a hard choice to put my education first, especially when joining the NHL has been my dream since I was a kid. All I want to do is play, but I know shit goes wrong in hockey all the time. One bad injury or one unavoidable accident and your career is over. Even with a spot on my dream team waiting for me as soon as I graduate, I still wish something I've learned in the past 3 years had stayed in my brain so my backup plan felt worth it. My dad wasn't a fan of me heading out of state for college, and he was even less of a fan about me signing with a hockey team, never mind one in Canada. He wanted me to learn the family business and run the ski resorts until I'm old and gray like him. The idea of turning into my father has always been enough to kick my ass into gear and get my goals. I'd have better luck understanding cell structures if I wasn't constantly exhausted from practice, not to mention keeping my clown teammates out of trouble. When Greg Lewinsky graduated and handed the captain torch to me last year, he didn't prepare me for how much babysitting it takes to keep butts on benches ready to play. Robbie helps me out since he's assistant to Coach Faulkner. After a skiing accident in our junior year of high school, Robbie didn't regain movement in his legs and now uses a wheelchair. He transferred his skill of shouting shit at me on the ice to shouting shit at me from the edge of the ice. He loves nothing more than waving his oversized clipboard in my direction and telling me to do better. The guys on the team love that I take the brunt of Robbie's abuse because it gives the rest of them an easier time. A perfect example is days like today. On Fridays, JJ and I have classes in the science building, so we have a tradition of dragging ourselves over to the rink for practice via a Dunkin' for a pre-workout donut. It's our little secret, but JJ knows if we get caught, I'll get the blame anyway, so he doesn't mind the risk. The last class of the day on a Friday is my least favorite thing in the world, so I don't mind the risk either. I'm lazily scrolling through my feed, waiting for JJ outside his lab when I hear his cheery tone getting louder as he approaches me. You ready to get your hungover ass kicked? Nothing a rainbow sprinkle ring can't solve. Sweating out alcohol is good anyway. Will get me fresh for tonight. His brows furrow together. What are you talking about? Have you not seen the group chat? The last thing I saw was Robbie deciding we were throwing a party tonight. Our first game isn't for another 2 weeks, and it's tradition for us to bring in the season with a party, or 5. The second I pull out my phone, I can see the messages I haven't read yet. Puck Bunnies. Bobby Hughes. Might be dying. Chris Hudson. Godspeed, buddy. Robbie Hamlet. Drinks at ours tonight? Bobby Hughes. In the words of Michael Scott, I am ready to get hurt again. Joe Carter. I'll bring the tequila roulette board. Henry Turner. Email from Faulkner says to go to the awards room, not the rink. Jaden Johal. WTF? Henry Turner. Sent an hour ago. The awards room is a function room in the central area of the sports building. Most of us don't spend much time over there unless we're in trouble. It's where the coaches work outside of practice and games. It's where ceremonies are held at the end of the year. If we're being called there, it means someone is massively fucked up, and I hope it wasn't me. I don't know what's going on, JJ says as we climb into my car. You know Josh Mooney, the baseball guy in my class? He said their practice has been canceled too. They have to go to the awards room, but they've been told to go 30 minutes after us. Fucking weird, man. It's the 3rd week of term. How much trouble could we be in? We're in so much fucking trouble. When we walk through the door, Coach doesn't even look in our direction. Half the team is already sitting in front of him, each wearing an identical look I recognize. Fear. JJ takes a seat next to Henry and gives me a look that says, "Find out, Captain." Neil Faulkner is not a man you want to get on the wrong side of. 3-time Stanley Cup winner before a drunk driver knocked him off the road, shattering his arms and right leg, instantly ending his NHL career. I've watched his old game tapes countless times, and he was... no, still is one scary motherfucker. So the fact he's sitting on a chair in front of the team, red-faced like he's going to implode but saying nothing, is triggering my fight or flight. But my team needs me, so I reluctantly poke the bear. Coach, we were... Get your ass on a seat, Hawkins. I'm not going to tell you again. Stumbling back to my teammates with my tail between my legs, they look even worse now than they did a minute ago. I'm racking my brain trying to think what we could have done, because there is no way he's angry over the house party we went to last night. Apart from Henry, most of the underclassmen weren't there. They're not old enough to drink, so we don't invite them to parties with us. Not to say they're not all out getting wasted on frat row instead, but at least I'm not the one putting the beer in their hands when I'm supposed to be their responsible leader. When Joe and Bobby finally arrive and sit, Coach finally makes a move. Well, a huff, but at least it's something. In my 18 years at this school, I have never been as ashamed as I was this morning. Fuck. Before I go on, does anyone have anything to say? He's looking at each of us like he's waiting for someone to stand and confess, but I genuinely don't know what we're supposed to confess to. I've had the "I've never been so ashamed" speech so many times since I joined the team. It's a Faulkner special, but I've never seen him look this angry. Folding his arms across his chest, he leans back in his chair and shakes his head. This morning, when I arrived at the rink, I found it destroyed. So who has been causing trouble? College sports are full of traditions, some good, some bad, but traditions all the same. Maple Hills is no different, and each sport has its own quirks and superstitions that get passed down from year to year. Ours are pranks, reckless, childish pranks, against each other, against other teams, against other sports. I've been in enough of these Faulkner verbal beatings over the years to know I wasn't letting it happen during my time as captain. Egotistical guys were fighting to outdo each other and even themselves until it got to the point the school was being forced to get involved. So if our arena has been trashed, it means someone hasn't been listening to me. I creep forward slightly to get a better view of my teammates, and it takes approximately 0.2 seconds to spot Russ, a sophomore who's been playing with us for the last year, and right now looks like he's seen a ghost. Faulkner's voice gets louder to the point it's echoing around the room. The director is furious. The dean is furious. I'm fucking furious. I thought we'd drawn a line under this prank bullshit. You're supposed to be men, not kids. I want to say something, but my mouth is dry as hell. I clear my throat, which does nothing to help, but manages to capture his attention. Taking a sip of water, I finally manage to speak. We have drawn a line, Coach. We haven't done anything. So someone spontaneously decided to smash the generator and cooling system? My rink is on its way to being a swimming pool, and you expect me to believe you clowns have nothing to do with it? This is really, really bad. The director is holding a meeting with every student-athlete in 5 minutes. Buckle up, gentlemen. I hope none of you want to make hockey your career. Have I said fuck?
3. Anastasia. My planner is in total, irreparable chaos, and I'm irritated as hell. This is the opposite of the Friday feeling people so famously love. Today was going to be a problem-free day. I woke up under a beautiful man, and the rest of my day was planned to perfection. Gym, college, training with Aaron, dinner, and finally, dancing until my feet hurt at whichever party sounded the most fun. I even had the option to see Ryan again and concentrate on scratching those mutual itches while he still got time. But according to the very passive-aggressive email I received, David Skinner, Maple Hills Director of Sport, doesn't give a flying fuck about my planner or my training schedule, and he certainly doesn't give a fuck about my sex life.
Why else would he universally cancel training and drag every student-athlete to the worst corner of campus? This building is where all the coaches lurk and plot how to make us all miserable. When I posted a picture this morning that said, "Just enjoy where you are now," I didn't realize where I was going to be was a huge line of students trying to get into the awards room. I'm lost in angry, borderline murderous thoughts when two muscular arms wrap around my waist from behind and I feel lips press gently against the crown of my head. Instantly knowing it's Ryan, I settle into his embrace and tilt my head back to look at him. He moves to peck a kiss on my forehead, and sure, I might feel a little better.
"Hey, beautiful girl."
I'm stressed, I grumble, looking ahead to watch the line shuffle along. And you're cutting in line. You're going to get into trouble. Gripping my shoulders, he spins me around to face him, his long finger nudging under my chin, tilting my head up to meet his gigantic height. When I think he can't be any freaking cuter, he brushes my hair from my face and smiles at me.
"You control the planner, Stas. The planner doesn't control you."
You're still cutting in line. He chuckles, shrugging.
"You were holding my spot for me. That's what I told everyone I pushed past. Come on. What sickeningly motivational quote did you post today? Do we need to revisit it?"
Ryan and I started hooking up last year when we met at a party and were beer pong partners. Naturally, we won because we're the most stubborn and competitive people within a 100-mile radius of Maple Hills. The next day, he slid into my DMs, joking he wasn't expecting to find someone who plays drinking games so aggressively, preaching about positive vibes only on their social media pages. Since then, whenever I'm grumpy or fed up, he reminds me I'm supposed to be a ray of sunshine.
"Dick." "Well?"
he asks, guiding me along as we get closer to the entrance. It was about stopping to enjoy the moment you're in. His smile widens when he realizes he's got me.
"Okay. Yeah, I can work with that. It sucks practice was canceled, but if you enjoy the moment, you're hanging out with me, and I'm great."
Folding my arms across my chest, I try my hardest to stop the smile trying to break through, continuing to pretend he's not having a blind bit of impact on my mood.
Tough crowd. Geez. As soon as we get out of here, I'll take you for food, and later there's a hockey party we can hit to let you blow off all your stressy energy.
What else? I let him spin me back around. Now we're only a few people away from finally getting into the room, and his hands stay on my shoulders.
I'll take you home and let you take out any remaining stress on my body.
With a bat? His fingers sink into my tense muscles, rhythmically working out every knot as I roll my head side to side.
Kinky. Will you dress up as Harley Quinn, too?
He grunts loudly as my elbow sinks into his ribs, which is ridiculously dramatic because my elbow is definitely hurting more. After what feels like a lifetime of waiting, we finally make it through the entrance to the awards room. Instead of normal round tables, the room has row upon row of chairs all facing the stage. What the hell is going on? Ignoring my immediate concern, Ryan insists I enjoy the moment, which roughly translates to me being forced to sit with the basketball team. So now I'm wedged between Ryan and Mason Wright, his teammate, who make my respectable 5'4" body look like one of an overgrown toddler.
Chip?
I struggled to look at the bag of Lay's being shoved under my nose, but they smell like barbecue flavor, which Ryan knows is my favorite. I'm good. Thanks. He leans forward to dig in the bag at his feet, rustling loudly, not caring people are staring at us. Throwing himself back into his seat with a huff, he holds out a packet.
Cookie?
No, thank you. I'm not hungry. I'm trying not to draw attention to us again, but it's hard to ignore the look of disappointment on his face. Don't look at me like that. Regionals are right around the corner. I can't gain weight. Ryan slouches in his seat so our heads are level, and he leans in to give us more privacy. His breath dances across my skin as his lips hover beneath my ear, sending a wave of goosebumps across my entire body. As someone who throws you around quite a lot, I feel like I'm qualified to say this. If that jackass isn't able to cope if your weight fluctuates a few pounds, which is perfectly normal, by the way, he shouldn't be your partner. We're not having this conversation again, Ryan. Stop. He starts, cutting himself off when Director Skinner finally strolls onto the stage, squinting under the spotlights. Ryan sits back up straight and rests his hand on my thigh, squeezing softly. Maybe we will need a bat later. The high-pitched squeal of the microphone turning on echoes around the room, causing everyone to wince. Skinner has taken his place behind the podium but hasn't managed to force a smile yet. He's aged a lot in the time I've studied at UCMH. He previously looked approachable and eager, but now, with the disdain he's sporting deepening the lines on his forehead, he looks anything but. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to come here on such short notice. I'm sure you're all wondering why you're here. I don't know why he's pretending like the email didn't have the word compulsory in bold capital letters. Skinner shrugs off his suit jacket, hanging it over the chair behind him, sighing as he turns to face us all again. He drags a hand over his thinning gray hair, which I swear was thick and black when I was a freshman. There's a certain expectation when dealing with college students. It's a given there will be some level of chaos as you begin your lives as adults away from home. He sighs again, his exhaustion clear. When you add competitive sport into the mix, the balance changes as you try to manage your skill against the authentic college experience. Well, this is patronizing. It feels like he made his secretary write this little speech, and he practiced it in the mirror a few times. If Lo were here, she'd be highly critical of his performance. Some of you have been enjoying the college experience a little too much. Here we go. In the 5 years I've been director of sport, I have dealt with countless avoidable situations. Out-of-control parties, medical expenses due to students behaving recklessly on campus, more pranks than I can count, unplanned pregnancy, and the noise of Michael Fletcher's chair scraping across the floor rings out as he springs to his feet. Mr. Fletcher, please take a seat. Fletch ignores him, bending to grab his bag from the floor instead. He stomps toward the exit, pushing both doors open forcefully and leaving the room. I don't know a lot about football, but everyone says Fletch is the best linebacker this college has ever seen and is practically guaranteed a spot in the NFL when he graduates. More importantly, he's an incredibly proud father to his little girl, Dia, who he had with his girlfriend Prishy last year. Prishy was on the skate team with me before she accidentally fell pregnant at the start of her junior year. When I asked her if she'd be returning, she said her bladder isn't what it used to be after pushing out a 9-pound baby, and she didn't fancy peeing on the ice in front of an audience. They live together with their friends, and everyone takes turns looking after the baby to allow Fletch and Prishy to go to class. The fact Skinner is using them as an example in his delinquent student-bashing exercise is shitty of him. 20 minutes pass, and he's still going. I rest my head against Ryan's shoulder and close my eyes, accepting the cookie he sneaks into the palm of my hand. To summarize, finally, going forward, there will be a zero-tolerance approach to misappropriation of your status on this campus. I feel like I'm missing a huge part of the puzzle here because, despite his long-ass, still-not-over speech, I have zero idea what prompted this rude interruption to my schedule. For the seniors hoping to join professional teams at the end of this school year, it would be prevalent for you to take note of this message. Beside me, Ryan snorts, shoving another cookie into his mouth. When I open my mouth to ask what's so funny, he shoves one into mine, grinning like a fool because I have no choice but to eat it. Skinner finally runs out of energy. He leans against the podium and his shoulders sag. I don't care what your potential is. If you don't fall in line, you will be benched. I'd like the skating and hockey team to stay behind, but the rest of you are dismissed. Ryan grabs his bag from the floor and stands, stretching and letting out an over-exaggerated yawn. I'll wait for you outside. Food? I give him a nod, creeping onto my tiptoes to wipe the cookie crumbs from the corner of his mouth with my thumb. Hopefully I won't be long. Everyone, bar the 50-ish of us, filter out of the room. Ironically, about 5 times quicker than they filtered in. Brady and Faulkner, the ice hockey team coach, join Director Skinner on the stage. Come closer, everyone. I'm tired of this microphone. As we all head to the front of the room as requested, I spot an annoyed-looking Aaron in the crowd and move to his side. You okay? I ask quietly as we take a seat in the front row. Yep. It doesn't take a genius to know he isn't in a great mood, but this feels directed at me, not at Skinner. You sure? His lips are pulled in a tight line and he hasn't looked at me yet. Yep. Skinner steps out from behind his podium and pushes his hands into his suit pants pockets, his tired, sunken eyes scanning those of us left. I'll make this quick. Following what can only be labeled as a colossal shit show, Arena 2 is out of action for the foreseeable future. Oh, God. An investigation is underway into how the extensive damage was caused, but I'm told there will be significant delays when it comes to repairs due to a shortage of parts for our particular equipment. The realization doesn't wash over me. It fucking drowns me. The hockey team is known for causing trouble with rival teams, and each other, usually. The spoiled rich boy to hockey team pipeline thrives at this school, and I'd put money on someone causing trouble. What this means for you, Skinner continues, is you will need to share a rink for the foreseeable future, and I expect you all to work together to make this situation work. Clearly knowing the number of questions about to come his way, Skinner proves he doesn't actually care about us and immediately dips. He's not even off the stage before I'm storming over to Coach Brady. We have regionals in 5 weeks. I'm well aware of your competition schedule, Anastasia, Coach Brady drawls, waving off some of the underclassmen when they attempt to crowd around when I'm very close to having a meltdown. We have no other option, so it isn't worth getting upset over. Is she for real? How are we going to qualify if we can't practice? 10 feet away, Coach Faulkner is flanked by his own team, I would imagine fending off the same concerns. Not like I care. They obviously caused this mess, and now we're the ones who are going to suffer. I'm trying to not catastrophize, to not blow this out of proportion in my head. I'm concentrating on breathing in and out and not bawling uncontrollably in front of strangers while I listen to my teammates voice the same concerns. When I let my eyes drift back over to the hockey team, most of them have gone. There's one guy talking to Faulkner, and he must feel me watching him because his eyes meet mine. He's looking at me with a weird expression on his face. A forced pity grimace, I think. Frankly, he can take his fake sympathy and shove it up his ass. We'll talk about this at practice, Stassi, Brady says, offering a rare, almost borderline friendly smile. Enjoy a Friday evening off for once. I'll see you both on Monday. After another small protest, I finally listen to Brady's pleas for me to leave her alone and head toward the exit. I'm trailing behind Aaron, dragging my feet and feeling sorry for myself when I hear a, "Hey," and feel a hand land on my bicep. It's Mr. Sympathy, still sporting, you guessed it, a pity pout.
"Listen, I'm sorry. I know this sucks for all of us. I'm going to do what I can to make this as easy as possible."
He lets go of my arm and takes a step back, giving me the chance to look at him up close for the first time. He towers over me by at least a foot. Broad shoulders, thick muscles straining against the sleeves of his Henley. Even beneath a dusting of stubble, you can see the sharpness of his jawline. I'm trying to work out if I've ever met him before when he starts talking again.
"I know you're probably feeling stressed, but we're having a party tonight if you want to come."
"And you are?" I ask, forcing my voice to sound calm. I can't ignore the twinge of satisfaction I get when his eyebrows shoot up for a split second. He gains his composure just as quickly, amusement lighting up his deep brown eyes.
"Nate Hawkins. I'm captain of the hockey team."
He holds out a hand for me to shake, but I look at it, then back up at his face, folding my arms across my chest. "Were you not listening? Party time is over, according to Skinner." He shrugs and reaches around to rub the back of his neck awkwardly.
"People will show up regardless, even if I tried to stop it. Look, come over. Bring friends or whatever. It'd be good if we could all get on, and I swear we have good tequila." "Do you have a name?"
I refuse to be charmed by a pretty face, not even one with little dimples and nice cheekbones. This is still a disaster. "Do you meet a lot of people who don't have names?" To my surprise, he starts laughing, a heavy, rich noise that makes my cheeks flush.
"Okay, you've got me there."
His eyes flick behind me as an arm lands across my shoulders. I look up, expecting to find Ryan, but instead find Aaron. I shrug off his embrace, since stuff like this is what makes people assume we're dating, when I'd honestly rather eat my skates.
"Are you coming?"
He snaps. Nodding, I take one last look at my new rink friend. He doesn't bother introducing himself to Aaron. Instead, he mouths, "Remember the party," to me. God, Lola is going to love all this drama.
4. Nathan. The entire hockey team pours through the front door and immediately heads toward the liquor cabinet. I wait until Russ is about to walk past, then grip his arm, stopping him in his tracks. "My room, 3993. His face drops and he forces a nervous laugh. "You're not my type, Cap?" I tighten my grip when he attempts to walk off toward the rest of our team members who are passing around beers in the living room. It's been a long fucking day. Don't make me do this in front of the whole team. His shoulders drop in defeat, and he trudges up each step like a naughty school kid, his head hung low. I mean, technically, right now he is a naughty school kid. Sharing a rink right before the start of the season is a logistic fucking nightmare, not to mention when we have home games. Fuck. I feel like I have a migraine coming on already, and we haven't even attempted to work out a schedule yet. The brown-haired figure skater was seething earlier. I'm surprised a vein didn't pop out of her forehead when her coach told her to not worry about it. I was trying to discreetly listen in, which wasn't hard since she was yelling. I feel like doing the same when I think about not worrying about it, so at least she and I have something in common. Her boyfriend looked totally unfazed, so maybe he'll help her calm down. Or maybe not, judging by the way she shrugged him off. She's a funny little thing, immediately sassing me, holding her head high, but I think she might have been warming to me. Minutes earlier, she was clearly on the brink of tears. I'm hoping she takes up my offer and we can have a drink, form a friendship of some sorts. It'll make this whole situation easier. I decide to let Russ wait for 20 minutes, hoping the guilt will be eating away at him, and it won't be hard to find out what's happened. He'll be upstairs listening to people laugh and joke without him, but he won't realize people are laughing about how fucking awful this season is going to be. I feel sorry for them. So much so, I'm not even kicking the rookies out as they drown their sorrows in their beer bottles. I feel like I need to make a motivational speech or something, cheer everyone up, but first I need to work out exactly why we're in this mess. Russ is sitting on my desk chair, spinning in circles, when I finally join him. I expect him to make a snide remark, moan about waiting so long, something I would have done when I was a cocky little shit, but he doesn't say anything. He sits silently, waiting for me to make the first move. What did you do? He rubs his hands together, leaning forward to rest his elbows against his knees. He's uncomfortable. His face is pale and he looks ill more than anything. Buddy, I can't help you if you don't tell me what I've got to help with. I didn't do anything. I run my hand across my face, trying not to lose my patience. I know you've done something, and I can't fix it if you lie to me. When I first started playing hockey at Maple Hills, our captain was a dick and everyone hated him for it. I never expected to become captain, but I knew if I did, I wouldn't be like him. Russ has a shitty home life, and I know he didn't work his ass off to get himself out of that situation to come here and be treated the same way by me. Maybe I wouldn't be this patient with some of the other guys on the team, but being a good leader means knowing how to get through to your men. Taking a seat on my bed across from him, I slowly watch about 10 different emotions hit him all at once. It wasn't a prank, I promise. Right, keep talking. There's this girl at UCLA. I met her at a party a couple of weeks ago. We started screwing around, and then every party I was at, she'd be there. I thought she was single, but... He looks at his hands, picking at the calluses on his palms. But she has a boyfriend. He found out somehow and sent me a message saying I was gonna fucking regret even looking at her. Then this happened. So it must be that, right? You still talking to this girl? He shakes his head. I blocked her on everything as soon as I found out she had a boyfriend. You don't tell anyone this, okay? You'll get kicked off the team, I say seriously. I mean it, kid. When they ask why you've been up here, tell them you got shit going on at home or something and you wanted to talk to me. Okay, Cap. I nod toward my door. Get yourself a beer. I wait until he's out of the room and stomping down the stairs before I scream every curse word I know into my pillow for the second time today. A few hours after my best attempt at being a responsible captain, the house is overflowing with people, empty bottles, and red cups. Part of me is expecting David Skinner to walk through the door. Or worse, Faulkner. I doubt Coach would be too thrilled we decided to end the worst day ever with a party we were told not to have. Normally Friday parties are full of tired athletes, aching from Friday games or practice, looking to unwind and watch other people make some questionable choices. But tonight there's something different in the air. It's almost like being reminded we shouldn't be misbehaving is making everyone want to go wild. I spot Briar, Summer's roommate, pouring herself a drink at the kitchen counter, which immediately makes me feel better. Those girls are inseparable, so if B is here, Summer will be here somewhere. She can't reject me twice in 1 week, right? Summer jokes the only reason I want her is because she's not interested, and she's the only woman who's ever rejected me. Hearing her say she's not interested makes me want her more, so thinking about it logically, she's probably right. As much as I want a chance with her, we are good friends, which makes her rejection sting a bit less. I push past the masses of people and put on my friendliest, I want to marry your best friend face. She's so engrossed in the random liquor she's mixing, she doesn't even notice me as I lean against the counter beside her. That looks like you're going to be throwing up on my lawn later, Beckett. Her head snaps up, long blonde hair swishing as she finds me next to her. It's a good job I'm not drinking alone then, isn't it? She slurs, her accent an unusual mix of English and American. Her green eyes are glassy, and her smile is more of a lazy, drunken smirk as she winks at me and pushes the cup in my direction, immediately reaching for a new one. I heard you had a shitty day. I did too. We can be sick together. I wait until she's mixed another disgusting concoction before tipping my cup to hers. To dipshit sophomores. She snorts. To dipshit ex-girlfriends. I throw back the drink, and fuck, does it sting. Jesus Christ! I choke as the fluid burns its way down my throat. Who the fuck taught you to mix drinks? My Uncle James, he calls it a magic cocktail. You looking for summer? She rolls her eyes at me when I nod. She's playing beer pong with Cammy in the den. I'll remember this beautiful moment when I'm making the speech at mine and Summer's wedding. I knock back the rest of my poison, trying not to gag, but failing. No, you won't, she shouts after me. She knows you fucked Kitty last night. Fuck. Summer is bent over the table, lining up a shot, when I push my way through the crowd to stand next to her. She's playing Ryan and CJ from the basketball team with her other best friend, Cammy. You winning? Go away, Nathan, she laughs, not bothering to look up at me. You're going to distract me. Rude. What if I'm your good luck I don't even get to finish my sentence because I'm eating my words as she sends the ball bouncing across the room by accident. She finally looks up at me, her eyes murderous in a way I find weirdly sexy. I clear my throat. I'll cheer you on from over here. She rolls her eyes, muttering under her breath, knowing I won't understand her. Es buen cosa que eres atractivo. Scanning the den to see who turned up, I immediately spot Miss I Don't Have a Name. She looks significantly more relaxed than she did earlier. Her long, light brown hair is curly, bouncing around her face as she throws back her head and laughs at something her friend said. Her cheeks are flushed, ocean blue eyes bright. She looks happy. I like it. She spots me before I reach her, and I might be imagining it, but I swear she checks me out. You made it, I say cheerfully, although she doesn't react. I try her friend instead, who's staring at me with an intrigued look on her face. I'm Nate. Lola. She flicks her finger between the two of us, eyes narrowing. Do you two know each other? We met earlier, I confirm, watching her ignore my attempt to get her to look at me. She takes a sip from what I can see from my height advantage is an empty cup. Didn't get your name, though, sadly. She stops pretending to drink and finally looks at my face. She only looks like she wants to hit me with a hockey stick a little bit now, which is a huge improvement from earlier. Anastasia or Stassi, whichever, it doesn't matter. Can I get you guys a drink? I can get my own. It's fine. Lola huffs and rolls her eyes at her friend, smiling up at me. Ignore her. She doesn't know how to play nicely with others. Only child thing. Jesus. Okay, I'll help you, though, Anastasia says, walking off toward the kitchen, dragging her friend behind her with her free hand. I jog after them, scooping the empty cups from her grip. A drink isn't going to charm me into not being mad about the rink, you know. I can believe that. Nothing about this girl tells me she's going to be easy to crack, and it's made this whole rink situation a bit more interesting. You haven't even seen how charming I can be yet, I tease, grinning from ear to ear when I catch the corner of her mouth creeping up. You're going to be impressed. She takes the cups back from my hands and moves in front of me to place them on the counter, getting to work making 2 drinks. I'm immune to hockey player charm. Robbie wheels his chair to my side and digs me in the leg, mouthing "what the fuck" behind the girls' backs with wide eyes. He clears his throat, and they both turn to face him. What about charming assistant hockey coaches? Oh, she's definitely immune to those, but I'm not. Hi, I'm Lola. Robbie. Lola elbows Stassi, who mumbles a hi. This is Stassi. She acts like she's grumpy, but she's actually very nice. Thanks for coming to my party, he says, not taking his eyes off her. I don't know whether to cringe or stand in awe as she flutters her eyelashes at him and giggles. Unbelievable. Anastasia has the same blend of confusion and amusement on her face as she looks between our friends. Lols, I'm going to get into line for the bathroom. Are you coming? Lola's eyes flick to hers, then back to Robbie's, before shaking her head. Okay, I'll meet you back here. I hold out a hand to lead her toward the stairs. Come on, you can use my bathroom. She looks at my hand once, then back up to my face, eyes narrowing suspiciously. I have a password-protected door and a private bathroom. You can join the line if you want, I say, pointing toward the people drunkenly draping over the staircase. She sighs in defeat and drops her hand into my palm, weaving her fingers between mine. This isn't me forgiving you. Obviously. I navigate us through the crowd, keeping her body close to mine, her free hand resting gently on my waist until we reach the stairs. She walks around me to go first, and I immediately realize letting her go in front of me is a mistake, because as soon as she gets a few steps ahead, I've got her ass in my direct vision, swaying side to side as she takes each step. I usher her in and point toward the bathroom, getting a weird sense of déjà vu watching her after this morning's antics. At least she's clothed. Wait, why am I saying it like it's a good thing? She exits the bathroom after a couple of minutes, stopping in her tracks when she spots me waiting for her on my bed. I hold up my hands defensively. I didn't want you to get lost. It's fine. She folds her arms across her chest and tilts her head to the side in a way that almost looks playful. I'm disappointed you're here. I was going to snoop. It's nice to see a different side to her after the one I met this afternoon. Not that there's anything wrong with showing emotion, I just prefer to see her more relaxed. For the first time, I get a real look at what she's wearing. Tight leather pants that look like they were freaking painted on, and a black lace corset showing her body in a way I'm not sure I even know how to describe. What I'm saying but not saying is she's hot, and maybe getting to know her a little better won't be a bad thing. Don't let my presence deter you from snooping, I joke. I'll wait right here. The sound of her heels clicking echoes around the room as she walks slowly toward my desk, not taking her eyes off me. Her fingers travel across the pile of biology books littering my desk. What are you studying? Sports medicine. You? Business. She picks up a picture from my desk, analyzing it thoroughly before looking back at me. West Coast kid? Mountains. Wyoming? She asks, putting the photograph down and picking up the one next to it. Close. I stand and walk over to the desk, taking the picture from her hand and replacing it with one of me and Robbie at our first hockey game when we were 5. Colorado. Eagle County. You? I'm from Seattle. That's Vail, right? Rich kid hockey star from Eagle County is a bit predictable, isn't it? I sit on the desk so we're at eye level, folding my own arms to match her guarded stance. A little bit cliché? I can't keep the smirk from my lips as her ocean blue eyes lock with mine. You think I'm a star? Turning quickly, she scoffs and heads across the room, sitting on my bed. I want to follow her like a little puppy, but I force myself to stay put, watching as she places her hands behind her and leans back, letting her silky brown hair drape over her shoulder. I've never watched you play, she says with a bit more cheer than I'd like. I strongly dislike hockey. I'm offended, Anastasia. I'll have to get you tickets for ringside seats at our next home game. I don't need tickets for an event in my own arena. That's if you guys don't fuck up before then and your team gets axed. There is almost a bit too much optimism in her tone when she says the word axed. It's like being verbally abused by Tinkerbell. Who did you guys terrorize enough to deserve getting your rink trashed? This isn't going to be the last time I get asked this question, so I need to buckle up to take it, even though I hate lying to people. It's a white lie, but I'm not a fan of starting a friendship with a negative. We haven't done anything, so I'm not sure. Her eyes narrow because she clearly doesn't believe me, so I panic. I promise, Anastasia. Her eyes soften, and I immediately feel like shit. Why the fuck did I promise? Should we head back downstairs? Sure, Robbie has probably charmed the pants off your friend by now. She chuckles, and it's borderline embarrassing how happy I feel finally getting her to laugh. Trust me, Lola is more than happy to be charmed by a hot guy. This time, I'm smart enough to walk in front of her down the stairs, resting our interlocked hands on my shoulder for her to use me to balance. It's not until I'm on the bottom step I see her boyfriend, who I'd forgotten existed, standing there staring at me like all hell is about to break loose.
5. Anastasia. Nate stops abruptly in front of me, almost sending me tumbling down the stairs. What are you doing? I ask, confused when he practically rips his hand from mine. He steps to the side, and as soon as his massive body is out of the way, I see what he can see.
Your boyfriend looks like he wants to murder me. Well, that's odd, I muse, moving so we're on the same step. I don't have a boyfriend. He's right, though. Aaron does look ready to murder someone. It doesn't change as he approaches me and Nate when we step off the last stair. Hey, I chirp. I thought you were staying home tonight. Aaron is still staring at Nate, even when I place my hand on his arm and give it a squeeze. Aaron's eyes finally meet mine, eyebrows raised. What were you doing upstairs with him? I feel Nate beside me, the ghost of his touch hovering around the bottom of my back. I decide to play nice instead of tearing Aaron a new one for being so weird and rude in front of an audience like I want to. Aaron, this is Nate. Nate, this is Aaron, my skating partner. The testosterone oozing out of them is practically palpable as they shake hands, each of their hands turning white when they try to crush each other's bones. Pathetic. When they eventually let go and the blood returns to their fingers, I turn to Aaron and force a fake smile, even though he doesn't deserve it. You good? Where have you been? I asked you first. I was peeing. Is that a sufficient answer? I snap, finally losing my composure. It's been a long-ass day, and I've already had to tolerate Aaron's bullshit once, when he decided Ryan was public enemy number 1 after the meeting. Ryan wanted to take me for food. You know, a normal activity between friends. Aaron kissed his teeth as he reminded me I have an outfit to fit into for regionals. Like I could ever possibly forget, especially being around him. Ryan was pissed, so told Aaron if he couldn't lift me, he needs to work harder in the gym. Of course, Aaron didn't like that, so fired back, and in the end, I was so tired of the drama, Ryan ended up giving me a ride home. Unfortunately, my chicken salad didn't taste as good with the knowledge that Ryan would have convinced me to eat a burger or something. So now I'm irritated and hungry, a bit drunk, and once again watching Aaron be an ass and embarrass me. Aaron quirks a brow, clearly not believing I was using the bathroom. Thought you were collecting team captains like Pokemon. Where's Rothwell? He's normally the one draped all over you. His words hit me right in the chest like he wanted them to, and I can't stop the lump forming in my throat. Nate's hand settles on my back as he takes a step closer. If you're going to be a dick, you need to leave, dude. People are trying to have a good night. You're intruding on a private conversation, dude. Aaron responds bluntly. You're in my house, and you're being rude to my guest. Lighten the fuck up or leave. Nate is a big guy, much bigger than Aaron. He's a good half a foot taller, broader, more muscular. Not to mention, he's a freaking hockey player. Aaron is built like a ballet dancer, strong too, but lean. Plus, has never been in a fight in his cushy, privileged life, which is why it's so surprising to me that he starts shit with people who have. I'm sorry, Stas, he says, my name slurring slightly. I suppose I'm upset now I know why the rink was trashed. Nobody knows what happened, Nate answers quickly. Too quickly. Aaron laughs, but there's no humor to it. I do. Rookie couldn't keep it in his pants. Knocked up someone's little sister. Ghosted her. He turns to me, the shock on his face clearly fake. How bad is that, Stas? Ghosting the freshman you knocked up? And now we're suffering. That isn't what happened, Nate says coldly. God, I feel foolish right now. I shouldn't have believed his promise. Of course he knows. My body stiffens under Nate's hand, and he removes it quickly, moving away to give me space. Well, this was fun, I say flatly, trying not to show any emotion since it's clearly what Aaron was hoping for. I'm heading home.
Cool. We can ride together. I'll go find Lo.
He's a different guy in a matter of minutes. It's like being friends with Jekyll and Hyde sometimes, especially after a drink when his nasty side comes out. It's disappointing because most of the time he's great, but he's so fucking good at hiding the nice side of himself. Nate pinches the bridge of his nose between his fingers, blowing out a frustrated sigh as we both watch Aaron disappear into the crowd.
I didn't want to lie to you.
Putting some distance between us, I turn to face him. He looks like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders right now, and he might, for all I know. But I have goals too. I love my sport, and my time on the ice is as valuable as his. He drags his hand down his face and forces a smile.
I don't want this to affect our friendship. Well, like, the friendship we could have.
You think a good friendship starts with a lie?
No, well,
he says, stumbling over his words.
I didn't want to lie to you, but my team doesn't even know, and I swear it isn't what happened. Your partner is lying too.
I wish I hadn't come to this party. Great, so everyone is lying to me. Fantastic, I say sarcastically. Forget it. It's fine. The hockey team can look after themselves, and the rest of us will, I don't know, go fuck ourselves or something. I doubt Dr. Andrews, my long-suffering therapist, would be impressed with me right now. Communication is king, is what he's said every session for over a decade. Technically, I am communicating. Not very well, but it still counts. I don't know how to tell Nate how stressful this whole situation is for me without seeming dramatic. Maybe I'm not trying hard enough to not react the way Aaron was hoping, but I blame the alcohol and lack of decent food. Nate catches my arm as I turn to walk away. Looking at him over my shoulder, I see his face soften.
I promise he only hooked up with her. She's got a boyfriend and he didn't know. Nothing about a pregnancy.
He looks like he's being genuine, but he did earlier as well. Turning to face him, I take a step back to keep enough distance between us, but his hand stays on my arm. No offense, but your promises don't mean shit. You have zero idea the pressure I'm under, the sacrifices I've had to make. You have no idea how it feels knowing it all hangs in the balance because some kid doesn't know how to wrap up his dick. His brows furrow together, confusion maybe.
Hangs in the balance? You're blowing this out of proportion. If we don't overreact and we work to get...
It's like I can physically feel my blood boiling. Clearly, he has no idea of the impact of his team's mistakes. He has a full team to help him win, but it's just me and Aaron. If we don't practice enough, we don't win. If we don't win, we don't go to the Olympics. If we don't go to the Olympics, what was the fucking point? There is a reason Maple Hills has 2 rinks. There is a reason it produces some of the best athletes in the country. It's because the school makes sure we have enough space to get the time we need to be the best. You think I'm being dramatic? You know what, Nate? I say sharply, shaking off his hand. Forget it. Stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours.
Stassi!
He shouts after me as I head into the crowd, but I ignore him, the start of what is going to be a lot of me ignoring him. At the end of what is possibly the worst day ever, my level of irritation continues to rise because trying to find Lola in this house is like trying to find Waldo. Aaron is also nowhere to be seen, although I can't quite decide if it's a good thing or a bad thing after his little performance. I track down Ryan easily. It wasn't hard since he's still in the den with his basketball friends. However, I wasn't expecting to find him sitting on a couch, whispering into the ear of Olivia Abbott. Weirdly, my first thought is, I wonder if Lola knows her arch nemesis is here. But after I shake that off, I'm in shock. I don't think I've seen Olivia at a party before. Ever. She's even more beautiful up close than she is on the stage. Long, golden blonde hair styled like an old Hollywood icon. Eyeliner that would take me 3 weeks to perfect, and a perfect red lip. She looks like she should be going on the red carpet, not sitting at a college party. "Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt," I say as I approach them. Ryan stops whispering and looks up at me. "Have you guys seen Lola?" Ryan immediately looks concerned, even though he doesn't need to be. Well, unless I murder Aaron tonight and he has to help me hide the body.
"Everything okay?"
Aaron being Aaron. We're heading home. "I saw her go into Robbie's room with him quite a while ago," Olivia says quietly. "I can make sure she gets home okay if you need to go. I'm not drinking, and my car is right outside."
"Do you need my help with Aaron?"
Ryan asks cautiously. "Olivia, if you could, I will love you forever, I promise," breathing a sigh of relief now I know Lo is covered. "Aaron will be fine now he's got all his bitchiness out. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you tonight, Olivia. You look beautiful. Next time we can get to know each other properly. My Uber is outside, though, so I need to go." She gives me a shy smile. "That would be nice. See you soon."
"Text me when you get home, Kay?"
Ryan shouts as I walk away.
"I mean it, Stas. Don't forget."
I know it might be weird to think about the guy you have casual sex with and your best friend's fake arch nemesis together, but an Abbott and Rothwell relationship would be the type teenage girls cry over because of how perfect it is. Ryan and I work so well because I don't want a relationship and he doesn't care. If he found someone he wanted to date, I would never stand in his way. He deserves to be loved like that, and he deserves to be happy because he's such an amazing guy. He would be Olivia's greatest supporter, and maybe he'd bring her out of her shell a little. I don't know Olivia yet, but even when she gets the role Lola wants, Lola can't deny Olivia seems like a nice girl. I can't wait to see where this goes. I started working at Simone's rink freshman year when Rosie, a friend of a friend, mentioned her mom was looking to hire help. The cost of textbooks was mounting up, and I couldn't ask my parents for money since they were already paying for all my skating stuff. Simone, the owner, paid for me to do a coaching qualification, which meant I could teach Saturday classes to kids under 10. "All good?" Simone asks, walking into the break room where I'm sitting, contemplating what to eat. "Yeah, great. I'm going to go grab some lunch before my next class, I think." "There is a very handsome man in reception asking for you," she says with a wink. "Looks like he has food with him." Venturing out to the reception desk, I see Simone was right. There is a very handsome man. Ryan looks super out of place with the energetic 6-year-old circling him, screeching. The second he spots me, his tired eyes soften and the corner of his mouth tugs up. He holds up paper bags in each hand.
"Want to be my lunch date?"
"I've got another class at 1 p.m. Can you eat all that in 30 minutes?
"I can achieve a lot in 30 minutes, Anastasia. You should know that by now."
We settle down at a table in a quiet corner next to the concession stand, and he begins to unbox the food.
"Before you shout at me, I got you a Cobb salad, but I also got you a side of bacon cheese fries and nuggets, because I saw your post this morning about how important balance is."
I roll my eyes because I'm not sure which of us is becoming more predictable. Balance is important. Stop teasing me. Anyway, thank you. You didn't have to bring me lunch. Well, 2 lunches, but I appreciate you. Where did you end up last night? Ryan takes a bite of his cheeseburger and stuffs in some fries, groaning happily.
"West Hollywood, at the Honey Pot. I overdid it."
With Olivia? I swear his cheeks blush a little.
"No, Liv headed home, unfortunately." "Stop looking at me like that."
Oh, she's Liv now, is she? I'm excited for you. I'm allowed to be excited, so you can't stop me. You haven't dated anyone in so long, and she seems like a nice person from the little I know.
I'm not dating her, drama queen. We exchanged numbers.
The first step of any marriage. He huffs, shrugging and wiping his hands on a napkin.
We'll see. Why can't you marry me, Allen?
Why did you skip over being your girlfriend and go straight to marriage?
Why date when we're already best friends? Dating is scary. Mind-blowing sex and someone who doesn't get pissy with my schedule? Sign me up. I'll put a ring on it right now. Will you accept an onion ring instead of a diamond?
I don't get pissy with your schedule because I'm too busy to notice you're busy, I say, leaning over to nudge him in the arm. Olivia is nice, Rye. Take her out and see how it goes. Worst case scenario, you can tell your future kids you went on a date with a famous movie star or Broadway star, whatever she ends up becoming.
Do you think it's a good idea for me to take advice from you? A huge commitment phobe?
He might have a point there.
I'll ask her out. But if it goes horribly wrong, Anastasia, I'm blaming you.
That's fair.
Want to tell me what went on with Aaron?
I can tell by the tone of his voice he's trying his best to seem calm and uninterested. In actual fact, based on the 12 texts he sent me at various stages of the night, I know he's very interested. He asked me if I was collecting team captains like Pokemon. I drawl, unboxing my nuggets and throwing one into my mouth. Saw me coming downstairs with Nate Hawkins and assumed I'd fucked him.
What the fuck is that guy's problem?
Ryan mutters, stabbing his fries into ketchup aggressively.
I don't know how you spend so much time with him. Even if you had been hooking up with Hawkins, it's no one else's business. You are a single woman and you can do what you want.
I know. But then Aaron revealed he'd found out what happened with the rink trashing, and Nate promised me he didn't know minutes earlier. So it caused a bit of an argument.
Aaron is a dick, Stassi. It's not great Hawkins lied, but at the same time, he's gotta put his team first. It's not the same as me lying to you or something. You guys don't have trust yet. Surely you understand.
Yeah, of course I do. But when I was trying to explain how much this impacts me, he made out I was being dramatic. And whether I was or not doesn't matter. How are we supposed to be equals when he doesn't even try to see my point of view?
Being captain is a tough gig. Take it from me. You've got to think of 20-plus people as well as yourself. They're all looking for you to have their back no matter what senseless shit they've done. It can fucking suck sometimes. Hawkins is a good guy, though. Don't hold it against him.
I'm having an intense staring contest with my nuggets because I can't face looking at Ryan's while he talks sense. He snickers, leaning forward to grab my attention.
You're going to hold it against him, aren't you?
Definitely. Without a doubt. Forever. Even longer than forever if I can manage it. They threw a huge curveball into the mix, and I'm going to stay away from all of them. He's laughing at himself before he even says anything.
You know, curveballs are baseball, not hockey, right?
6. Nathan. The last 3 weeks have been some of the most stressful of my life. Aaron Carlisle, God, even his name sounds dickish, ran his mouth off to anyone who would listen, including his coach, who told our coach, who then threatened to start tearing off limbs if someone didn't explain to him what the hell was going on. I've spent more time getting screamed at with the team than I have playing hockey with them recently. The guys who trashed the rink were on the UCLA hockey team, our closest rival college. Aaron wasn't fully lying. The girl is pregnant, but it has nothing to do with Russ. The poor kid didn't know anything about it. He thought he'd been hooking up with someone's girlfriend. She blamed him when her older brother found out, and she panicked. I suppose it was easier to blame a stranger, and I doubt she expected him to drive over here and fuck up our arena. Russ has aged about 10 years since this started. The relief on his face when we told him the real story was unbelievable. Faulkner and I had a meeting with the UCLA coach and captain, and they were able to tell us the full story. I've known Corey, the captain, for years, and he was as pissed about this as I am. I felt like Dr. Phil giving the results of a paternity test. Well, Jerry Springer is more accurate for this bunch. Safe to say we're all on thin ice with Faulkner. He said the next person to do something irresponsible will get benched for the rest of the season. He said he didn't care about our post-college prospects. He'd forfeit every game until we learned how to behave. I'm on my best behavior for the rest of the year because I'm not sure Vancouver will still want me if I get expelled or delimbed, and there is no fucking way I'm going back to Colorado after I leave this place. Is it a cliche being a guy who grew up with immense privilege and also having daddy issues? Yes, but in my defense, my dad is a massive jackass. I'm pretty sure he didn't get hugged enough as a child, and now he's making it my and my sister's problem. Luckily, I managed to move 1,000 miles away, but poor Sasha is still stuck with him since she's only 16. Even when she turns 18, I doubt he'll let her leave. She'll be stuck being an underappreciated, overworked skiing prodigy. Dad is prepared to throw money at every coach in the Northern Hemisphere if it means Sash gets to be the next Lindsey Vonn. Ideally without the injuries, but I'm not sure he's concerned about her safety anyway. He just wants her to win. Thankfully, he hates hockey. Careless, violent sport for people who lack discipline and crave chaos, he says. It was Mom who signed me up for Mr. H's team all those years ago. She was pregnant with Sasha at the time and needed something that would tire out her energetic 5-year-old. I didn't take to skiing like my dad had hoped, and I can proudly say I've been disappointing him every day since. He wouldn't even be surprised if I told him what has been going on recently, but it would involve answering his calls, and that isn't something I tend to do. Plus, he'd only find a way for it to be my fault. The intensity of Robbie's stare feels like it's burning into my skin, which jolts me from my thoughts. Annoying him is my favorite thing to do, and it makes me realize why JJ likes being an asshole so much. Rob keeps dropping things on the floor, banging his phone against the TV remote to make a clanging noise, and after about 10 minutes of getting no response, he started coughing loudly. I keep my eyes on the TV and smother the urge to smirk. Mike Ross is about to nail another case when Henry elbows me in the side. Robbie's trying to get your attention. Are you ignoring him on purpose? Great question, Henry, thank you, Robbie shouts dramatically. Are you ignoring me on purpose, Nathan? When I finally look at him, he's staring at me like an unimpressed mother. Sorry, buddy, did you want something? Robbie mutters something under his breath, followed by a loud huff. Have you organized my birthday party? You mean the surprise birthday party? The one you specifically said you didn't want to know anything about, so it was, an actual surprise? 6 weeks ago, Robbie told me he wanted a surprise party for his birthday, claiming hosting parties is very stressful and time-consuming. He didn't want to deal with the problems of his own birthday, so I needed to do it. I told him if it was such a hassle, he didn't need to organize our parties anymore. He called me a dipshit and told me to grow up. If the surprise is you haven't sorted anything, I don't fucking want it. Henry immediately stands, his eyes darting between me and Robbie, and rushes toward the stairs. Robbie follows his fleeting frame with narrowed eyes before flicking back to me. I shrug it off, acting like I don't know Henry has been worried about spoiling the surprise for weeks. The kid doesn't have a poker face, and he's convinced himself with only a few more days to go, he's going to fail at the last hurdle. You need to relax, Robert, I say, knowing using his full name will rile him up a little bit more. Stress isn't good in your old age. I think that's the end of it, but instead he scratches at his jaw and makes an sound. It's not like Mr. Confident to struggle with his words, so now he has captured my attention like he wanted to. Did you invite Lola? Oh, this is fun. Who? I narrowly avoid the cushion he launches in my direction. Don't be a dick, Nathaniel. You know who she is. 3 weeks ago, when I was royally fucking up with Stassi, Robbie was getting better acquainted with her best friend. He won't tell me what happened, claiming he's a gentleman, but it's hard not to draw your own conclusions when she only left on Saturday afternoon wearing one of his t-shirts. I haven't seen her since, so I thought it was a one-night thing, but judging by the nervous look on his face, maybe not. Would you want her there? In the hypothetical situation where there is a party. We've been talking, so yeah, hypothetically. Robbie has no problems with women, but I can't pretend he doesn't rotate them when he gets bored. The fact he's talking to her and not only hooking up with her is a good sign. Noted. Ready for practice? I ask him, carefully changing the subject before I give away party secrets. Yeah, let me get my sweatshirt first. Shit. Now I have to find a way to get Lola here. JJ is sprinting down our street as I'm putting Robbie's chair into the trunk of my car. Pressing the button to lower the Falcon Wing doors, I climb into the driver's seat and put the car into reverse, automatically locking all the doors. He bangs on the window, panting and mumbling something inaudible. I lower the window a little so I can hear him. Don't leave without me, you douchebag! Hurry up, I bark back, watching him frantically run toward the front door to get his stuff. I'd feel sorry for him if I didn't know he's been tucked up with one of the football cheerleaders since last night. The whole situation with sharing a rink means we're training at different times each day. Since it's technically their arena, Coach Brady demanded we work around the skaters' scheduled training. A lot of them have competitions coming up, and she argued anything less than our total agreement wasn't going to work for her. Aubrey Brady is a fucking terrifying woman, and she has Faulkner's balls and an iron vice. As soon as she found out why our rink was trashed, she used it to bully Skinner into bowing to her every demand, and now she owns us. I can't blame her. She's looking out for her athletes, but awkwardly brushing past Stassi every day got old quickly. Seeing how hot she is in her skating stuff got old quickly. Watching her joke around with her dickhead skating partner, you guessed it, old quickly. She looks at me like she wants to set me on fire most of the time, or alternatively, she doesn't look at me at all. The girl knows how to hold a grudge with everyone except Henry, apparently. Last week, Henry saw Anastasia studying in the library alone. He bought her a coffee, explained about the Russ situation, apologized profusely, saying he totally understood why she was so upset, and now he's the only one of us in her good graces. Why do you always want girls who don't like you? Henry asked me as she stomped past us one afternoon, still managing to flash him a sweet smile. Summer, Kitty, Anastasia, why? Fucking hell, Hen, JJ spluttered out, choking on his water. Kick the guy while he's down, why don't you? I don't know, kiddo, I confessed, wrapping my arm around his shoulders as his cheeks flushed at the guys laughing. You find me a nice girl who likes me back and I'll give it a shot. JJ snorted. He's not a fucking miracle worker, Hawkins. Robbie claims he could be in her good graces if he wanted to be, and Jaden said he prefers being the mysterious bad boy anyway. As for me, I could bow down at her feet and apologize, but I think she'd use it as an excuse to kick me in the head. Parking up outside the rink, I let the guys know I'll see them in there, quickly climbing out to jog toward the door. She's throwing her skates into her bag when I push through the doors. Her eyes flick up in response to the noise, but she grimaces when she realizes it's me. Charming. I sit on the bench beside her bag and clear my throat. Anastasia? Her eyes lock with mine, plush lips immediately pouting. What do you want? I need a favor. No. You haven't even heard what it is yet. Don't need to. The answer is no. What if I told you it's super important to both of our best friends' happiness? She sighs, a noise I'm used to hearing now, putting her hands on her hips. I'll bite. Go on. It's Robbie's 21st birthday on Saturday, and I'm throwing him a surprise party. He'd like Lola there. Could you pass on the message? You're invited too, obviously. Fine. Success, maybe. Sweet, thanks. It's Vegas-themed, so black tie. Free bar, poker tables, all the fun stuff. I hope you guys come. It'll make Robbie very happy. Okay. She struts off toward the opening doors, the guys coming through at the same time. She pats Henry's arm and murmurs, "Hi," as she passes him, and the kid's cheeks flush again. When she's officially out of earshot, JJ traps me in a headlock, cackling as I fight him off. "You're losing your touch, Hawkins. The kid has more game than you." "I'm not trying to date her," Henry says quickly, scratching at his jaw nervously. "I'm trying to be nice to her, so she likes us again. She's got a boyfriend anyway. He's her skating partner, not her boyfriend. She doesn't have a boyfriend. She told me so herself." Henry shakes his head. "Not him, Ryan Rothwell. I saw them hugging last week." "Hugging someone is hardly the sign of a relationship, Hen. Chris and Maddie would be in a relationship with half the campus if that were the case," Robbie says with a snort. "They were making out and he was grabbing her ass," Henry adds. "Great." Aaron is still fucking about on the ice when we're all ready to start practice. He's an obnoxious prick, and I truly cannot stand the guy. It's got nothing to do with Stassi either. He gives me the worst vibes imaginable, and it's enough for me to hate him. Obviously, it doesn't help he fucked us all over with his big mouth. I know I said it wasn't about her, but one thing I don't like about him is how he speaks to Anastasia when they're skating. I gave him the benefit of the doubt at the party because he was clearly wasted, but because of their class schedules, a lot of the time their session is pre- or post-hours. When we're either early or finishing up, I hear him telling her not to be sloppy this session, or telling her she'll get it one of these days in the world's most patronizing tone. It's shitty, but it's none of my business. She's not the type of girl who needs defending, and if I were to try, it'd probably land me higher up her hit list. When he hears us coming, he finally skates to the edge. He's wearing the smuggest grin when he spots me. He's already massively testing my patience, and he hasn't even opened his mouth. I'm sure if I punched him, I'd feel better, but thinking back to what Faulkner said about behaving, I take a deep breath instead. See? I can be an adult. She's not going to fuck you. You're wasting your time. Excuse me? Don't punch him, don't punch him, don't punch him. You heard me. He sits on the bench and starts to unlace his skate, not bothering to look at my shocked face. The guys are dragging the goals onto the ice, and Robbie is talking to Faulkner, otherwise I'd be looking for confirmation I was hearing this jackass correctly. You might think she's playing hard to get, but she's not. The iciest thing about her is her heart. She'll drag you along like she does Rothwell, so save yourself the trouble. This fucking guy. You're a dick, do you know that? I tell him brazenly. He throws his skate in his bag and switches to the other one, looking up at me to grin. Truth hurts, buddy. I'm not your fucking buddy. I clench my fist, desperately trying to keep my temper at bay. And if you talk about her like that again, you're going to be picking your teeth up from that rink. He gives me a sickly sweet smile. My fingers crunch, I'm clenching my fist so tightly, but he's unfazed enough to bump into my shoulder as he passes me. As he reaches the exit, he turns to face me. I'm going to enjoy watching her turn you into a simpering fool just to drop you like she does everyone else. Happy skating.
7. Anastasia. Team building. 2 words, 12 letters, 2 hours of hell. We're going to be doing some Icebreaker activities, Brady announces to the room. She sounds as enthusiastic as I feel. I know she doesn't want to do this because she bitched to me about it on the way here. Coach Faulkner is standing by her side, also looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. David Skinner, who is becoming a pain in my ass, wants to see an improvement in the dynamic between our 2 groups. Brady told me Skinner happened to drop in when Ruhi, one of the younger solo skaters, was arguing with one of the hockey guys for interrupting her skate. Skinner got to witness Ruhi's creative use of hockey-based insults. So now, we're team building. What a great use of time I could be spending doing anything else. I may as well throw out my planner since nobody seems to give a shit about my routine anymore. Faulkner clears his throat, looking to Brady for guidance. He looks out of place anywhere that isn't an ice rink, and if I wasn't so miserable about being stuck in the awards room again, I'd probably find it funny. I'm sure all of you have heard of speed dating, Brady says. My skaters,
You're going to each sit at a table. Hockey team, you will move from table to table every 5 minutes.
A reminder, this is not real dating.
Faulkner bellows, finally saying something.
The goal is to get to know each other better. Discuss your aspirations, your hobbies, your dog's name, I don't care. But keep it respectful. Hughes, Hudson, Carter, and Johal, to be clear, I'm specifically talking to you four.
The 4 guys each pretend to be shocked, gaining a laugh from the rest of their teammates.
This is a joke,
Aaron groans.
We're not kids.
As much as it pains me to agree with Aaron, I sort of do. He's been on his best behavior for the past 3 weeks, and he's been an absolute dream to be with. He even treated me and Lola to dinner at Aiko, a fancy Japanese restaurant I wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. He seems to have turned things around, and I'm so grateful. I haven't seen Ryan a lot because he's been spending a lot of time with Olivia, but when he does come over, Aaron has been nice. I try to see the positives so Aaron doesn't get grumpy. It might be fun. Some of them are nice. I have the soft spot for Henry Turner, one of the sophomores on the hockey team. I was stressing over my corporate social responsibility essay in the library when he approached me, sporting a worried look. He introduced himself, explaining he was on the team and he'd heard what happened. He said he couldn't tell me too much, but he wanted to explain. Then he proceeded to tell me everything about everyone. Henry started with explaining that Nathan put an end to the prank traditions the minute he became captain. He promised there was nothing the team, including Nathan, could have done to prevent this disaster. Russ, the impregnator, or not impregnator, as it turns out, has a difficult home life, which he's managed to escape by working exceptionally hard to get a full-ride scholarship. Nathan knew that if people found out, Russ might lose his scholarship, and with his parents being unable to cover his tuition, he'd have no choice but to head back to the life he's worked so hard to get away from. Nathan didn't even trust his own team with the information. That's how protective he is of Russ, despite his indiscretions. Henry wanted me to know that Russ isn't some cocky trust fund kid. He's quiet and tries to keep out of trouble, and Henry can relate to that because he's the same. He didn't make any friends freshman year. Even though he's from Maple Hills, college was overwhelming for him. He hated dorms, but without friends to live with, he was going to have to stay on or move home. Nathan offered him a room in their house, even though a sophomore living with seniors is unheard of on their team. That was his basis for telling me how much of a good guy his captain is, and while I'm mad now, I should try to give him a chance. After telling me gossip about all the team members I don't know yet, he finished off his speech by telling me I was the most beautiful figure skater he'd ever seen. He quickly followed that by clarifying he meant my performance, not my appearance, and that when I'm not landing on my ass or looking like a baby giraffe, my performance is exceptional. And if I wasn't enamored with him enough, he bought me a coffee and helped me study. Brady claps her hands to get us all moving. I take a seat on the other side of the room to Aaron. He might be being friendly at the moment, but it doesn't mean I want to have him listening in on my conversations. I can do 5-minute conversations, right? That's only 2.5 minutes each. I can talk about myself for that long. It's going to be fine, I think. My first date takes a seat in front of me, immediately making me feel relaxed with a huge smile. His buzz cut is bleached blonde. The golden brown skin of his arms is covered in intricate black tattoos, which I can see because the second he sat down, he rolled up his sleeves and winked at me. His jawline is covered in short stubble, and he has a small silver nose ring. He looks like the type of guy you could get into heaps of trouble with, but in a good way. He holds out a hand for me to shake, which feels oddly formal.
Jaden Johal, but you can call me JJ.
This feels awkward, but I go for it anyway. Anastasia Allen. Stassi is fine too.
Oh, I'm more than aware of who you are. I make it my mission to know any woman that puts Nate Hawkins in his place. I'm a big fan.
I'm blushing. Great. Thanks, I think. Tell me about yourself. We've got to fill 5 minutes somehow. The room is filled with the sound of people chatting, which is a positive sign. JJ stretches out his legs, getting comfortable in his seat.
I'm 21. I'm a Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. I'm from Nebraska, which, if you've ever been to Nebraska, you'll know there is nothing to fucking do.
He rubs his palm against his face, pausing to think of what to say next.
I play defense. I'm going to San Jose Marlins when I graduate. I hate pickles. Faulkner said we weren't allowed to talk about sexual stuff, so I don't know what else to say.
Looking at the clock on my phone, we've covered 90 seconds. I'm 21. I'm from Seattle. I'm an only child. I work at Simone's rink. I've been figure skating since I was a kid, always pair skating, and I've been skating with Aaron since freshman year. I shift in my seat uncomfortably, wishing JJ was still talking about himself. Our goal is Team USA. We want to be at the next Olympics. Why is this so hard? I study business. You want to know my big three? He nods enthusiastically.
Obviously.
Virgo sun and rising, Cancer moon. He hisses and shakes his head immediately. What?
Cancer moon. Red flag.
From the triple Scorpio? Jaden holds up his hands defensively, widening his hazel eyes.
I'll have you know, we are incredibly misunderstood.
Looking at the clock again, we've got 1 minute left. 60 seconds. Anything else? He rubs his hands together in a way that makes me worried about what he's about to ask.
Would you rather have a fish head but your body, or would you rather have your head but a fish body?
At least 30 seconds pass where I stare at him, unable to formulate a response. He taps at the watch on his wrist.
Tick-tock, Stassi. Time's almost up.
I don't know.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Fish head with my body, I think. God, that's disgusting to visualize.
Great choice,
he praises, looking satisfied with my answer. Brady blows her whistle, indicating for everyone to switch. He winks at me again, and I'm definitely blushing.
I hope to see more of you soon.
Time flies as each guy sits at my table before moving on. 3 freshmen ask for my number. A guy called Bobby spent our 5 minutes talking about a girl instead of himself, and when a guy called Maddie realized we're on the same course, he spent 5 minutes asking me to explain our latest assignment and writing the answers on his phone. Robbie approaches my table when the whistle blows, and it's nice to see someone I kind of know.
Anastasia?
Robbie, fancy meeting you here. Lola and Robbie might be a thing. I'm not sure. She's not even sure. The second she found out we'd be team building together, I was given strict instructions to find out. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hoping you're going to spend the next 4 minutes and...
He looks at his watch.
28 seconds talking about your roommate.
She's gonna lose her mind when I get home. It's the easiest 4 minutes of my life. Lo is an open book. What you see is what you get. Talking about her to someone else is easy because she likes everything, and she's the most loving and supportive friend ever. I'm ashamed to say Joe and Chris are very funny and had me slapping my hand over my mouth to stop laughing, which is so annoying because I had no intention of adding other hockey players to my approved list. It was going to be Henry only forever. 10 minutes of laughing was well-timed because I'm in a good mood when Russ sits at my table.
It feels pointless describing hockey players at this point because the only word that ever comes to mind is big. Russ is no different, but the one thing that sets him apart from his friends is his baby face. Unlike the rest of the team, there is no stubble in sight. His eyes are big and soft, like a puppy. I've never noticed before, but I've also never seen him up close. He looks nervous as hell, too, and I think back to what Henry told me about him being a quiet guy. I'm Stassi. Russ, right? He nods, the tips of his ears reddening.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. Do you want to talk about yourself or something? I don't have anything interesting to tell you.
Oh, Russ, why did you have to be like a timid animal when I want to be mad at you? I launch into the same spiel I've given every other guy. He asks follow-up questions that keep me talking, and by the time the whistle goes and he's moving on, I still don't know anything about him.
It was nice to meet you,
he says gently as he leaves. The activity is nearly over, and I'm incredibly annoyed that it's sort of had the desired effect. It's hard to begrudge letting the guys share the rink after you've heard all about their aspirations and motivations. I mean, I said it's hard. It's not impossible. Through the process of elimination, I know I've only got 2 people left. My social battery is wavering, but I try to push through because I know it's worth it when Henry drops himself into the seat in front of me.
This is unnecessary, isn't it?
He mutters, placing his elbows on the table to rest his head in his hands.
Why do I need to know what someone's childhood pet is called or when their birthday is? The only person who cares about that information is a hacker. And I don't even like computers.
I'm in shock. During the few one-on-one encounters we've had, Henry was calm and so laid back he was practically horizontal. It appears Skinner has found the thing to get under his skin. Forced socialization.
Please don't tell me about your pets, Anastasia,
he begs, brushing his hand over his short auburn curls, sighing heavily.
I don't have the energy to pretend to care.
You want to sit in silence? You only have one more person after me. You can have a little pre-finale break.
That's a good idea. Thanks.
Henry shuts his eyes, and I have no choice but to just watch him have a micro-nap. I feel like a creep, but equally, what else am I supposed to do? He could go into modeling if hockey doesn't work out for him. Perfectly symmetrical face, smooth, glowy brown skin, the most defined cheekbones I've ever seen on a man. He's beautiful.
I can feel you staring at me. Can you stop?
I'm glad he keeps his eyes closed. That way he can't see the very aggressive shade of red my face turns. Brady's whistle blows, and Henry struts off with only a glance in my direction. There's only one person I haven't faced yet, and it's the one person I've been dreading. He takes forever, or what feels like forever at least, to take a seat. He's in a Maple Hills Titans t-shirt and gray sweats, and I hate myself for being a woman swayed by a man in gray sweatpants. Shit. No, there will be no swaying.
Hi,
he says cheerfully.
I'm Nathan Hawkins.
You're playing it like that, are you? He ignores my questions and quirks an eyebrow.
And you are?
Nathan, what are you doing? I ask, folding my arms and leaning back in my seat. He mirrors me, folding his own arms. To an outsider, we probably look like the least approachable table, which, to be fair, we might be.
We're starting over. Everyone loves a fresh start, right? Let's have one. You can't stay mad forever.
I was planning to stay mad longer than forever, so I feel like you're massively underestimating me. He starts laughing, and I don't know what to do with myself because my face is fighting to smile too. Damn it.
Your commitment to the cause is admirable, Allen,
he teases.
I already know you're a figure skater, you're studying business, and you're from Seattle. I've found out that you can be terrifying, but you can also be sweet. My eyebrows immediately shoot up, confused, so he clarifies. To Henry, not to me.
Henry has been nice to me. His face sinks a little, the charming facade slipping.
I want to be nice to you. Look, I'm sorry I lied to you. My hands were tied, and I had to put Russ first. I honestly do want to be your friend, Anastasia.
I know. I get it. You don't know me, can't trust me or whatever, and that's fine. I understand that. But I tried to share how I was feeling so you could see my side, and you immediately brushed it off as an overreaction. I feel naive sharing this, but I've had enough therapy in my life to know I should try to communicate my feelings. Well, when I'm not being petty. People keep telling me Nathan is a good guy, so I'm giving him the opportunity to be one.
I can see why that would make you want to stay away from me.
His hand sinks into his hair, tugging with what looks like annoyance at himself.
I'm sorry. It's not okay that I did that. Can we start again?
Brady's whistle blows for the final time, but he doesn't move. He waits for me to answer, his brown eyes practically staring into my freaking soul. You're on probation. Heat creeps back to my cheeks when he gives me the brightest smile.
I'm gonna nail it.
You better. Shit, shit, shit.
8. Nathan. Robbie was right. Party planning is hard. However, dealing with him has been the hardest part today. We had an arrangement that Joe and Maddie were going to keep him busy all day, while the rest of us waited for everything to be delivered and set up. It was the perfect plan, until Robbie decided he needed to stay home for the delivery of something he'd ordered. Me staying home wasn't enough. He had to stay home himself. After Joe, Robbie is the smartest guy I know, which is how I know he 100% was doing it to stress us all out. Eventually, he went with the guys. And 30 seconds later, the delivery driver pulled up with the tables. The delivery Robbie was supposedly expecting never arrived. Prick. Every time I think I know everything there is to know about my friends, we do something like try to turn the house into a casino, and I learn how annoying they all truly are. The house looks fantastic. I haven't spared an expense, and I don't regret it one bit. As much as he irritates the hell out of me, Robbie deserves it. The smartest decision I made was to hire a fully stocked and manned bar. They set up on the decking outside of the French doors from the kitchen, and it looks amazing. Bobby and Chris had a great time naming the cocktails, and I think when Robbie hears someone order the Jersey Chaser or the Judge Judy, he's going to be happy. We've all collectively agreed to not explain the Judge Judy's origin. It's more fun to let people guess, but the real answer is, when Robbie was in the hospital after his accident, all he watched for weeks was Judge Judy. Now when he's hungover, he lies on the couch in the living room and watches his favorite show. Nobody is allowed to talk during it, and nobody is ever allowed to disagree with her decision. Henry didn't realize what was happening when he first moved in with us, and I'm not sure he does now, but he knows to stay quiet like the rest of us. We look hot, JJ praises, looking at each of us in our tuxedos. The guys are due back right before the party starts, so they will have time for a shower and to change into their tuxes. We all wanted to be ready to give the full Vegas effect when Robbie gets back. Do you think Lola and Anastasia will come? Henry asks, fiddling with his bow tie. I hope so, buddy. Robbie wants Lola here, and I don't want to let him down on his birthday. Nothing to do with you wanting to kiss and make up with Stas, then? Bobby laughs. My eyebrow raises. Since when was she Stas? We're friends now. Icebreaker shit worked. I like her. Oh, great. Luckily, the guys get back, and shortly after, the party is in full swing, which doesn't give me time to dwell on my friends being so-called friends with Anastasia. Making this party invite-only was one of my smarter ideas. To start with, you would never mutter the words free bar on this campus unless you wanted to be bankrupted. Second, it meant I could stick Tim, one of the rookies, on the door with a guest list. Now I don't need to worry about troublemakers getting in and ruining things. Tim's success as gatekeeper is heavily reliant on him being next to the front door, so the fact I can see him striding across the den with his clipboard doesn't give me much hope about security. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Cap. Sorta. Those girls you told me to watch out for arrived. Lola Mitchell and Anastasia Allen. Thank God. Right, what's the problem? Well, I told them to come find you like you told me to and spit it out, Tim. Lola, well, she told me to tell you if you want to give her orders, you should put her on the goddamn team. Message received. Where are they now? The bar, Cap. Sending Tim back off to his post, I keep an eye on the doors to the backyard while I carry on with my game of poker. The house is full of people crowding around various game tables, drinking, laughing. I tried hard to make sure nothing looked tacky, even when JJ tried to convince me to hire an Elvis impersonator who can do weddings. Me accidentally ending up married to JJ felt like too much of a risk, so I put my foot down and said no. I haven't seen them come back inside, and it's been over an hour. When I finally make my way to the bar, Henry, Robbie, and Jaden have already beaten me to finding the girls. You look very nice today. Not at all like a baby giraffe, I hear Henry saying to Stassi as I approach the five of them. JJ begins to choke on his drink, but she doesn't seem to mind being compared to a giant wobbly animal. Do you feel better now you can't spoil the surprise? She asks, eyes flicking over to me as I stop beside him, then back to Henry. I feel like everyone except Robbie knows how worried Henry has been and has been rooting for him. I feel much better. Thank you. Now I'm up close, I can see how fucking breathtaking she looks. Hair in perfect curls down her back, silk navy blue dress cut low at the front and back with a split all the way up to the top of her thigh. But above all else, she's grinning ear to ear. Happiness is practically radiating off her as she chats away with my friends. I can't help but watch her with a goofy smile on my face, and I know she must notice it because every now and again her eyes float over to me, but I'm too scared to say anything and ruin this moment. Looking at her makes me want to be the funniest guy in the room, so I can be the one to make her laugh. But I'm going to have to settle for her not scowling at me for now. This whole thing was about getting Lola here for Robbie, and I've achieved it. She's pulled up a chair beside him, and they're whispering away together in their own little world. I'm happy for him, albeit a little jealous. Anastasia rubs her hands up and down her arms, and I quickly realize for someone wearing not that much, it's cold out here. Here, I say, shrugging off my tuxedo jacket. Take this. Her mouth opens, and I recognize that look. I have a fight coming my way, but to my surprise, she closes it, accepting my offer. She drapes it over her shoulders and tightens it across her front. Thank you, Nathan. Let's get a drink, Hen, JJ says, patting him on the back. But I have a drink, and so do you. JJ sighs, dragging Henry toward the nearest server, muttering something about discretion. I've never been nervous to talk to a woman before. I know I need to try hard with Anastasia if we're ever going to be friends. I can't stomach the next few weeks or months with the weird tension between us. Especially now all my teammates are making progress with her. Plus, she said I'm on probation, so I've got to try something. You look beautiful. Weak start, Hawkins. Are you having a good time? Yeah, I am. It's a shame you had to be the one to throw it. Having to give you credit is my only criticism. Her words seem harsher than they actually are. They're defiant, but what they don't show is the way her eyes are fucking gleaming, and the way her teeth sink into her lip while she waits for me to respond. God bless, patron. I thought we had a truce. I'm on probation. You're supposed to be being nice. I chuckle, watching her try not to laugh. This is me being nice. This is your version of nice? You fucking suck at it, Allen. I said you were on probation, not me. I tut playfully. I'm going to teach you how to be nice. I'm sure there are plenty of things you can teach me, Nathan, but being nice isn't one of them. I'm a delight. I think delight might be a stretch. She smiles, a real one that lightens up her whole face, and I finally feel like I'm getting somewhere. What things would you like me to teach you? She nods toward the house. How about we start with poker? Before I can respond, Henry reappears, now carrying a drink in each hand. I'm up for poker. Great. I force a smile, trying not to outwardly grimace at the interruption. Let's set up a table. Everyone settles around a table in the den, and cards are dealt. In record time, it takes roughly 20 minutes for the birthday boy to ditch us, not alone, obviously. I'm grateful because it means he misses Anastasia hustling me out of $200. Teach her how to play poker, my ass. I'll add actress to her list of skills because I truly believed she'd never played before. She called the club a clover, for fuck's sake. She was very convincing. Well, up until she put down her cards and wiped the floor with me. Where are you going? I ask Stassi as she stands from the table. To use the bathroom. I'll be back. Standing too, I give my chips to Bobby. The line will be huge. You can use mine. Come on. She accepts my outstretched hand without hesitation, and this all feels familiar. I'm hoping this night ends with us being friends, though, instead of how it ended a few weeks ago. Apparently, I didn't learn my lesson last time, and now I have Anastasia's ass in my face again as we walk up the stairs. The stilettos she's somehow managing to walk in are huge, so she navigated my hands to the curve of her waist to help her get up the steps safely. The silk of her dress is soft under my fingers, her body warm. Every step she takes, her hair swishes in front of me, and the strong honey and strawberry smell of her shampoo invades my nose. There are worse problems to have. Reaching my room, finally, I punch in the code and usher her through the door. In a way, it's nice to have her alone to hopefully talk with her. The guys are like golden retriever puppies, all fighting for her attention. It must get exhausting for her. It's exhausting to watch. Plus, it fucking sucks for me because I'm definitely runt of the litter as far as she's concerned. Stopping in her tracks when she exits the bathroom and spots me sitting on the bed, her hands go to her hips. I wasn't going to snoop. I thought you might want some peace and quiet from your fans. Her shoulders drop, her body relaxing. I like them all, but social settings sometimes drain me. I get it. There are a lot. You get used to it, though, and if you don't, I can always help you escape them. What if I'm trying to escape you? You definitely don't need my help. You're on, like, expert level now or something. She laughs, and my God, that noise. I've never enjoyed making someone laugh the way I do her. It's because she makes me work for every laugh and smile. The competitive side of me buzzes when I manage it. Taking a seat at my desk, she tells me about shows she did when she was younger and how draining it was being surrounded by hundreds of other overexcited kids. I sit and listen to her, nodding and laughing, freaking mesmerized at her confidence and her commitment, how she views things and explains them. When she's done, even she looks like she doesn't know where that came from. She concentrates on the contents of my desk, prodding at a textbook about God knows what. I don't mind if you snoop, you know. You didn't check everything last time. I don't need to snoop. I know everything I need to know about you. I can't stop the sigh that escapes me when she stands from her seat and walks toward the bedroom door. Her hand reaches for the handle, and I instinctively lean forward, gripping her arm lightly. Spinning to face me, her back presses into the door. Are you ever going to forgive me? I told you. You're on probation. Raking a hand through my hair, the groan that slips out is pure frustration. That isn't a yes. Do I need to get on my knees and beg you, Anastasia? Is that what you want? She shakes her head and laughs. The only time I ever want to see a grown man on his knees in front of me, Nate, is when his face is between my legs. So no, I don't want you to beg me. Oh, fuck. Standing from the bed, I immediately watch her change. Her breathing deepens, thighs squeeze together, tongue pokes out to wet her lips. I can't help but smirk because I've just realized the attraction might not be as one-sided as I thought it was. You don't hate me like you pretend you do you? If you want me on my knees, Anastasia, we can make that happen. My hands press against the door on either side of her head. I lean down so we're eye level, her ocean blue eyes now dark. By the way she gulps, I suspect if I pressed my mouth to her neck, I'd feel her pulse hammering erratically against my lips. I'm not pretending. You are. Watching her fight herself is the hottest thing. Even if she sticks to her guns, I'll be leaving this room a happy man. Leaning forward, I let my mouth linger near the shell of her ear, my breath tickling her neck. Ask me nicely. Let me show you how much I like it when you're nice. Why would I do that when I don't like you? Her words are strong, but her delivery is strained and wispy, giving her away. You don't have to like me to scream my name, Anastasia. I lightly trace her jawline with my nose, enjoying the way her breathing hitches. I could give you a map to my G-spot, and you still wouldn't be able to get me off, Hawkins. I don't need a map. You do. My mouth is millimeters from hers, and I'm not going to be the one to make the first move. I don't need to be. If she wants me, she's about to show me. The idea I'd need a map to get her off is laughable. Her thinking I wouldn't spend every moment learning her body better than my own is also laughable. The thing I like about her is she's competitive, but I'm competitive too. I always have been. It's how I've gotten so good at winning, and right now we're competing to see who can hold out the longest. Lowering my voice to a whisper, I give her one last chance. Let's test that theory, shall we?
9. Anastasia. There is a real chance I could spontaneously burst into flames at any moment. Nate's voice is barely above a whisper as he suggests testing his theory, but I feel every syllable all over my skin as goosebumps spread down my neck and across my chest. I have been betrayed by my body from the second he put his hands on both sides of my head and leaned in. He's barely touched me, and yet I'm ready to melt into a puddle at his feet. I don't know whether it's the proximity, the sheer adrenaline, or the tequila, but every rational thought disappears, and I crush my mouth against his. He wastes no time sinking his hand into the hair at the nape of my neck, gripping tightly. His free hand slips around my body and palms my ass, making me moan into his mouth. Nate is everywhere at once. All I can do is hold on to him and take it, and when his mouth travels down my neck, sucking and nipping, I'm practically panting. I didn't think this would happen when I followed him up here, I swear. He just looks so good in his tux, and watching him nervously check the party is going well all night has been sort of endearing. And he's hot as fuck. Have I said that before? All dark hair, dark eyes, and muscles upon muscles upon muscles. He sinks to his knees in front of me, tugging at his bow tie and undoing the top button of his shirt. With messy hair from where I've held onto it and flushed cheeks, he looks up at me. His hands run from my ankle to my knee, then back down again. And yep, still close to melting territory.
You sure?
Do you have a pen and paper for me to draw you a map? I'm making jokes. Why am I making jokes? Why do I find how unimpressed with me he looks right now so funny and hot?
I don't joke about consent, Anastasia,
he says softly, leaning forward to kiss the inside of my knee. I'm sure. I don't know why I'm sure. I'm sure I shouldn't be sure. I shouldn't like how he looks, hooking my leg over his shoulder. I'm definitely sure I shouldn't be enjoying his tongue running up the inside of my thigh. He pulls the material of the dress to the side, and when I put on this dress earlier, this is not how I saw the evening turning out. I hear a groan of approval when his mouth gets closer to the apex of my thighs, and he realizes I'm not wearing any panties. The anticipation is killing me. I know he's doing it on purpose, getting closer and closer, but not doing anything meaningful. I'm about to open my mouth to tell him to hurry up when his tongue runs between my folds, circling my clit slowly.
A loud, desperate moan echoes around the room. I don't even realize the noise came from me until I feel his shoulders move because the jackass laughs. Fingers tickle up the back of my thighs until they can't go any farther. His huge hands sink into my ass. Squeezing at the same time, he sucks my clit into his mouth in a way that makes me feel like I'm floating. I'm a wreck. A writhing, moaning, shaking wreck. Shit. I don't even need to be looking at his face to realize how arrogant he is right now. Not that I could. It's buried pretty deep between my thighs. Sinking my hands into his hair for something to hold on to, a satisfied groan rumbles in his throat, and the butterflies in my stomach freaking multiply. I want to say something smart, sass him in some way, not give him the satisfaction of knowing he's turned me into a whimpering mess in a matter of minutes. Back, arching away from the door, eyes rolling to the back of my head, hair-pulling mess. One of his hands moves from my ass cheeks, and when I look down, a pair of brown eyes are staring back at me. They stay, burning into me, watching me closely as two of his fingers slide into me, finding my G-spot in 2.5 seconds. It's game over. His pace increases as he pumps his fingers in and out of me, perfectly coordinated with his tongue, and if he wasn't holding up my entire body with his mouth, I'd have toppled over by now. The feeling keeps building. Hands tug harder at his hair as I cry out, stiletto heel digging into the hard muscles of his back as I desperately try to move my hips to ride his fingers. "Nathan," I whimper. I'm wound so impossibly tight I can't breathe. "Nathan, I'm going to I don't even get the words out, as every part of me spasms, and I scream, everything tingling and throbbing as I tighten around him, bucking and thrashing, pleasure and heat flooding my entire body. Removing his fingers and mouth, he leans back so he can look up at me properly, wearing the smuggest expression I've ever seen as he sucks his fingers into his mouth, not once breaking eye contact. Oh, fuck. It's been days since the party, and every day I learn something new about myself. A disaster will do that to a person. The first thing I learned was I'm good at running in heels. I found that one out when I sprinted from Nate's room. I've learned I'm not good at keeping a low profile, even when I'm actively trying to avoid someone. I've also learned I'd be a terrible criminal. I'd end up getting caught. I'm too jumpy and paranoid, which is why my instinct is to immediately panic when I wake up to the sound of heavy banging on my bedroom door. Ryan's arm tightens around my waist, head burrowing deeper into my neck, his deep groan of annoyance vibrating against my skin. "Make it stop." There is only one person in this house who is confident enough to slam their fist against someone else's door this early in the morning. "What do you want, Lola? Are you two fucking or can I come in?" Ryan and I didn't even hook up last night. We watched a movie and fell asleep. We agreed the benefits aspect of our friendship was over now that he's looking to ask Olivia to be exclusive with him. I don't feel sad about it because I always knew it had come to an end. I'm happy I managed to gain a best friend out of what's been an amazing situation. Ryan untangles our bodies and rolls onto his back with a huff. "If we were fucking, you just killed the mood." "Okay, I'm coming in. Put your dick away, Rothwell." Carrying 2 boxes on her hip, Lola bursts through the door and throws herself onto the bed. She shields her eyes dramatically when she gets a look at Ryan's exposed chest. He looks at me in disbelief, tugging the duvet up to cover himself. Hooking up or not, I'd have a picture of Ryan's body as my bedroom wallpaper if I could. Lola is ridiculous. "How is my favorite not couple this morning?" she asks cheerfully, throwing one of the boxes at me. "We have presents!" Ryan yawns, ensuring to keep his body covered as he stretches.
"Better if you'd woken me up with breakfast instead of a headache."
Lola making breakfast is Ryan's favorite thing about staying over. Charming, isn't it? Lo tuts. "Nobody likes a drama queen, Rothwell." "Who are the presents from?" I ask, examining my surname on the box in big letters. "Nate." She taps away on her phone, the signature video call sound starting. "We have to open them on a video call." "Video call? Lo, wait."
"Good morning,"
Robbie says.
"You're beautiful in the morning."
"She's got an audience," I grumble before the phone sex starts.
"So have I,"
he says back. Lola turns around so her back is to me and Ryan. She holds her phone up and manages to get the three of us in the shot. Robbie does the same thing, showing he has Nate and JJ on either side of him, eating what looks like cereal. JJ looks up from his bowl to the camera and chokes. Nathan looks up too. His expression is blank. Robbie ignores him and talks louder over the noise.
"Open your presents now."
"Here, Rothwell," Lo says, turning back around and leaning to hand Ryan the phone. "Make yourself useful and be the cameraman." Finally, after what feels like hours since Lo crashed her way in, I rip the box open. I feel weird opening what is supposed to be a gift from Nathan while sitting in bed with Ryan. I have no reason to feel weird, but I do. Oh, wait. It might be because I've been avoiding Nate since he gave me the best head of my life 5 days ago, and the first time he sees me afterward, I'm in bed with someone else. Maybe that's it. Dipping my hands into the box, I pull out its contents. A Titans hockey jersey. Lo squeals excitedly, holding up her matching one. Mitchell is printed on the back, and when I flip mine over, Allen is staring back at me in big white letters. "Thanks, Nate."
"I was told this is all it takes to make you two listen to me. Welcome to the team."
The poor rookie on door duty at Robbie's party obviously reported Lola's message.
"Put them on,"
Ryan says from behind the camera.
"I can't believe I'm in bed with 2 hockey stars. I feel so lucky." "Could have made it 3 if you'd given me the heads up,"
JJ says with a snort.
"Shut up, dipshit. That's my girl you're talking about."
Lo winks at me right before pulling the jersey over her head. We have both read enough romance novels and watched enough bad romance movies to know we love a she's mine type of man. I love it.
"We gotta go to practice. I'll speak to you later, yeah?"
"Sure. Bye." "Bye, guys," Ryan and I add. Just before Ryan disconnects the call, we hear Henry.
"Is that Anastasia? I thought she was avoiding you, Nathan."
I managed to not react to Henry's words, other than one long, loud, internal scream, but it doesn't stop 2 pairs of eyes burning into me. It was funny when Lola and Ryan both started intensely staring at me, but now, minutes later, it's a little sinister. "What aren't you telling me?" Lo says in her most serious voice. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas is supposed to be a real thing. I know technically it was a Vegas party in Maple Hills, but the rules should still apply. I should be allowed to be a little irresponsible and a little slutty and not have to share with my friends. Unfortunately for me, the secret keepers of Vegas haven't met Lola. Tell us, or I'm calling him back to ask. I sink into the bed, pulling the duvet up over my head so I don't have to look at anyone.
"He went down at me at Robbie's birthday party and I ran off."
"Huh?" they both say in unison. I huff and cling on as Ryan tries to tug the duvet back down. He's stronger than me, so I eventually give up. He went down on me at Robbie's birthday party, blah, blah, blah. I ignore their gasps. Lola's genuine, and Ryan's pretend one to play along with her dramatics. It was an accident, a moment of weakness, and I've been avoiding him. You are not going to blah, blah, blah me. It's been almost a week, she screeches, arms flailing around dramatically. She turns her attention to Ryan. Did you know about this?
No, I was on a date with Liv on Saturday, so I couldn't make the party, he says, completely missing the way her face twists when he mentions Olivia. I'm interested to know how people accidentally have oral sex, though, Stas. Share with the group.
You're a dick, I groan, hitting him in the chest with a pillow. I was using his bathroom. He was trying to get me to admit I wanted to be friends, asked if he needed to get on his knees and beg. Classic, Lowell says, rolling her eyes. Said I was only pretending to hate him. Yeah, this sounds like the start of any good hookup, she says sarcastically, scrunching her nose up with annoyance. Get to the good bit. Well, when he asked if he needed to get on his knees, I was honest. I said the only time I want to see a man on his knees is if his head is between my legs. Lola can't breathe. She's laughing so hard, and Ryan is nearly as bad. I'm surprised Aaron hasn't shown up because that would be perfect. You guys are annoying, I mutter, hitting them both again with a pillow. Anyway, he took it as an invitation. Said, ask me nicely, and was all, I don't joke about consent, Anastasia. Super sexy and brooding, and yeah, practically ruined my vocal cords screaming.
Took it as an invitation?
Ryan repeats back, jaw slack.
Stas, you practically told him you wanted to ride his face.
I did not! I definitely did not. I was simply making a point that I don't see anything good in a man begging at my feet. I'm not sure how it became so misconstrued in conversation. If anything, I blame Ryan for this situation. If he had been there when Lo disappeared off with Robbie, I'd have had someone to make sure I didn't do reckless things with reckless, hot hockey players.
Anastasia.
He takes my face between his hands and turns my head so I'm only looking at him, not Lola, who is wiping away tears.
If a woman is telling me the only time she wants me on my knees is when my face is in between her legs, respectfully, I'm making a move. I'd have kissed you too.
Well, technically, I mumble, shaking my face free. If you want to get into the specifics, I kissed him. You little slut, Lola says in delight. I can't believe you weren't going to tell us. Her eyes flick to Ryan, nose scrunching again. Well, me. You two are weird. I don't know what you share, but I can't believe you weren't going to tell me. It's not happening again, Lols, so calm down. Ryan groans beside me and drags his hand down his face.
Stas, you know I love you, but you've got to stop being so fucking stubborn. Hawkins is a good guy. Fuck him, don't fuck him, but since when do you avoid people you hook up with?
You should definitely fuck him, Lo says, far more enthusiastically than I'd like.
I agree. You probably should at least once, Stas. For science.
The performing arts major and the English literature major, the two least STEM people I know, both look at me, synchronized nodding and talking.
For science.
10. Nathan. Have you ever seen a woman sprint in stilettos? I have. Last week, I hadn't even gotten off my knees before Anastasia's hand was straightening her dress and reaching for the door handle. She gave me one last look, post-orgasm glow warming her cheeks, then she got the fuck out of there like Roadrunner. She was moving so quickly, I'm surprised there wasn't smoke behind her. All I could do was let her leave, otherwise I'd have been stepping out with a throbbing boner into a house full to the brim with people. Did I know that was what was going to happen when I took her upstairs? No. The best-case scenario was she'd think I was looking out for her. Maybe she'd agree to finally be friends. Did I think there was a chance that she'd end up crying my name and I'd be sucking the taste of her off my fingers? I don't think any normal man would under the circumstances. Is that memory on repeat in my head every time I jerk off? Obviously. She clearly regrets it, since every time she sees me, she darts off in the opposite direction. I thought at first it might be embarrassment, but after seeing her in bed with Rothwell yesterday, I'm back to believing the interest is one-sided. I thought maybe she was dating Rothwell, like Henry seems to think she is. Maybe I was a mistake, a moment of weakness, but I had to stop because I was making myself feel ill. I hate cheaters, and my gut was telling me that wasn't the case with her. I felt immediately better when I spotted Ryan looking close with Liv Abbott. I don't know what type of relationship Stas and Ryan have, but whatever it is, they're clearly not exclusive. I've decided today is the day we're going to talk it out. She's good at communicating her feelings. She's proved that a few times. She's obviously not good at facing men whose faces she's come on. The plan is to catch her straight after training, since she trains with Shithead before us on a Friday. JJ is furious we're not going to have time to stop for Duncan, mumbling something about his constitutional rights. I promised to buy him 2 donuts next week, and it seemed to placate him. He's excited to ambush, his words, not mine, Stasi with me, and watch me get shot down. Bold of him to assume that I'll get close enough to be shot down. Focusing on how to win over Anastasia has been enough of a distraction to not wonder why my dad has been blowing up my phone for 3 days and is currently showing no signs of slowing down. Assuming he's calling about the significant dent in my available funds after paying for Robbie's party, I don't want to speak to him anyway. I'm sure a guy with a normal dad would assume it's a good luck call, since our first game of the season is tomorrow. But sadly, my dad isn't normal. Mr. H has been more of a dad to me than mine, and having the Hamlets in town for Robbie's birthday has been great. Great for me, maybe not great for Lola, who had an impromptu meeting with them on Sunday morning while only wearing Robbie's t-shirt. Mrs. H looked like she was going to combust with happiness, while Mr. H gave Robbie a double thumbs up. Lo looked like a deer caught in headlights, and Robbie was just as bad. JJ had a look on his face that I've never seen before. He looked like it was the best moment of his life, and that only increased when Henry asked Lola loudly if she regretted not putting on pants. Having the Hamlets here reminds me of home, but the good memories, the ones before Mom died. Talking out strategies with them reminds me why I love hockey, and now I'm pumped for the start of this season. I know I've said it before, but I mean it this time. This year is going to be different. I always know shit is going down when my phone incessantly buzzes. Ignoring Professor Jones's painfully boring recap on macronutrient metabolism, I pull my phone from my pocket. Puck Bunnies. Robbie Hamlet. I'm dead. Bobby Hughes. Weird way to announce it, but go off. Chris Hudson. Can I have your room? Joe Carter. Can I have Lola's number? Robbie Hamlet. Shut the fuck up, Carter. Nate Hawkins. R.I.P. Robbie Hamlet. Here he is, man of the hour. Nate Hawkins. WTF are you on? Robbie Hamlet. Did you know Stassi, Summer, and Kitty all live in the same building? Nate Hawkins. You're fucking joking. Robbie Hamlet. Wouldn't joke about something as funny as this. Jaden Johal. Maple Tower? Shit, I might move. Henry Turner. I don't get what the problem is. Chris Hudson. They're neighbors, Hen. Henry Turner. Yeah, but none of them want to fuck him anyway, so why is it a problem? Henry Turner. It's not like he's going to be invited over. Maddie Lou. Shots fired. Chris Hudson. I just know Hawkins is so tired, RN. Joe Carter. Tired of waiting for Turner to say it was a joke, LMAO. Jaden Johal. Can anyone else hear crying? Nate Hawkins. Switching to basketball, bunch of pricks. Henry Turner. Might have a better chance with Stassi if you switch. Nate Hawkins. And why's that? Henry Turner. She definitely has sex with Ryan Rothwell. Henry Turner. Maybe basketball players are her type. Nate Hawkins. You don't know that. Henry Turner. I do. She told me. Nate Hawkins. And why the fuck would she tell you that? Henry Turner. Because I asked? Jaden Johal. Not to tip you over the edge, Cap, but Rothwell has definitely fucked Summer, too. Nate Hawkins has left Puck Bunnies. Joe Carter has added Nate Hawkins to Puck Bunnies. Nate Hawkins has left Puck Bunnies. Maddie Lou has added Nate Hawkins to Puck Bunnies. Nate Hawkins. Dicks. I've always liked Ryan Rothwell, until now. I make the strategic but easy decision to put my phone back in my pocket and try to concentrate on learning something, or at least learn something not about Ryan Rothwell and where he's sticking his Anyway, actually concentrating seems to help the class go by quickly, but I wish I'd stayed behind as soon as I spot JJ. From the minute I meet him outside his lab to when I pull up outside the rink, he's been laughing at me. Thankfully, though, he opts to let me fail in private and promises to wait in the car until the rest of the guys get here. Claire DeLune is blasting over the arena speakers when I walk through the double doors. There are other skaters hanging about, but only one pair on the ice, which means I'm here at the right time. Dropping my hockey bag on the benches, I make my way to the edge of the rink, giving Brady a polite hello when she spots me and scowls. I've never seen Anastasia skate before. Usually one of us is arriving as the other is leaving, so I don't ever get to see her at work, but today I'm 20 minutes early. She's fucking mesmerizing. I've been on the ice since before I can remember, and I've never ever moved the way she is moving right now. She doesn't even look like she's skating. She looks like she's floating. I can't take my eyes off her. Her arms reach out toward Shithead. They're not even looking at each other, but they still connect perfectly. Before I know what's happening, she's up in the air, resting on one of his hands, spinning, gripping the blade of her skate to hold her leg above her head. I think he's about to drop her as he quickly lowers her, but somehow she's spinning through the air, a combination of limbs that I can't even keep track of. I wipe the sweat from my brow when her skates are back on the ice and let go of the breath I didn't even know I was holding. The pair pick up speed, flying across the rink flawlessly. I can tell something is about to happen by the way Brady's posture changes. Her fingers grip the boards and she holds her breath. Stas and Aaron are moving in perfect rhythm, both turning to travel backward. They hit the toe of their boot against the ice, spinning at a speed my brain can't even register. My eyes don't even realize what's happening as Aaron lands, his leg flying out gracefully to finish the move, and Anastasia's body skids across the ice, slamming harshly into the board on the other side of the rink. Fuck. I've been slammed into more boards than I can remember, but that's when head to toe in hockey equipment. She's in leggings and a long-sleeved sports crop top, doing nothing to protect her, even if she hadn't hit it with force. The music abruptly stops as Aaron pulls her to her feet, checking every inch of her in a frenzy, looking at the crown of her head as she points to it. She pushes him off as he tries to scoop her up, instead accepting his hand, letting him guide her as they skate toward where Brady and I are standing. I feel like I should make myself scarce, but my heart is about to fall out of my ass. I need to hear her say she's all right, even if it's not to me. The short journey across the ice feels like a fucking lifetime. They eventually reach the side, and she looks at me, but it's almost like she doesn't realize it's me, because there isn't any emotion on her face, not even disgust. She must be properly injured if she isn't even annoyed by my existence. Fuck. Brady grips her face. It's almost protective, like a mother, in a way, tilting it every which direction until she's satisfied. It's coming out, Anastasia. You'll do the triple. What? She squeaks, genuinely looking confused. It's fine. Give me a minute, we'll go again. I'll land it. You know I can land it. Anastasia, I've just watched you violently slam into a solid structure. This isn't up for discussion. Stassi looks to Aaron, her jaw slack, tears beginning to line her eyes. He wraps his arm around her shoulder, tugging her body to his as she begins to sob. Triple is hard, Stas. There's no shame in dropping the quad. So many people can't even do the triple, and yours are perfect. Her entire body is shaking as she brings her hands to her eyes to wipe away the tears, wincing as she raises her left arm, the side of her body that took the impact. But I can do the quad. I've been working toward the quad for so long. I need to go again. I didn't take off right. I can fix it. Her eyes land back on me as she wipes the falling tears on her sleeve. I try to give her a comforting smile, but it sinks into horror as a dark red stream of blood escapes from her hairline and runs down her temple. It's like we all see it at the exact same moment. Erin pulls her to the exit between where Brady and I are standing. We all lunge for her at once, confusion on our face intensifying as the three of us inspect her. "Coach, I'm a trained first aider," I say quickly. "She needs to go to the hospital, but the open wound needs cleaning and wrapping before she goes anywhere." Brady's lips are pinched into a hard, concerned line, but she gives me a tight nod. "Stas," I say softly, "I'm going to pick you up and carry you to the first aid room, okay?" "Why are you talking to me like I'm a child?" Erin snorts beside her and wipes his hand down his face, looking at the ceiling in a mixture of amusement and despair. The guy is a jackass, but there's no denying right now that he does care about her. He looks worried sick, and he's not even fighting me about checking her over. "I'm glad that bump to the head didn't get rid of your charming personality," I say playfully. "I'm going to carry you because you haven't got guards on. Plus, I'm scared if you walk and you collapse, when I catch you, I'm going to hurt you where that big-ass bruise is going to be. Can I pick you up?" She grumbles expletives under her breath and gives me a half-hearted nod paired with an eye roll. "I'm heavy," she mutters as my arms scoop under her legs and around her waist. We leave Brady and Shithead behind us as I start the walk toward the locker rooms where the first aid room is. "Shut up, Anastasia. You're not even half my warm-up weight." She wiggles in my arms, and I realize she's trying to elbow me in the ribs. I'm too preoccupied trying to open the door with my ass to be worried about her being annoyed. Setting her on the medical bed, I take a step back, and as soon as our bodies are apart, she punches me straight in the arm. "You can't tell me to shut up. I'm injured." "I'm fucking injured now," I moan, gripping my bicep. "Jesus Christ, who taught you how to throw a punch?" "Lola's dad. He teaches boxing." I collect the supplies I need from the cupboard, saline solution, gauze, and an ice pack, enough until she goes to the hospital. I wash my hands thoroughly, dry them, and reach for some gloves. "You're not allergic to latex, are you?" Her eyes narrow, lips pulling into a tight line. "No, Nathan, I'm not allergic to latex." Suppressing a snort, I brush off the obvious latex connotations that have her glaring at me. "Glad to hear it. We don't want to add a swollen face to your list of injuries." I think I get a smile, but I might have imagined it. I start on the semi-dried blood on her face, cleaning the area thoroughly while working into her hairline. I must reach the cut because she winces and her hand shoots out to grip my sweatshirt. "I'm sorry," I coo, trying to work as quickly and light-handed as possible. The blood is soaked into her hair, and every time I dab, the gauze picks up more. Her hand is still gripping me, foot moving up and down in the air, and it's clear she doesn't like being tended to like this. I need to distract her, but I can't think of anything to say that won't make her remember she's avoiding me. "You're a phenomenal skater, Stas. I couldn't stop watching you." "Until I bowling balled across the rink and tried to take down a board with my body, you mean?" Her eyes look up to meet mine, a 100% confirmed smile on her face, definitely not imagining this one. "Yeah, until the human bowling bit, you were breathtaking." "Thanks," she mutters, looking back at her hands. "Why are you here so early?" I round up the used gauzes, now her wound is as clean as I can get it, and throw them into the medical waste bin. I don't know how to answer her question without ruining this nice, semi-normal moment we're having right now. "I wanted to see you. You've been avoiding me, and I wanted to check you were okay. Can you raise your left arm for me? That's the side that took the impact, right?" "Right," she repeats back, ignoring everything else I said. She grimaces slightly, but overall the movement is fine. Nothing's broken, from what I can tell. I strap the ice pack to her shoulder, where the majority of the inflammation is, and give her one last look over. "Ice pack for no more than 10-minute intervals, okay? You feel dizzy?" She shakes her head. "Sick, headache, dazed, and/or confused?" She shakes her head again, this time with a skeptical eyebrow raised. I reach down to unlace her skates, pulling each one off her feet and placing them behind her. "I want you to go to the hospital. They need to check you over to be on the safe side, and you need to rest this weekend." She snorts loudly, hand flying to her mouth to smother it. "Sorry, that was rude. It's just that I'm competing tomorrow. I can't rest." "Anastasia." "It'll be fine. Are you done, Dr. Hawkins?" she says, releasing me and attempting to jump down from the bed. My hands instinctively grip her hips to keep her in place, but I let her go like she's made of lava. Her eyes meet mine, something uncertain swimming in them. Nate, The door opens behind us and Shithead walks in, carrying a pink gym bag. Like I didn't already have enough of a reason to want to strangle him. He places her bag behind her, handing her some sneakers, which she pulls on. He examines her head like he's got a clue what he's looking at. Dick. I think he studies history or something. For Stassi's sake, I temporarily put our differences aside and be polite. Can you take her to the hospital? Nodding and mumbling an uninterested he doesn't bother to look at me as he reaches into her bag again, pulling out a UCMH sweatshirt for her. Don't let her fall asleep before the hospital, and you need to tell Lola to check on her when she's sleeping later. I'll check on her, he says nonchalantly, throwing her skates into the bag and zipping it shut. No, I mean at night when she goes to bed. Yeah, he says, drawing out the word like I'm not understanding him. I'll check on her. You know we live together, right? My bedroom is just as close to hers as Lo's is. What the fucking fuck? Okay. I try to keep any sign of shock out of my voice. Feel better, Stas. Good luck tomorrow, guys. You too, Shithead says back. Weird. Anastasia looks over her shoulder and takes me in one last time before she leaves. When I've cleaned up the room and headed out to where the guys are waiting, they've clearly heard what happened and are all giving me fake sympathetic looks. Poor girl would rather give herself a concussion than speak to you, Hawkins. That's rough, buddy, Robbie says, earning a chorus of snickers from the rest of the team. Hey, funny guy, I bite back. Did you know your girl's dad is a boxer? His face pales. Please tell me you're joking. Oh, I wouldn't joke about something as funny as this.
11. Anastasia. If there's one day I'm exceptionally grateful for Aaron, it's competition days. In contrast to my fidgeting, panicking self, Aaron is calm and relaxed, gently reassuring me that it will be okay. Meanwhile, I'm throwing up from anxiety. Unsurprisingly, according to him, it was okay, and we're going to sectionals. Brady even joked that I skated better than usual, crediting my serious head injury. Go figure. I'm like this every time. The older I get, the more there is at stake and the worse my anxiety becomes. Aaron is as calm as, if not calmer than, he was when we started skating together freshman year. I think the difference is Aaron hasn't not qualified before. He's never fallen and gone flying across a rink, and thankfully, he's never dropped me. He's never given himself a reason not to be confident. We got through today, but the pressure is on even more for sectionals next month. If we get through that, we're off to nationals in January. Brady has been annoyed with me from day one for not going further in my younger years. She says I have talent, and she doesn't understand why I haven't been to international competitions before. The honest answer is that my partner at the time, James, wasn't up to it, and I didn't want to find someone new because I loved him. Absurd is her favorite way to describe it.
You were amazing today,
Aaron says, looking at me from the driver's seat. We usually travel with Aubrey, but Aaron drove today since the competition was close.
I can't wait for Lo to see the video.
After something like this, Lola is always subjected to a play-by-play of our routines. She'd previously said she would watch us in action since it was so close by, but Robbie asked her to watch the Titans play their first home game of the season. I was expecting Aaron to be a bitch about it when she floated the idea this morning, but he was surprisingly positive and said she could always come to the next one. You too. I couldn't have done it without you.
We're a good team, Stas. We argue sometimes, but we can't do what we do with other people. It wouldn't be the same.
Annoyingly, he isn't wrong. I know.
We're going all the way. I can feel it. If we keep up what we're doing and you stick to your meal plan, we can smash it.
Do you want to grab dinner or something? I doubt Lola will be back from the Titans game yet.
I can't, sorry. I've got plans with Corey and Davy. We're going for drinks.
My phone buzzes in the cup holder and I reach for it, seeing Lola's name flash up. Lols, your man is fine as hell. Jeez. Stassi, he isn't my man. Lols, he should be. He just slammed someone into the wall and I swear I got a flutter. Stassi, what's happening? Lols, dunno, still don't understand hockey. Robbie is wearing a 3-piece suit and shouting at people, though. Pregnant emoji. Stassi, OMG, are they winning? Lols, yeah, Nate keeps sliding them in so easy, just like he did with your kitty cat. Stassi, I hate you. Lols, let him puck your mouth, Stassi. Stassi, deleting your number. Lols, want to go out tonight to celebrate? Stassi, not if it's with the hockey team. Lols, I look forward to you changing your mind. Smirk emoji. I know Lola well enough to know there's no point in trying to avoid the guys tonight. It might be fun because, unfortunately, I like a lot of them. I told her under no circumstances was I going with her to Robbie's birthday party last week, and then I had to sit there, staring at her smug smile while she did my makeup for the party I definitely wasn't going to. If she's going out, and so is Aaron, there's no point in me staying home alone, right? That's okay. Lo messaged to say she wants to go out anyway, I tell him, stuffing my phone back into the cup holder.
Trust Lola to get involved with a hockey guy of all people,
he tuts, checking his mirrors before turning onto our road.
At least Rothwell isn't a total jackass.
I make a mental note to remember that. Ryan will be thrilled he's only a bit of a jackass, not a total one. Regardless of what feelings I have or have had about the hockey players, Robbie is great with Lola. He's thoughtful and kind, but most importantly, he treats her with the respect she deserves. And even his parents were very sweet to her during her impromptu meeting with them, proving Robbie has been raised right. Unlike some people I know. He makes her happy, and it's none of our business.
It will be when she gets knocked up and ghosted.
That's not... This argument isn't worth it. I'm sure it'll be fine.
You should stay away from them, Stassi. They're bad news. You don't always have to go where Lola tells you to, you know.
The words are on the tip of my tongue, but I swallow them down, desperate to not ruin what's otherwise been a great day. Okay. I don't bother telling him I'll be spending the evening with the exact people he wants me to avoid. Despite not wanting to spend time with me himself, he won't want others to either.
I'm trying to look out for you, Stassi. I care about you. We're partners. That goes beyond skating. I know you'd do the same for me.
I make allowances for Aaron, desperate to cling to those lovely moments we share. He does care about me, and he does care about Lola. But sometimes, like now, he says something that makes me question his real motives. There are times when the idea he'd say anything bad about either of us feels impossible. When he's fiercely loyal and protective without being toxic, and when the three of us are tucked up together in our living room watching movies and laughing. Then there are times like now when the nasty streak he has seeps through the cracks. Sometimes it comes so out of nowhere it feels like whiplash, making me wonder if I know him at all. I wait for the car to stop outside our building before leaning over to hug him. I care about you too, Aaron. I'm half ready by the time Lola bulldozes her way into my bedroom, hopped up on beer and Jolly Ranchers. I love hockey. She looks the part in her Mitchell jersey and Titans beanie, and I'm a little jealous I didn't get to go. Not as much as I love figure skating, obviously, but hockey has more drama. It was like an opera, but with sticks. I'm obsessed. She looks around, realizing I'm the only one home. Where's the ice princess? Drinks with friends. I asked him if he wanted to grab dinner with me, but he said no. Oh, and hockey guys suck, and I don't have to go where you tell me to, which is great news. She groans, throwing herself on the couch beside me. I swear, that boy is so dramatic. We're going to the Honey Pot. We're not getting married. The Honey Pot is the most popular nightclub in Los Angeles. It's super exclusive. We only get in because Briar, our neighbor, works there. Lola made it her mission to befriend her when she found out we live in the same building. Lo hates working out. No, that's an understatement. Lo despises working out with her entire being, but she went to the gym every day until she'd charmed Briar. She was candid about her motivations from the beginning, and luckily, Briar thought it was funny. Every time we're at the club, Lo makes me buy her a drink to thank her for her sacrifice. No wedding? So I shouldn't wear my bridesmaid dress? I tease, poking her in the ribs where she's ticklish. Don't! She begs, rolling away from me. I'm too full of beer to be prodded. Stretching out, she kicks off her sneakers and reaches for the blanket draped over the back of the couch. As soon as I've had a micronap, I'll start getting ready. I swear. Lola's micronap turned into a real nap, and I've been listening to her run around the apartment cursing, frantically trying to get ready for the past 45 minutes. She's blaming me, but she doesn't remember the abuse she hurled my way each of the 5 times I tried to wake her up. I'm alone with my thoughts while I wait, and I can't escape the realization that I'm nervous about seeing Nate. He had Robbie text Lola this morning to pass on a good luck message, which was sweet of him. It's time for us to bury the hatchet. He's clearly a good guy, like everyone has told me he is. Now I've had a week to process it, I don't feel embarrassed about my lack of willpower last week. We're both adults. Sometimes adults let other adults prove they don't need navigation tools to find a G-spot. It's normal. Okay, I'm ready. Lola looks unreal in a black, strapless, corseted Max Morgan midi dress. It's her go-to when she doesn't know what to wear. She says she needs to get her money's worth since it costs so much. She bought it last year during a rare trip to Rodeo Drive. It's beautiful, but her dad was not pleased when he received her credit card bill. Her hair is pinned straight down her back, a contrast to her normal curls, and she's framed her eyes with a perfect winged eyeliner. Looking up at me, she smiles. I know, I'm hot, but we need to leave. Steve has already been waiting 5 minutes. Walking across the lobby to our waiting Uber, Lola giggles to herself, which is always suspicious. What? Nothing. Lola, just wondering if you're going to keep it in your pants tonight. But I realized you're not wearing any anyway. You're so childish. Sorry? You're not even a little bit sorry. She winks, holding open the car door for me as I climb in. Do you want me to get on my knees and beg for forgiveness? I hate you. Sure you do. Just like you hated Hawkins when you came all over his face. Steve, the Uber driver, begins to choke on air, but he doesn't say anything, which is enough for me to give him 5 stars when he drops us off. The Honey Pot is as busy as you'd expect on a Saturday night. We chat with Briar for a couple of minutes before someone tells her in her headset about an issue, and she runs off to deal with it. The guys have reserved one of the booths in the VIP area, ready to celebrate their first win of the season. I'm most excited to see Henry. At this point, I don't feel like that statement requires explanation. It seems we aren't the only ones who get perks from Briar. When Lola told me about the booth earlier, she also said Nate had pulled a favor so Henry wouldn't get carded. He didn't want Henry home alone, knowing he wouldn't want to go to a campus party without them. I'm trying not to obsess about how sweet it is. I buy Lo her drink, thanking her for the millionth time for the 6 weeks that she did cardio. Making our way over to the booth, my stomach is full of nervous energy. Bobby spots us first, crushing us both with an oxygen-stealing hug.
I'm so glad you came,
he shouts over the music. Maddie's next, proudly showing me his swollen eye, which appears to be going dark purple. He shouts the details of his fight, looking to Lola for confirmation it was cool like he says it was. Most of them are sitting in the booth, The rest are talking to people, obviously trying not to go home alone tonight. One person is missing, though. Not that I care. The only person I'm going home with tonight is Lola. I told her as much in the Uber. She gave me a sarcastic, okay, and went back to texting Robbie. I'm in a quieter part of the club with Joe and Chris, watching Henry talk to two women. The only way to describe how I'm feeling right now is astonished. They're both hot as hell, flicking their hair around, throwing their heads back to laugh at everything he says. What's he saying to them? Where is the quiet and shy Henry I know and love? Joe laughs at my bewildered expression.
It's like this everywhere we take him. Women freaking love him.
No shit. Chris huffs, gulping down his Jack and Coke.
I just want to know how he does it, so I can do it too.
I'm busy listening to them discuss theories when hands land on my waist from behind, and I feel breath on my neck.
You shouldn't be drinking. You have a head injury.
Spinning around to face him as he straightens up, I immediately spot the angry-looking cut on his cheek. Moving closer, I reach up, rubbing my thumb beneath it gently. Did you try to do a quad lutz too? Nate chuckles, his body vibrating against mine.
Yeah, you made it look super easy. Thought I'd try.
My body is buzzing from the proximity. No, it's the alcohol. Definitely the alcohol. I'm unbothered by the proximity. The same way I'm unbothered by how he's smiling down at me. Anastasia Unbothered Allen. What happened? I ask, keeping the conversation moving so I don't have time to spiral. He brings his glass to his lips, smirking as he sips.
It turns out people from Washington aren't very friendly.
A vicious lie, Hawkins. We're famously very friendly. He shrugs, still smirking.
I will need you to show me, because I'm struggling to believe you.
Prepare to be amazed.
I'm already amazed by you, Anastasia,
he says, winking. With that, he steps around me and heads over to the booth. What just happened?
12. Nathan. There's nothing like winning the first home game of the season to put you in a great fucking mood. We played phenomenally. It felt good to get back out there with my guys and lead them to a victory. Even Faulkner was happy, and he's never happy, so we must have played as well as I know we did. We were all desperate to prove to him, despite the bullshit of the last few weeks, that we all deserve a spot on this team. Coach and Robbie immediately had us sit around the table, analyzing the game while it was fresh in our heads. That's the bit I usually hate, especially after a win when I want to celebrate with a beer or 10. The adrenaline pumping around my body doesn't want to revisit every pass and score while confined to a room. That's how the guys felt the moment they took a seat. I could tell by their tapping and shuffling and compliance to every word from Coach's mouth. For once, I was perfectly calm. I don't get to make mistakes this year. Every move must be perfect. Robbie wanted to wrap things up early, his eyes floating to his smartwatch every time it lit up. I knew Lola was somewhere in the building, proudly wearing the jersey I sent her. Post-game nights out have always been the creme de la creme of nights out. We start at a party on Frat Row, not my favorite place to be, but since half the team isn't 21 and can't go to a club, it's nice to have a few drinks together before we part ways for the night. Then we head to the Honey Pot, which is, in my humble opinion, the best club in West Hollywood. B, Summer's roommate, and the worst drink mixer ever, works there and arranges tables for us. Now that Henry lives with us, B made a secret arrangement with me to let him in without carding him, since he isn't 21. I had to promise never to tell anyone, so she didn't end up with half of UCMH on her doorstep, and in return, I get her, Summer, and Cammie the best seats for our home games. It's an easy promise to keep, because if the rest of the team knew I was pulling strings for Henry, I'd never know peace again. Within minutes of our arrival, the booth was covered in bottles, and unsurprisingly, several drinks in, half the team is wasted. JJ and Robbie are having what looks like a very intense heart-to-heart, full of backslapping and digging each other in the arm affectionately. They keep tapping their drinks together to cheers, although I have no idea what they're celebrating. Joe and Chris are still watching Henry like he's the Discovery Channel, desperately trying to learn his ways. Bobby, Maddie, and some of the other guys have disappeared to make friends with a bachelorette party on the other side of the dance floor. JJ and Robbie finally break apart to look over at me as I continue to people watch while sipping on my drink. JJ laughs, nodding in the direction of where Anastasia and Lola are dancing. "You fucked it with her already?" "Probably." I don't bother mentioning my plan to win her over or how surprised she looked when I stepped around her earlier, leaving her with my friends. From now on, she's going to come to me. It's been hours, and all I can think about is smooth, tanned, glowy skin. She's in a lilac dress that's so fucking tight, melting over every inch of her so perfectly it looks like a second skin. It plunges between her breasts, and that's where my ability to describe what she's wearing ends, because as soon as my eyeline travels over the strained material covering her tits, all the blood in my body rushes straight to my dick. Her light brown hair is wavy, flowing down her back to just above the curve of her ass, an ass I know feels fucking amazing. She rolls her hips in time to the beat, smiling and bringing the drink in her hand to her mouth. The song finally merges into the next one. I see her tap low and point in the direction of the booth, meaning I can finally stop watching her like a fucking creep. I would have joined her dancing, but I didn't want to be the guy that gets in a woman's space when they're trying to have a good time with their friend. I've got to stick to the plan and not get sidetracked. Not to mention, I can't dance. When the guys realized most of the bachelorette party were married, they retreated to the booth with their tails between their legs, and now the bottles are emptying much quicker. Lola bursts into the booth first, cheeks flushed and a drunk, soppy smile on her face. She looks at Robbie like he's the best thing she's ever seen in her life, lunging forward to press her mouth against him, dropping herself into his lap. He runs his hand up and down her shin gently, muttering something to her that makes her bury her head into his neck. Anastasia is right behind her, and she's even more beautiful close up. Her eyes scan the booth looking for a spot to sit, scowling when she finds it full of 200-pound hockey players, but then her eyes land on me and she shamelessly checks me out. Her teeth sink into her bottom lip, fingers tapping on the glass in her hand as she scans the booth one more time. I'm about to tell her to sit with me, but she bends over, whispering into JJ's ear. I shoot Chris a glare that tells him I will fucking kill him after I catch him pat Maddie's chest to get his attention, then pointing in her direction. Her dress hardly covers her ass, and I'm about 0.1 seconds away from covering her with my jacket. Standing up straight, laughing at whatever Jaden said, she tucks her hair behind her ears, casting me a look over her shoulder. JJ spreads his legs wide, letting her step between them and sit on his knee. Her arm circles around his neck, and I'm surprised the glass in my hand doesn't shatter. I'm gripping it that tight. Fuck the plan. The jealousy is suffocating me. I throw back the rest of my drink, letting the cold liquor soothe the burning in my chest. I'm on my feet and brushing past the legs of my teammates before I even have time to consider this reckless, drunken display of envy. She is either trying to get under my skin or doesn't give a fuck about me. But either way, she's reaching distance from me now. I bent down, my mouth millimeters from her ear. Dance with me? Heat spreads through my body when she shudders because I love how she reacts to me. I move back, giving her room to stand. Instead, she looks over her shoulder, tongue flicking out to wet her bottom lip, blue eyes glossy, staring up at me. We can make that happen. Just ask me nicely. She grins as a shocked laugh rumbles in my throat. I hold out my hand, which she links with hers, letting me tug her to her feet. I know the team is watching us like a soap opera, but I don't give a shit. Her body molds to mine, face much closer with the 5 inches added to her height by her stilettos. I'm sure they're the heels that left red marks on my back, and when my dick twitches, I realize now isn't the right time to remember that. This is me asking you very nicely. Will you dance with me? Only because you won today, she shoots back, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She takes our joined hands and rests them right above the swell of her ass, navigating us through the crowd to the dance floor. I don't even know how to fucking dance. I just know I want the feel of her body on mine, and if I had to watch her touching JJ for a minute longer, I was going to rip his head from his body. We reach the middle of the dance floor, where the lights are flashing, but she keeps going, dragging me through the drunk, sloppy clubgoers to an area of the dance floor the lights don't quite reach. Our audience will have to find someone else to watch. Despite all the alcohol flowing through my bloodstream right now, I'm painfully aware of the feel of her body pressed against mine. I don't know how to dance. I'll show you. The song changes to something slower, darker, dirtier. Her body turns in my arms, ass pressed up to me so tightly there isn't any space between us. Her head falls back to my shoulder, and she drags my hands down her body until my fingers are digging into her hips. Rocking us side to side to the music, her ass rolls and grinds until I'm so painfully hard, there's no fucking way she can't feel it. My head falls to her shoulder, immediately inhaling her sweet scent. You're fucking killing me, Stas, I groan into her neck. Her hands reach behind until they're linked behind my head, and when I look down her body, I can see the stiff peaks of her nipples protruding through the flimsy material of her dress. I wish we weren't in a crowded nightclub. I wish we were at home so I could roll her nipples between my fingers or dip my hand between her thighs, hopefully finding her wearing no underwear again. I'm practically panting, heart hammering, body on fire. I didn't think I could feel better after today's win, but hearing Stas's satisfied sighs as I run my hands over her waist, whispering how fucking good her body feels against mine into her ear, means it's definitely better. I'm acting like I've never had a woman rub up against me before, like I haven't been the guy in the dark corner of the club with the beautiful girl in his arms. Still, Anastasia's attention feels like a reward. The song ends, and she unwinds her body from mine. When she turns around, her cheeks are flushed red, chest heaving, skin shimmering. I run my finger across her cheekbone, feeling the heat sear my finger, and watch her eyes widen as they lock with mine. My hand cups the side of her throat, fingers gripping the back of her neck, thumb rubbing against her erratic pulse. I'm addicted to her when she's like this, when she forgets about this game we're playing, when her eyes drink me in and her hands grip the front of my shirt like she's scared I'm going to slip away. Our faces are dangerously close. I feel her breath against my lips. "Hey, lovebirds, you two ready to go?" Lo shouts from behind me. My forehead falls against Stassi's, the regret of not seizing the moment hanging in the air. She releases my shirt, stepping backward, fingers tapping against her lips. "Yeah, let's go." If feeling Anastasia's body grinding against mine in a nightclub was my reward, having her sitting in my lap in the Uber on the way home is my punishment. I slipped our driver an extra $50 to let the girls get in with us. Otherwise, we would have had to get another ride for only 2 people. Henry and Bobby are on the front bench with the driver. JJ, Chris, and Robbie are in the middle row with Lola across them. I'm in the back seat with Stas on my knee. She wanted to sit on Henry's knee, but he politely said no. So now she's wiggling about, leaning forward to talk to Lola in the row in front of us, and I'm stuck looking at the way her waist slopes in from her ass, trying not to think about how well my hands would fit there if I was... Never mind. "Stasi, you need to lean back. You need to let me put the seatbelt around you," I say softly, pulling her shoulders back slowly. She doesn't fight me. She leans back against my chest and lets me pull the seatbelt across her. I don't know where to put my hands, so they're gripping the seat in an attempt not to make this more challenging than it already is. "What are you doing?" she asks, head tilting upward until her nose is brushing the underside of my jaw. "What do you mean?" Even though the car is full of the others shouting and laughing, for some reason we're whispering. She nudges me again with her nose. "You're not touching me." Her hands grip my forearms and travel down to where my fingers are digging into the seat, pulling them away and wrapping them around her body instead. An evil giggle slips from her lips. "You're hard." I can't even stop the embarrassing groan that seeps out. Yeah, my dick's having a hard time realizing the wriggling around you're doing isn't for our benefit. If it's even possible, she relaxes her body farther into mine and intertwines our hands, placing them both in a comfortable position on her thighs. This feels manageable, no wiggling or squirming. I can get back to Maple Hills like this, hand-holding and relaxed bodies. Nice, nothing to stress about. If it makes you feel any less embarrassed, she whispers, moving our right hands along her inner thigh until I can feel the heat radiating from between her legs. I'm so fucking wet. Widening her knees, she moves our joined hands closer. And I'm not wearing any panties.
13. Anastasia. The darkness in the back of this Uber is giving me more confidence than it should. Maybe it's the alcohol. Maybe it's the post-qualifying high. Maybe it's the way Nathan's body responds to mine, and how he's practically dicking down my ego by telling me I'm the hottest thing he's ever seen in his life. His hand is about an inch away from making this journey home more interesting. But I tried to avoid this, in my defense. I tried to sit with Henry, whom I knew would go entirely out of his way to ensure our bodies touched as little as possible. Shit. He probably would have forced me to sit on the floor of the passenger seat, and I'd have been good with it. But now I find myself dealing with the consequences of my actions with no one to blame for my aching, wet vagina but myself. My traitorous hips are moving of their own accord, a desperate whimper slipping from my parted lips as Nate slowly and deliberately rolls his hips forward, hand still interlocked with mine between my legs. His other hand leaves my thigh, and my arm instinctively raises to sink my fingers into his thick, dark hair. My breathing slows as he presses his palm flat to my body and travels across my stomach, over the curve of my breast, circling my nipple but not quite adding enough pressure for me to be satisfied. "Nathan," I whimper impatiently. His chuckle is dark and devious, telling me with no words that he does not give one fuck about doing what I want. His hand moves across to my other breast, the same frustrating light touch that has me arching into his hand just to feel more. "Nathan, please." I tug with the hand still gripping his hair, trying to ignore the goosebumps spreading across my skin every time his hot breath dances across my neck. His fingers finally pinch my taut nipples, nose nudging my head to the side, the stubble covering his jaw, scraping over my hammering pulse, teeth nipping the lobe of my ear. "You only like me when you're drunk and horny." Not true. I finally let go of the hand settled between my legs, leaving his there as he strokes against the inside of my thigh gently. I twist to watch him over my shoulder, his eyes dark and heavy as they meet mine. "I don't like you at any time." Lips crash into mine, and his hand moves to grip the front of my throat. It's rough and passionate, overwhelming and heated, and a whole host of other words my brain can't even process right now. He squeezes my throat as his tongue explores my mouth, moaning when my teeth sink into his lip. It's not enough. I want him closer, need him closer. He loosens his grip, trailing his mouth across my jaw, kissing and sucking my neck, voice rough as I roll my hips against him. "Don't tell me you don't like me when I can feel how wet you are all over your thighs, Anastasia. It'd be all over your hand instead if you did something." I'm incredibly close to taking matters into my own hands, although I'm unsure where masturbating in his lap would put us on the frenemyship scale. A normal person would be worried about their audience, but I could scream until the windows shattered and our exceptionally drunk friends wouldn't notice. Drunkenness aside, Taylor Swift's Cruel Summer came on the radio and Chris turned it to full volume. We're in our own little world back here. The temperature is hotter, the air thicker, tension stealing every last bit of oxygen from my lungs. I couldn't even tell you how far away from Maple Hills we are, or how many minutes have passed since I climbed in here and settled on Nate's lap. His knees nudge mine farther apart, mouth descending on mine again, more possessive, more dominant. His nose brushes mine.
Can you be a good girl and be quiet?
I nod, prepared to finally feel his long, thick fingers easing the throbbing between my legs. Instead, he drags one finger gently over my swollen clit, and I can't help the huff of frustration that escapes me. I'm so close to doing it myself. Tell me if you don't know what you're doing, Nathan. The last time I goaded him about not being able to pleasure a woman, he proved me very, very wrong. His free hand sinks into the hair at the bottom of my neck, tugging so I look up at him. He increases the pressure on my clit, and a satisfied moan grumbles in my throat, jaw slacking as the pleasure rolls through my very tense and sexually frustrated body. Swapping to the heel of his palm, his other hand tightens in my hair.
One day, I'm going to fuck your pretty little mouth, and you're not going to be able to be such a bossy, impatient little brat. He covers my mouth with his, absorbing my satisfied moan as two fingers slide into me, deliciously stretching me. I shouldn't have promised to be quiet. The slick, wet noise of Nate's fingers pumping in and out of me would be enough for everyone to know without me even saying a word. The music is still blasting, our friends paying attention to anything but us, and the familiar red-hot pleasure shoots up my spine. Your pussy is so perfect,
he rasps into my ear.
So wet and tight.
My hips are bucking against his hand, incoherent pleads and moans slipping from my lips. My knees try to close, my body trying to shy away from the building feeling in my core. He pins my legs open with his, and I'm about to fall head first into oblivion.
You gonna come for me? Come all over my fingers, Anastasia? Show me what it's gonna feel like when I've got my dick buried inside of you.
Releasing my hair, his hand clamps over my mouth to smother my cries as the orgasm rips through me, and I give being so loud the windows shatter my best attempt. Every bit of me is physically shaking, pleasure spreading through my entire body until my eyes roll back in my head and my back arches off him. He keeps pumping his fingers until the spasming stops, and I slump into a sticky, satisfied mess on his chest. He gently pulls out his fingers and presses his lips against my damp forehead.
Open your mouth,
he tells me, a curious glint in his eyes as I look up at him, confused. I do as I'm told, too content to argue, and wait with an open mouth. He presses his two wet fingers against my tongue, and I immediately taste the heady, salty-sweet taste.
Suck. See how fucking good you taste,
he whispers. Nate. The music cuts off abruptly, and my entire body freezes, eyes widening as Nathan quickly pulls his fingers from my mouth and unpins my legs so I can close them.
Does anyone want McDonald's?
I promise myself the remaining 10 minutes in the car back to Maple Hills will be uneventful. Lola shoots me a suspicious glare over her shoulder as she drops the window. It's, too hot. Need fresh air. Looking up at Nathan, feeling a mixture of drunk, sleepy, sated, I wait until he looks down at me before whispering, "Does it smell like sex?" He snorts and presses his lips to my nose affectionately.
All I can smell is your shampoo. I'm going to be getting hard over honey and strawberry because it'll remind me of this. very impractical, Allen.
Nate is right. It is very impractical. But right now, I don't mind. He holds me close, keeping me chatting and laughing until we pull up in front of his house. Everyone charges toward the door, some carrying full McDonald's bags and others attempting to carry each other. I follow Lola into the house while Nate helps grab Robbie and JJ, who are so drunk they're fast asleep. As soon as we're out of earshot of the other guys, she tugs my arm and drags me to the kitchen corner. "Did you have sex in the Uber?" Her voice says outrage, but her face says pride. So much pride. "No, I did not." Technically not lying. "You did something, Anastasia Allen." Large arms wrap around my waist from behind, and I feel his mouth kiss my shoulder.
Lo, Robbie said to tell you to go and get your chicken nuggets.
Her eyes widen, and she probably forgot all about them, knowing Lola. When she runs off in the direction of the living room, Nate turns me in his arms so we're facing each other, a pleased smirk on his face. He pushes my hair behind my ears.
"Do you want to go to bed?"
So badly. Grabbing a couple of water bottles from the fridge, he threads his fingers through mine, navigating us toward the staircase through his drunk teammates littering the living area. He lets me go first, his hand gripping my waist tightly to ensure I don't lose my balance in these ridiculously tall heels. "Stop looking at my ass, Hawkins."
"Stop having an ass that looks like that."
We finally reach his door, and I press in the code, frowning when the keypad flashes red instead of green. I do it again. Red. "Your door is broken," I grumble, trying one more time.
"It worked a few hours ago. Are you putting in the right code?"
"Yeah." I punch in the numbers again. 2539. It's red.
"That isn't my code,"
he says, shuffling me out of the way to put in 4 different digits. The keypad immediately flashes green. "What do you mean it isn't your code? Have you changed it?" He shakes his head, ushering me through the door. I'm adamant I'm right, until the tequila fog clears for a split second and I realize I'm not right. Nope. Sorry. Tequila brain. It's the code for Ryan's room. It's like the room temperature chills as I watch almost every emotion sweep across his face at once. Uncapping one of the water bottles, he takes a large swig, nodding to himself like he's having a conversation I'm not invited to. He kicks off his shoes, pulls off his socks, and unbuttons his jeans, dragging them down over his muscular thighs, reaching over his shoulder to pull his t-shirt off his body. It feels unfair to witness this for the first time, not stone-cold sober. I'm scared I've missed a muscle or an ab, perhaps a freckle somewhere on his chest. He's unbelievable, and he's not even reacting as I shamelessly stare at him as he walks around his room in tight gray boxers. He grabs a black t-shirt from a drawer, the Titans logo visible near the neck, and hands it to me. He sighs, finally saying something.
"Ryan. Yeah, I forgot about Ryan somehow. The guy you're fucking."
I should have seen this conversation coming. We're not hooking up. Following him with my eyes, I watch as he sits on the bed, shoulder muscles tense.
"You told Henry you're fucking him. I even got to see him in your bed."
He doesn't sound mad. He sounds... I don't know how he sounds. I don't know what's going through his head. We've had a friends with benefits thing for a while. He wants to date Olivia, so we've stopped. I shrug, hoping my brief explanation is enough, but I can tell by his face it's not. We didn't even do anything the other night. We watched a movie and went to sleep. He's my best friend, Nate, and it isn't any of your business. Why? Are you jealous? He ignores my questions, tugging my hips until I'm directly in front of him. I expect him to say something now, but again, he doesn't. Reaching to my feet, He unbuckles each heel and instructs me to step out of them. The relief of pressing my feet against the flat, hard floor after hours of torture is arguably better than the orgasm Nate gave me earlier, but I don't feel like now is the right time to bring that up. He runs his hands up the back of my thighs gently.
I'm jealous because I want you all to myself, Stassi, and I'm jealous of any guy you freely give your attention to. I'm even jealous of Henry, for fuck's sake, and I love that kid.
Ryan and I worked so well because we didn't get jealous. We didn't care what the other did outside of our arrangement.
That's swell,
he says sarcastically.
but I'm not Ryan.
He grips the back of my thighs and pulls them forward so my knees fall on either side of his hips, straddling him. I'm painfully aware of the no panty situation when my dress begins to ride up, stopping only when his large hands squeeze my ass and he uses his grip to grind my pussy against him.
I don't want to share you with some other guys. You know I can keep you perfectly satisfied all on my own, in every way you need.
This feels dangerously close to exclusive territory, something I do not want. I brush his hair back from his face and press my lips against the corner of his mouth gently. Stop overthinking and fuck me. It's not that serious. Rolling me onto my back, Nate climbs between my legs, applying pressure exactly where I want it. My fingers sink into his back to pull his body on top of mine so I can feel every breath. I need more friction, more pressure, more him. Do you have a condom? His nose brushes against mine. Once, twice. A garbled moan rumbles in his throat when I roll my hips against where he's straining against his boxers.
I fucking hate myself right now, but we're not having sex.
Of all the things I was expecting him to say, that was somewhere right near the bottom. What?
I don't want to have sex with you. No, shit, I do, but not right now.
He presses his forehead against mine, lowering his voice.
I want you to want me when you're sober, Anastasia. I can't do another week of you avoiding me. I fucking hate it.
The sting of rejection sinks to my stomach, and it's like I can't breathe. Oh, okay. That's fine. Could you get off me, please?
I didn't mean it the way it came out. I'm sorry. I just don't want to be another drunken hookup. Put the t-shirt on. We can talk or sleep, whatever you want to do.
What he's saying makes sense, but somehow it doesn't soothe the embarrassment I'm feeling. My lip wobbles despite my attempts to concentrate on him saying he does want me. It sounds like he only wants me if I offer him more, which I can't do. The need to please him and escape him are battling against each other in my brain, suffocating me.
Stassi, please don't cry. Fuck. I want you so badly. I just don't want the first time we have sex to be something you regret.
Saying nothing further, I reach for the Titans t-shirt and head toward the bathroom. When I've changed out of my dress, cheeks still pink and eyes threatening to water, he's already in the bed, so I climb in beside him. He leans over and presses his lips to my temple, kissing repeatedly.
Do you want to cuddle?
I rest my head against the pillow. I'm not a cuddler. He chuckles, kissing me one more time.
Good night.
I wait until he's fast asleep before requesting the Uber.
14. Nathan. Sometimes I don't use the brain I've been given. It's embarrassing, and I'm going to own up and say I deserve the round of silent treatment coming my way. I'm a fucking douchebag. Possibly the biggest douchebag that's ever existed. What kind of a person has a woman under them, a woman they've been dreaming about for weeks, and tells them that they don't want to fuck them when she's asking for a condom? I couldn't have picked a more vulnerable time to reject her. I didn't even mean to. I hope she understands that. Even if she does, I still hurt her, even with the best of intentions. I was just drunk and jealous after she tried to get into my bedroom with Ryan's code. I've fucked everything up because I was petty. Great work, Hawkins. I wanted to show her I don't only want her when I'm drunk, I want her all the time. I like her spark, and I want to get to know her, but I well and truly fumbled the bag. I only realized she wasn't there when I rolled over, half asleep, to wrap my arms around her. She'd obviously waited until I'd fallen asleep. Not that I blame her. Since I woke up, I've been calling her, but her phone is going straight to her voicemail. She only gave me her number last night, and I practically died of shock. After she came, she was cute and sleepy and docile, curled up in my lap, babbling nonsense, asking me lots of questions, and looking up at me with her big blue eyes. I grabbed my phone from my pocket to check the time, and she muttered about not putting it in her eye line so she didn't see all the nudes I get sent. I unlocked it and handed it to her, telling her to enjoy herself, and she went to contacts and typed in her number. What should I save me as? Your name is usually a good place to start, I teased. She giggled away, tapping her nails on the back of my phone. That's boring. I want to be slut from the Uber. No, that's a little long. Uber slut. Perfect. I couldn't help the snort. You can't be serious, Anastasia, I challenged, but she was already tapping away happily. So now I'm stuck trying to get hold of Uber slut. Uber slut. Nate Hawkins. Answer your phone, Stas. Nate Hawkins. Please. Nate Hawkins. Answer your phone or I'm changing your name. Nate Hawkins. You'll have to be something boring like Stasi or Anastasia. Nate Hawkins. No more Uber slut. Nate Hawkins. I hope you were sober enough to remember that conversation. The last thing I fucking need is her thinking I'm calling her a slut. After staring at my bedroom ceiling for an hour and receiving 0 calls and texts, I finally dragged myself out of bed. JJ, Robbie, and Lola are eating in the kitchen when I finally make it downstairs. They look like hungover pieces of shit, but they're all laughing. Well, until I appear, and then Lola's eyes narrow. Bed cold, Hawkins? Dragging my hand down my face, I awkwardly shuffle toward them. I lean my elbows across the kitchen island and prepare myself for the torture. I know, Lols, I know. How do you know so quickly? You haven't even been home yet. Because we saw her trying to sneak out of here in your t-shirt an hour after you two snuck upstairs. For once, JJ and Robbie aren't saying a word. They're staring into the cereal bowls like it's the most exciting thing they've ever seen. I've been calling her, but she's not answering. What's your apartment number? I'll drive over there. Have you taken too many hits to the head, hockey boy? She's upstairs. She picks up her mug of coffee and brings it to her lips, still glowering at me over the rim. I wasn't going to let her get into an Uber drunk and sad wearing just a t-shirt. She slept in Henry's room. And where did Henry sleep? I ask as calmly as I can manage. I dunno, probably snuggled up next to her. Her smile is huge, borderline sinister. They haven't come down yet. You know what they say about men in the morning being glorious. He's so sweet and kind. It's always the quiet ones, you know. Henry will treat her real good. I can still hear her cackling laugh when I'm halfway up the stairs, definitely too hungover to be running anywhere. You're not funny, Lola. Henry's room is next to mine, so the fact I haven't heard a peep is a good sign. I knock on the door and wait for someone to tell me to come in. Now I'm standing outside the door, I can hear her laughing. I knock again, but nobody answers. Fuck it. 4 zeros because Henry is too scared of being locked out of his room and not being able to get any of his things. She's under the covers, bare face, wet hair, with a coffee mug between her hands. She's chuckling away at something Henry was saying, but when she spots me, her face drops a little before forcing a smile. Much to my delight, Henry is sitting on a half-inflated air mattress on the floor. He looks between the two of us and stands. I'm going to get some breakfast. He shuffles past me awkwardly, and when I can hear him on the stairs, I step into the room and sit at the bottom of the bed. She sits up and rests against the headboard. She's still wearing my t-shirt, and fuck me, she's beautiful. Stassi, I'm sorry. She gives the same forced smile. You don't need to apologize to me, Nathan. You're allowed to withdraw consent at any time. I'd never ever be mad at you for changing your mind. She takes a deep breath, leaning to put her mug on the bedside table. Stas, stop, I interrupt, inching closer to her. I'm so glad you know that, and you're right. But it's not the case here. I wasn't withdrawing anything, I was just jealous. God, I feel shit admitting this. I thought if we had sex, you'd wake up this morning and disappear. I hate you being mad at me, and every time I seem to break into the icy fucking fortress you put up, something happens and I'm back to square one. She listens to everything I say. No arguing, no eye rolls, no sass. I struggle with rejection, she says softly. I've never been any good at it, even as a little kid. I felt rejected and overwhelmed last night. I only wanted to hook up, and you started talking about not sharing me. She shuffles on the bed, fiddling with the ends of her hair, and I can tell this is uncomfortable for her. I feel like you want a relationship or something more than I'm offering. I'm really attracted to you, Nate, but we hardly know each other. I'm sorry for leaving. I just didn't like it, and it made me want to get away from this situation. She's right. I like her, and I haven't even considered what she wants. I like that you know how to share your feelings. She snorts and brings her knees to her chest, pulling my t-shirt over them to hug herself tightly. I've had so much fucking therapy, it's taken years for me to say I struggle with rejection. Dr. Andrews will be so happy I managed to apply it to real-life situations. You can be his star patient. Listen, I'm sorry you felt rejected. That wasn't my intention. This is so fucking awkward. I wanted to ride your dick, Nathan, not cause drama. I need to be honest, I'm not into the whole exclusive thing. I don't like the commitment. I don't have the time. My schedule is full as it is. She couldn't be more direct and clear. I don't like any of it, other than the bit where she said she wanted to ride my dick, because I'd like that, but I can't fault her for not communicating. I hear you, Allen, loud and clear. Commitment phobe. Gotcha. For the record, now we're on the same page, you can ride my dick anytime you want. Oh, Nate, she coos in the cutest and most patronizing way possible, shooting me a smile that goes ear to ear. I'm not drunk anymore. You're back on my shit list, buddy. I'll consider taking you off it when you give me my rink back. I thought it was probation. When did it become a shit list? Am I at least at the top of the list? Am I number one? You're definitely number one. Being number one on Stassi's shit list is the easiest job I've ever had. We've trained before her and Aaron every day this week because of some shit Brady's got them doing to learn from their mistakes at regionals. The problem is that every day this week, we've started late and finished late because of some rant Faulkner has been on. She's been standing silently, seething with her arms crossed tightly across her chest, trying to murder me with her eyes. Stassi, I'd try as I got off the ice and would have to walk past her. Don't even start, Nathan, not unless you want me to beat you with your hockey stick. She'd say it so calmly, it was even more terrifying than if she was screaming, and goosebumps would spread all over my body. Yesterday we were busy winning our game in San Diego, so she had the rink to herself, but today I don't think I will get out of here in one piece. I can see her in my peripheral vision as I move up and down the rink. She's wearing a baby blue outfit today. The soft and delicate color feels weirdly unsuitable for someone so full of rage. While I can't see her body, I'd put money on it clinging to her every curve, so at least it'll be the last thing I see when she murders me. I spot her arguing with Aaron, which pleases me more than it should, but distracts me enough for JJ to bash into me, sending me flying into the boards. Pay attention, dickhead! Looking up at the clock, I know we're a good 15 minutes over. Faulkner has said we don't stop until he says so, and as long as Brady isn't stood tapping her foot impatiently, he's prepared to push his luck. Every muscle is aching since he's working us like we're Navy fucking SEALs and What the fuck is she doing? She's skating into the middle of the rink with a look of sheer determination on her face, and she looks Is she starting her fucking routine? She's going to get flattened. Where the fuck is Aaron or Brady? "Stassi, get off the ice." She doesn't even look at me. She just holds up her middle finger and carries on as the guys skate around her. Bobby skates up beside me. "She's going to get hurt, Cap. You gotta do something." She's floating around the rink between the guys, and I feel like I'm trying to catch a fucking butterfly. A vision in blue, spinning and gliding, unfazed by the danger she's in. Half the guys haven't even spotted her, so they haven't slowed down, and embarrassingly, I'm struggling to catch up to her. Captain of the hockey team, and I can't keep up with a 5'4" figure skater. I'm never going to live this down. She finally slows down to do some fancy spinning shit, and I close the gap, scooping her up over my shoulder, ignoring her squeal of horror. Her fists bang against my back, and it's a good day to be wearing protective equipment. I haven't even said a word, but she knows it's me. "Nate Hawkins, put me down now." My hand is gripping the back of her thigh to keep her in place. I give it a squeeze. "Shut up, Anastasia. Are you trying to get yourself another head injury?" She's trying to wriggle off, but my grip is too tight, so all she can do is hit at me. And frankly, I've had worse. "Stop telling me to shut up. Put me down, Nathan." The anger is seeping through into every syllable, and I know I'm in for it as soon as I put her down. There are practically flames in her eyes when I place her back on the ground behind the boards where she'll be safe. Her cheeks are flushed red, fists clutching at her sides. Her hands fly to her hair, fingers linking together as she shakes her head exasperated, chest heaving. I'm trying to concentrate on her anger, not her tits, but it's hard. "Annas, if you ever..." Her eyes lock with mine, and I'm frozen on the spot, her voice dangerously low. "Ever touch me again, Nathan Hawkins, I will make sure the only job you can ever get on ice is a Zamboni driver. Understood?" I bite my tongue because, fuck, I want to kiss her so bad right now. Her hands have moved to her hips, and she's so fucking hot when she's mad at me. "Understood." "You're overrunning and you're fucking up my schedule. I have plans tonight, and I'm going to be late if you don't get off the freaking ice and let me practice." "What are your plans?" She huffs, crossing her arms across her chest. "Nothing you need to be involved in." "Hawkins!" Coach shouts, pulling my attention back to the ice. "Finish up!" I take one last look at her. "You look beautiful today." Her mouth opens and closes, most definitely not expecting that. The anger in her face begins to dissolve, her eyes soften, and almost like magic, a split second passes, and it all disappears. "Oh, fuck off, Nathan," she shouts, stomping away from me. I feel like a detective trying to work out where she's going tonight. "Stalker is the word the cops would use, Nate," Henry informs me from the other side of the room. I wouldn't even put it past him to know where she's going. He probably asked, and she told him. That's how shit works with them two, isn't it? I pull out my phone and hope she takes pity on me now she's tired from practice. Uber slut. Nate Hawkins. Where are you going tonight? Uber slut. Who is this? Nate Hawkins. You know who it is. Uber slut. I think you have the wrong number. Sorry. Nate Hawkins. Nate Hawkins. Don't think I do. Are you going to a party? Uber slut. Meeting some bikers. Uber slut. Big ones. Uber slut. Full of sperm. Nate Hawkins. Great choice of film to reference. Nate Hawkins. Such a brat. Uber slut. Tell you what, Hawkins, you find me before midnight and you can finally fuck this pretty little mouth of mine. Uber slut. That way I won't be able to be such a impatient, bossy little brat. Deal? Nate Hawkins. You're going to look so good with my cock in your mouth. Uber slut. Happy hunting. Anastasia has an affinity for using my own words against me, but now she's given me the perfect incentive to find her. Shit. Henry is right. I sound like a stalker.
15. Anastasia. I'm incredibly pleased with myself right now. Nate is 10 minutes away from my location, with only 15 minutes to midnight. He's been blowing up my phone all night, begging for clues. I haven't budged, nor has anyone else after being sworn to secrecy. Every party he fails to find me at, he gets more pissed at himself. He spent too long checking frat parties, which hindered his chances, and now I'm waiting for the minutes to pass. 12 minutes. Accepting his incoming video call, I smile as his grumpy face fills my screen.
You're still in L.A., right?
Tick-tock, Hawkins, your time is running out. He drags a hand through his hair and blows out a defeated sigh.
This is punishment, isn't it? For playing late all week? You're still angry, aren't you?
Standing from the bed, I stroll around the room, keeping my eyes on his face while holding the phone out from my body. What do you think?
Of course you're still angry.
He sighs.
I know that.
I walk around the room's perimeter, watching the realization settle over his face. You should know not to fuck with my ice time, Nathan. 9 minutes.
You're in my fucking bedroom,
he says flatly.
Why do you have me running all over Maple Hills when you're in my bedroom?
Did nobody tell you there is a party happening at your house? That's strange.
I'm going to kill them.
It's a shame you're so far away and won't be back by midnight. I sigh dramatically, enjoying every second of this. I think I'll go downstairs and find someone else to be bratty with. Safe travels, Hawkins.
Anastasia, wait.
Convincing Nate's friends to mess with him was easy. JJ. Stassi, I need a favor. Stassi, it'll ruin Nathan's night. JJ, you have my attention. Stassi, might have told him he can do some stuff to some parts of me. Stassi, parts he really wants to do stuff to. Stassi, but only if he can find me on campus before midnight. JJ, and where do I come into this? Stassi, how do you feel about throwing a party after he's left? Stassi, one he doesn't find out about until after midnight. JJ, you're evil. JJ, I'm in. JJ, he's texting our group chat asking if anyone wants to go out tonight, LMAO. JJ and I have developed an unlikely partnership rooted in the mutual enjoyment of annoying Nathan. It started last week when there was nowhere to sit. Nate was looking over, practically undressing me with his eyes, so I decided to mess with him a little. Jaden let me sit on his knee, joking if Nate wasn't beside me within 90 seconds, he would pick up the whole bar tab. It was 27 seconds. He was also the person who stopped me from leaving after Jealousy Gate, putting me in Henry's room to sleep it off. According to him, Nate wouldn't stop to use his brain if he found me in his room, but he'd give the kid a chance to explain. It's because JJ is such an exceptional lover, his explanation, not mine, that makes him a threat to Nathan. It was fun staying in Henry's room. There's a box of essentials like shampoo, wipes, hair ties, and tampons in his bathroom. I asked if an ex had left them, but he said he bought them for if a woman ever stayed over. He wanted to ensure she had everything she might need, especially because women never have their own socks. I wish I had a sister so I could make her marry Henry because he makes my heart burst. Making my way to the kitchen to join everyone else, it's clear the spirits are high. It's a miracle they managed to keep the party a secret. Maddie appears, holding a bottle of champagne.
3 minutes.
Robbie passes out the plastic cups while Maddie pops the bottle.
1 minute to midnight,
Henry says, looking at his watch. Despite being October, it feels like New Year's Eve because of the unexplainable excitement and clock watching. There is a buzzing atmosphere in the kitchen, and anyone outside of our little group has no idea what's going on. I'm glad, because it's so fucking silly, but the guys love it. From what I can tell, they're sick of Nate being able to get any girl he wants. 3, 2, 1. The guys erupt into cheering, throwing back their champagne and high-fiving each other. A heavy arm drops onto my shoulder, and I look up at JJ's smiling face.
We make a great team, Allen. He's about 30 seconds away. Are you ready for the fun?
Bobby and Chris have been on Hawkins' watch all night, secretly sending updates on where they're going and his frustration levels. He supposedly doesn't care about my proposal. He doesn't want to lose to me because I'd be unbearable, which might be the only thing we've ever agreed on. There's a clear line of sight from the front door to the kitchen island where we're all congregating. When he walks through the door, the first thing he does is shake his head, scanning the room full of people. He looks pissed. Lola giggles.
Yeah, that's for me,
JJ says, downing the cup in one go, and he can't shake the smile he's wearing.
If he didn't react the way he does, I wouldn't do it. He makes it so freaking easy.
I decide to meet him halfway, partially scared that if he reaches the kitchen, he'll kill Jaden, when a girl steps in front of him, wrapping her arms around his waist. He looks surprised, even more so than the rest of us. Lola leans forward, squinting. Is that Summer Castillo West? Summer lives in our building with our friend from the Honey Pot, and right now she's on her tiptoes, whispering into Nate's ear. His eyes find me, and after smirking at me, he winks. I down the rest of my drink. Yeah, it's Summer. An uncomfortable, poker-hot feeling creeps up my spine, although it isn't one I recognize. I have no desire to feel it again. It spreads to my stomach, turning when I see Nathan take Summer's hand and lead her toward the stairs. It's not anger. It's deeper than that. Agonizing and maddening, igniting me like fire. I think it's jealousy. Shit! JJ reaches up to scratch the back of his head, confusion etched into the soft lines of his face. He looks to the guys for support, but they're all examining their cups, avoiding eye contact. He clears his throat and looks back at me.
Nate's been chasing her since freshman year, but she's never taken him on. I don't know what's happening right now.
That makes two of us. I don't think I blink the entire time Nate and Summer are upstairs together. After about 10 minutes, I finally spot her on the stairs, but she's alone. Rejoining her group to carry on drinking, she doesn't look like she just hooked up with someone. Heading toward the stairs, I consider maybe this isn't a good idea. I'm fueled by alcohol, jealousy, and perhaps some disbelief. What's the worst that could happen? Part of me expects to bump into him coming down the stairs, pulling up his fly or something equally as gross, but I don't. Pressing the code into the pad, the right one this time, I watch it flash green. Nate's sitting on the bed in the same spot I was earlier on the video call with him. He looks significantly happier than he did when he walked through the front door, which instantly makes me irritated. What the fuck was that? I ask as calmly as I can, which, upon hearing myself speak, isn't calm.
Are you jealous, Anastasia?
I'm annoyed. He sits up straight, smirking as I approach him. You make me look like a fool in front of our friends. He scoffs.
You had me running all over campus when you were quite literally where I've wanted you the whole time. Imagine how foolish I feel.
You fucked another girl upstairs at a party I'm at. He stands. His body immediately towers over mine, the sweet smell of his cologne driving all my senses wild. He reaches out and tucks my hair behind my ear, ignoring me when I try to bat his hand away.
I never touched her. She got her period and needed to use the bathroom urgently. I've been sitting up here waiting for you to come and get angry at me.
He grips my chin softly, running his thumb across my bottom lip.
I've been interested to see how this no jealousy thing you were on about works.
Fuck. Well,
I'm angry at you, Nathan. Good. So fucking angry. Perfect. Our mouths smash into each other in a crazed, drunk, and desperate display of built-up sexual frustration. Gripping the back of my thighs, he lifts me, letting my legs wind around his waist. My hands sink into his hair as our bodies work in unison to get as close to each other as possible. There's nothing romantic about what's happening. My body is sandwiched between his and the door. Our tongues fight for dominance, and his hands sink into my ass cheeks. A tortured whimper escapes me when he grinds his pelvis into me, and I feel how hard he is. Trailing his mouth along my jawline, he nibbles at the spot beneath my ear, making my whole body quiver. Tell me you want me to fuck you, Anastasia. You tell me. My hard words lose their impact when he sucks on my neck, and I literally moan them. Before I know what's happening, he sets me down on the edge of the bed and crouches to my feet, taking off my shoes. It amazes me how he can switch from rough to gentle in seconds. When my shoes are off, I tuck my feet beneath my ass and watch him stand. There's a small moment of quiet where we just look at each other. My heart is still hammering, blood burning beneath my skin, everything hypersensitive. His eyes are pouring into mine, so I don't miss the flash of surprise when my hands reach for his belt. Can I? Fuck yes. He helps me strip him down until he's standing in front of me in only his boxers, which is the moment I realize there is absolutely no way it will fit in my mouth, or anywhere else for that matter. Nate is smirking as I sit gobsmacked. I shake it off because I'm not a quitter, and I'm certainly not giving him the satisfaction of telling him how big it is. I've been tested recently and there's nothing to report, but I can put on a condom if you want me to, he asks as I run my hands up the front of his thighs. I shake my head and watch as he takes himself out, tightening his fist around the base and pumping a few times. He bends down and kisses me on the forehead. Tell me to stop if I'm too rough, okay? One hand holds the back of my neck, and the other guides his hard dick toward me. Stick your tongue out, baby. I do as I'm told, much to his immediate delight, swirling it against the head, tasting the heady, salty taste on my tongue. That's a good girl. I wrap my lips around the tip and suck gently. His hand leaves my neck and immediately sinks into my hair. Fuck, Stas. He moans loudly, and just like that, I lose my ability to wait for orders. Placing my hands on the front of his thighs, I lean forward, taking him until he hits the back of my throat and I splutter. A series of expletives echo around the room. His other hand sinks into my hair on the other side as I take control. I wrap my hand around the base and move it in rhythm with my mouth, moaning and gagging, looking up at him with watery eyes. His head falls back, stomach muscles flexing, deep, satisfied grunts as his hips drive forward, nudging deeper. So fucking good, baby. You are so fucking good. His thrusts get harder and sloppy, telling me how close he is, and when I cup his balls gently with my free hand, he's a goner. Oh, shitting fuck, Stassi. His hands tighten in my hair as he spasms, and I swallow everything he gives me, eyes still watering and throat raw. I clean up the corner of my mouth with my thumb, licking it clean. I still feel bratty, I tease, and impatient. His laugh is deep, spearing me in a way I'm not used to. A content, post-orgasm glow has flushed his cheeks. His eyes are glossy and wild,
and he looks beautiful.
You're unbelievable.
Nathan lifts under my arms to pull me to my feet, tugging at the strap of my dress.
This needs to come off.
Who's the bossy one now? I spin on the spot so he can pull down the zip. His lips drop to my shoulder, kissing me all over while he pulls down the straps, and the material falls to my feet. My entire body feels like it's filled with frantic, untamed energy. He's being so controlled and slow, purposely torturing me, dragging out the inevitable pleasure. When his hand palms my breasts from behind and his fingers roll my nipples, my ass instinctively rubs against him.
Ask me nicely,
he whispers into my ear.
I'll fuck you so good.
The more Nate tells me to ask nicely, the closer I get to telling him to fuck himself. I brush his hands off from where they're exploring my body and crawl into the middle of the bed, propping myself up on the cushions. His knee drops onto the bed to follow, but I press against his chest with my foot to stop him from getting any farther. Stand at the end of the bed. He looks confused, but curious, eyes narrowing as he walks to the end of the bed. My fingers slip below the material of my panties, shimmying them down my legs. His eyes widen when he realizes what I'm doing, and he leans forward to grip the bed frame. I spread my legs as wide as they'll go, giving him the perfect view of how dripping wet my pussy is. That way, he'll have no problem watching me plunge 2 fingers into myself. Nathan. The slick, wet sound is the only noise in the room, other than my cries and moans and the occasional Jesus Christ from him. His dick is already hard again, protruding proudly from his pelvis with cum glistening on the end. I take turns circling my fingers against my swollen clit and pumping them in and out of me while Nate looks like he's combusting. I think it's the moaning of his name that's doing it, and how my back arches and I grind into my hand. Ask nicely, I tease, and I'll let you fuck me.
You're an evil woman,
he grumbles, hand rubbing over his face.
Let me make you feel good, Stas.
He moves to the drawer and pulls out a condom, tearing the packet and rolling it onto himself. Crawling slowly toward me, he settles between my thighs and reaches for a spare pillow, instructing me to lift my hips so he can put it under the bottom of my back. I can't concentrate on what I'm supposed to be doing to myself because he's on his knees between my legs, body looking like it's been sculpted by the actual gods, and a thick, long, hard dick.
Do you want me to fuck you, Anastasia?
Yes. Yes, I do. Nathan leans his body over mine, one arm supporting his body and the other gently cradling my head. I reach between us, rub the head over my clit, making us both shudder and line him up.
I'll be gentle,
he murmurs, affectionately nudging his nose against mine. I sink my teeth into his bottom lip, immediately running my tongue over the same spot. Don't be gentle. Fuck me like you hate me.
16. Nathan. Is this going to be what happens every time I get her alone in my room? I mean, I'm good with that, but it feels too good to be true. I've been thinking how it'd feel to have Stasi naked beneath me for weeks. I thought about what it'd be like to fuck her when she called me rich kid hockey star and proceeded to tell me how much she didn't give a shit about hockey. I should have known the trouble that was coming my way then. I have no idea how I will make it out of this alive because my imagination hasn't done her justice, not even a little bit. I'd say she's going to ruin all other women for me, but I don't think about anyone but her. As soon as Summer stepped in front of me, I knew Anastasia would be unhappy. She rightfully called me out for being jealous in the past, so when the opportunity to give her a dose of her own medicine without actually rejecting her landed in my lap, I couldn't turn it down. I know what it looked like from the kitchen. I watched all their faces sink into horror. The guys know how long I've been after Summer, but for the first time, I wasn't interested. Yeah, I was shocked too. I got her some tampons from the box of shit under Henry's sink and sent her back downstairs. I was expecting Anastasia to hold out longer. Summer would have only just reached the bottom of the stairs before she was storming up them. Maybe she didn't like Rothwell as much as she likes me, and she does like me even when she says she doesn't. It's ideal she was here the whole time. Now I can keep her up here all night and fuck the jealousy out of her. I affectionately nudge my nose against hers. I'll be gentle. Her teeth sink into my bottom lip, catching me off guard, her tongue sweeping over the same area. Don't be gentle. Fuck me like you hate me. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to act like I hate you, Anastasia. Her body squirms, desperately searching for something to dull the ache. Her eyes narrow, and she leans forward so we're nose to nose. Why? Because I could never hate you. I hold the back of her head to keep her mouth next to mine, absorbing her loud, satisfied cry when I slide into her, stretching her slowly. I'm going to fuck you like this tight little pussy is mine. You'll take it like a good girl, won't you? I've stunned us both to silence, except for our matched pants and her soft moan when I roll my hips. She's soaking wet and is gripping me so fucking good, it's hard to believe I'm expected to do anything else ever again. It's taking every shred of self-control to stay still and let her adjust, knowing her bossy ass will let me know when she's ready. It's not until I'm hovering over her that I realize how much bigger than her I am. You just had to give me all of it, didn't you? Fucking show off. Her fingertips travel across the planes of my back as her hips begin to wriggle, the sign I need to pull back and thrust forward again. I'm only giving you half. Her hooded eyes snap wide open, and she sits up to look down at where our bodies join. But I think you can take more. Pulling back, I thrust forward as far as I can until I meet resistance. Her nails sink into my shoulders, back arching, pushing her stomach into mine. Oh my God! You feel so fucking good, Anastasia. Such a perfect pussy. Her legs wrap around my hips, ankles crossing at the bottom of my back, tightening to keep me there when I'm deep inside her. Nate, she whispers like a prayer. It's so big, full, She's trying to finish me just with her words, and fuck, she might manage it if she carries on. My head falls to her shoulder. I press my lips against her collarbone, then up her neck until our mouths are crushed together, a desperate thrashing of tongues and lips. One hand tugs my hair, and the other claws at my back. She's close. I can tell by the way she's writhing below me, by the way her breath hitches when the end of my cock brushes against her G-spot, by the way her face twists with ecstasy when I get deeper. I remove the hand cradling her head and slip it between us, thumb rubbing against her swollen bundle of nerves until her whole body is arching and her jaw drops. Come all over my cock, Stas. Give it to me. Her entire body tightens as she cries my name into my shoulder, nails sinking so deep I'd be surprised if she hasn't drawn blood. With her pussy pulsing around me as I slow down, I press my lips against her forehead and roll us over so I'm on my back, her body soft and limp on my chest, my cock still buried inside her. That was... she pants. Did you come? Not yet. I want to watch you ride me. Stasi on top of me has been the star thought of every shower I've had for the past week. Ever since she said it out loud, it's all I've thought about. The way her eyes glimmer as she looks at my face, a coy smirk on her lips. I know I'm fucking in for it. She sits up straight, sliding down on my dick slowly until she's taken every inch. I look at the space between her legs where we're joining, and there isn't a slither of space. Jeez. Like this? She asks gently, brushing her hair from her face. I nod, hands sinking into her hips, unable to formulate any actual words. Her hips swirl and grind down, and my breath catches in my throat. Or like this. Yeah, baby. Just like that, I tell her, voice strained. I know Stassi is flexible from watching her skate, so I don't know why I'm so surprised when she stretches her legs out to each side doing the splits. What about like this? Can't talk or think. I go deeper. I don't fucking know how or where it's coming from or where it's going. She places her hands on my stomach, lifting herself up and down. The bolt of pleasure crashes into me hard, and I'm gripping her hips so tight she'll have marks for days. You're incredible. Fucking incredible. Every rock of her hips is the perfect rhythm, and I'm losing my mind. I snap my hips up as she comes down, and her head falls back. Right there. Yeah, right there. Collapsing onto my chest, her fingers reach up to grip my hair. Still rocking back against my thrust, the satisfying sound of slapping skin echoes around the room, and I'm suddenly glad there's a loud party on the other side of my door. Stassi's body is perfect, strong, and flexible, with a round, fleshy ass and full tits. None of that even matters when it comes to how fucking good it is feeling an orgasm rip through her. You gonna come for me again, Anastasia? I tease as her legs tremble and her fingers dig into my skin. She mumbles something incoherent under her breath, her tanned skin shimmering under my bedroom light, baby hairs stuck to her forehead, an exhausted, satiated look on her face while she takes every inch like a fucking champion. I wrap my arm around her waist to keep my hold on her and slip my other between our joined bodies. I apply light pressure to her clit, and she shatters. I deserve a medal for not busting right now because her entire body tightens, which seconds ago I would have said was impossible. She's trembling, hips bucking as she rides out her orgasm, crying my name. You're a demon. She reaches up, pressing her lips to mine, our bodies still stuck together in the best way. Real-life freaking demon. I never had you down as a quitter, Allen. I tuck the hair hanging over her face behind her ears, cupping her face in my hand. I take a second to look at her. Flushed cheeks and a lazy smile as she turns her head to kiss the palm of my hand. You are so goddamn beautiful, you know? You're already fucking me, Hawkins. You don't have to blow my ego, too. There she is. My post-coming, docile, affectionate girl is gone, her typical bratty attitude restored. I slap my hand against her ass cheek, rolling her onto her back again. Pulling out of her, I chuckle at her whimper of disappointment and her squeak of surprise when I flip her onto her stomach. I can't go again, she moans. I can't. I tug her hips until her ass is in the air, and this view is what I'm going to dream about every night. You want to stop? She looks at me over her shoulder and shakes her head. Good. Hold on to the bed. Her hands reach out and grip the bars of my bed frame, head resting against a pillow trying to watch me as I position myself behind her. I genuinely don't think I've ever been this hard. I rub my cock up and down, taking extra time to circle her oversensitive clit, making her body shudder. When she's impatiently whimpering, I finally line myself up and sink into her again. She meets every thrust forward by pushing back onto me, her ass bouncing off me and letting me go even harder. My hands fit perfectly in the curve of her waist, and the noises she's making aren't going to let me last long like this. I told you I was going to fuck this pussy like it's mine, Anastasia, 'cause it is fucking mine. Nathan, she's moaning, but still manages to sass me. In your dreams. Let go of the bed. Satisfaction bubbles under my skin when she immediately listens to me, doing what she's told for once. Pulling her back to my front, I want her closer, need her closer. I run my tongue along her shoulder to her neck, tasting the salty sheen on her skin. One of my hands snakes up her body to her tits, and the other cups between her legs, feeling my dick move in and out as she bounces on it in a fervent rhythm. Her entire body is trembling, chest heaving, pussy throbbing around me. It's too much. It's too good. I can't. Don't be a quitter, Anastasia. My fingers slowly tease her clit, deliberate and controlled, and she's almost there. Her mouth tilts toward me, hips bucking and grinding, eyes rolling back. I crash my mouth into hers as she screams, squeezing me so fucking tight I can't hold back, spilling into the condom. It's like fire spreading across my entire body, consuming and engulfing me, suffocating me in the flames. I'm twitching and spasming inside her well after we've stopped moving, the pleasure flooding through me. Was that better than hate sex? I grumble, forehead falling to her shoulder. She starts laughing, her body wiggling in my arms. Oh, my God, shut up, Nathan. The downside of having a house full of people, other than having a house full of people, is trying to sneak around. After finally convincing myself to slip out of her, I dispose of the condom and pull on some sweatpants. She looks over from the bed, nose scrunching when she realizes I'm a man on a mission. You've melted all my bones, Anastasia says. She's naked on my bed, her stomach flexing as she takes controlled breaths. She looks incredible. Unbelievably, after all that, my dick twitches, but if I suggest going again right now, she'll murder me. She watches me cross the room toward the bedroom door. Where are you going? I kiss her forehead and pull a blanket over her, ignoring her frown. I'm about to open this door. Do you want to risk whoever might be standing outside of it seeing you butt-ass naked? She shrugs. I'm going to steal shit from Henry. I'll be back in a minute. Henry is the MVP tonight, and I think I'll be going to Target tomorrow to buy a box of girl shit. I punch in all the zeros and stroll through, getting the shock of my life when Henry is in his boxers making out with a half-naked girl on his bed. Oh shit, I shout, covering my eyes. I'm sorry, buddy, fuck. I need to get that box of stuff from your bathroom, I'm sorry. Daisy, the mystery girl says. I keep my hand over my eyes and head toward the bathroom, closing the door behind me, immediately finding what I need. I've stolen shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, a hair tie, and a brush. I take one last look, deciding to grab some socks, too. I balance them on one arm and use my other to shield my eyes as I venture back out into what should be classed as no man's land. She's gone. You can move your hand, Henry says flatly. I'm sorry, kiddo. I didn't think you'd be up here. Who's the girl? Someone I know. She's Briar's younger sister. He sighs, and I feel so guilty. Next time you've got a girl, Cap, don't leave her alone or I'm taking her. Great. You probably could, bud. I won't come back, I promise. Go find your girl. Anastasia is where I left her when I let myself back into my room. I just cock-blocked Henry by accident. No more talking to him, Alan. He said if I leave you alone, he's taking you. She's still laughing after I've put the supplies in the bathroom and walked back to my bed to scoop her up. He could, you know. He's got that mysterious but sweet thing going on. Don't I know it? Women love Henry. I turn the shower on to the correct pressure and temperature and step us in, gently putting her back on her feet. I reach for the shampoo and she huffs. Nathan, I can do this myself. Why would you do that when I'm here to do it for you? She doesn't fight me as I methodically move my fingers through her hair, coating every strand in suds and washing them away. My fingers sink into her shoulders, her body lulls, and she leans back into my chest, sighing contently. It's quiet and peaceful here, a stark contrast from earlier. Well, until I pick up the conditioner bottle, squinting at the tiny instructions. Where the fuck does this go? She folds over, laughing. The ends? I scrub her from head to toe, and when we're done, I wrap her in the biggest, fluffiest towel I've got. Stassi flips from tame and passive to irritated quicker than anyone I know, but by the way she's snuggled into my chest, you wouldn't know it. I grab her a Titans t-shirt from my drawer and pull it over her head, pulling on some boxers myself before laying her down on the bed and climbing in beside her. I couldn't care less about the loud party outside my door. I flick off the lights and lie down beside her, wrapping my arms around her when she immediately shuffles toward me. She drapes her body over mine and immediately falls asleep, soft snores tickling against my chest. Instead of going to sleep myself, I lie in the dark, listening to her breathing and trying to devise a plan to make her not want to do this with anyone else. And I come up with absolutely nothing.
17. Anastasia. It's hard to be happy about having the best sex of your life when the guy you did it with is impossibly annoying. Look at my neck, Nathan, I fume, catching my reflection in the mirror when we step out of the shower. I didn't even think to look last night, but the hickeys are incredibly bold and angry-looking this morning, standing out against my neck. I look like leeches have attacked me. Who are you, fucking Dracula?
I'll buy you a scarf when I go to Target,
he says nonchalantly, examining his handiwork. I watch him in the mirror, the unmistakable look of pride on his face.
Stop being dramatic.
Stop being dramatic? If you hand me a scarf, I will strangle you with it. I shoot back, unraveling my towel to dry myself. I have to teach kids this morning. Do you know what kids notice? Absolutely everything.
You are so full of rage for someone so small and cute,
he teases, kissing the ugly marks on my neck. I hate you.
No, you don't.
His hand travels across my bare stomach, and he pulls my body close to his. The towel hanging on his hips does nothing to hide how eager he is for me not to go to work. His voice is low and dark as he whispers into my ear,
I want you again.
I can tell.
Quit your job so we can go back to bed.
Why am I getting wet from 4 words? Why did I consider quitting my job for a split second? Is this what being dignitized feels like? We don't all have a trust fund, Hawkins, I say, snapping out of it and wiggling out of his grip, muttering expletives under my breath. I'm still muttering threats about covering him in hickeys when he ushers me into his car and he's still smiling like a fool. Last night was something else. I don't know whether it was all the built-up sexual frustration or the excitement of the game, but the man knows how to use his dick for the greater good. I don't think I slept. I might have passed out from the exhaustion of being railed so well. This morning, when I mentioned the dull ache between my legs as we climbed into the shower together, he asked me, could he kiss it better? And he did. Twice.
Want me to come up?
He asks as we pull up to my apartment building so I can get changed before work. I shake my head. You'll distract me. I won't take long. The real reason is I don't have the energy to deal with how Aaron will react if I show up with Nate covered in hickeys. Thankfully, Aaron is still in bed when I let myself into the apartment. Once I'm in my bedroom, I decide the only appropriate outfit today is something involving a turtleneck. Once my neck monstrosities are suitably covered, I head back down to Nate.
I wouldn't be able to concentrate if you were my skating teacher.
Nate reaches over the center console to rest his hand on my thigh, fingers tracing patterns the entire journey to Simone's. When we finally pull up outside the rink, he turns to me with a hopeful look on his face.
Can I watch you teach?
Absolutely not, I say, hopping out and grabbing my bag. Thanks for the ride.
Stassi,
he yells as I start to close the door.
Can I see you later?
I reach into my bag and pull out my planner, flicking to October 23rd. Work, study, gym, dinner. No, sorry, I'm busy. Bye, Nate.
Stas,
he shouts again, stopping me in my tracks.
What about tomorrow?
My eyes scan over October 24th. Nope, busy. I gotta go, and if you shout at me again, I will kick your car. I can't be late. Bye. I'm not even through the entrance doors before my phone buzzes in my pocket. Nate. Monday? Stassi. Busy. Nate. Tuesday. Stassi. Busy. Thumbs down emoji. Nate. Wednesday? You're killing me here, Allen. Stassi. You have a game in Arizona. Nate. Fuck's sake. Nate. How do you know that? Stassi. Lola, the hockey expert, Mitchell. Nate. Thursday? You have training after us. I'll wait for you. Stassi.
I have to go to the mall on Thursday to get a Halloween costume. Nate. Same. Nate. Weird coincidence. Nate. Let's go together. Stassi. Eye roll emoji. Sure. Weird coincidence, my ass. The kids seem to be full of extra energy today, so by the time I'm sitting for my lunch break, I'm exhausted. I'm trying to decide what to eat when my phone buzzes on the table and Nate's name flashes up. Nate, can I pick you up from work? Stassi, no need, I'll get an Uber. Nate, that makes no sense. Let me pick you up. Stassi, you make no sense. Nate, only because you fucked my brains out. Stassi, FFS. Nate, 3? Stassi, yeah, don't be late. You've got to take me straight home. Nate, no shenanigans. Nate, Scout's honor. Stassi, there's no way you were a Boy Scout. Nate, I was, but I got kicked out. Stassi, why? Nate, I accidentally set Robbie on fire when we were 8. Fire emoji. As promised, he's waiting for me in the parking lot when I walk out of work at 3 p.m. on the dot. Hey, fire starter, I tease, climbing into the passenger seat. He leans over and cups my face with his hand, greeting me with a toe-curling kiss that sends a shiver through my entire body. I'm trying not to overthink it. I wouldn't think anything if Ryan kissed me, and this man did filthy things to my body last night and this morning. I probably shouldn't be concerned about a little kiss. Hi, he chirps, putting the car into drive and pulling away from the parking spot. Speaking of starting fires, give me your planner right now, Allen. I clutch my bag to my chest and bat his incoming hand away. No! Why would you even joke? Because that thing is ruining my week. Why are you so busy? His hand settles on my thigh, momentarily distracting me. What could you possibly be doing that means you don't have any time for me? The thigh holding I can deal with. I can't deal with the patterns and the occasional squeeze. That shit is making my vagina scream, and I'm not sure she's ready for the consequences of being a horny little slut again. I don't know, Nate. Maybe getting an education? Training so I get to fulfill my dream of being on the Olympic skating team? Chores? Meal prep? Working? His fingers dig into my thigh playfully, and I squirm in my seat. You'll see me before or after practice, and I have Thursday evening free. That's when I usually have time for friends. Don't say hook up, Stassi. I suppose if it's to support your lifelong dreams, I could probably find a way to be okay with it. When did you start having such a meticulously planned lifestyle? When I was about 9. 9? He splutters. You were a 9-year-old with a color-coded planner? Not quite. It's hard to know when to start dropping the details of your life and a friendship. It's not a secret, and it isn't something I'm ashamed of, but still. I can explain if you want me to, but it's maybe a little deep for a Saturday afternoon. He squeezes my thigh again, looking over as we roll to a stop sign. He nods, encouraging me. I'm good with deep. His eyes press shut. Not like that. Trust me, I know, but that's a very, very different conversation. Focus, Anastasia. Okay, so I've always known I was adopted. My parents are super loving people. They've always wanted the best for me. Good start. They put me in every extracurricular activity because they wanted to give me the best opportunities. I started skating, and I was advanced, and I kept being more advanced until someone realized, okay, she's a figure skater. I stare at my hands, picking at the corner of my nails. They told me how proud they were every single day, how I was going to be a star, a famous skater, an Olympian. Nate's hand rubs up and down my thigh gently. That sounds like a lot for a little kid. I felt this
crushing pressure, which now, as an adult, I realize was severe anxiety. But I loved skating so much, and I wanted to be the best for them. His fingers thread between mine. I thought they wouldn't want me anymore if I failed.
Oh, Stas.
He sighs. Looking at it as an adult, it's ridiculous because they love me so much. But I was so scared they'd reject me if I didn't do well for them, and it spiraled into this intense obsession. He doesn't say anything, which I appreciate. I couldn't explain how I was feeling, and I'd become upset and frustrated, so they put me in therapy. For a good reason. I was becoming a nightmare. Dr. Andrews taught me how to communicate my emotions.
And the planner?
It started as a therapy activity. I felt out of control, which seems unbelievable for such a young kid. I had to sit with my parents on a Sunday night and write out what I had to do that week.
Smart.
3 categories: what I had to do, what I'd like to do if I had time, and what I was going to do for me that had nothing to do with school and skating. I shuffle in my seat, uncomfortable because I'm undoubtedly oversharing at this point, but he looks over and nods, urging me to continue. It was a shiny sticker chart thing when I was younger. It made me feel like I could do everything without spiraling. And as time passed and I got older, it morphed into a planner.
So
Please don't ask me if I know my birth parents, I interrupt. I'm perfectly happy with my parents, and I've got no desire to go digging up my past.
I wasn't going to ask that, Stassi.
He brings the back of my hand to his mouth, planting a kiss right on my knuckles.
I was going to ask if those ridiculously optimistic quotes you post are something to do with the therapy, or if you just like catfishing people into thinking you're not the most temperamental, bossy, and terrifying woman they may ever meet.
Excuse you? I'm not temperamental or bossy. Laughing at my shocked face, he kisses my knuckles again.
I feel like the evidence weighs heavily in my favor.
We finally reach my building, and he finds a spot away from the normal drop-off area.
Thank you for sharing.
Thanks for listening. I know it was a lot.
I can handle a lot. Besides, I like hearing what makes you tick. It's important for me to be able to be there for my friends. Knowing stuff helps, I guess.
My mouth opens to respond, and it's immediately covered with a large hand.
Do not tell me we're not friends. We are.
I nip his palm, causing him to whip his hand away, laughing. That isn't what I was going to say. He pins me with a skeptical glare. Okay, it wasn't the only thing I was going to say. I was going to say, your friends spent a lot of time convincing me you're a good person, so whatever you're doing is working. A shit-eating grin spreads across his face.
Did you just admit you think I'm a good person? Did you compliment me?
Oh my God, I'm leaving. Thanks for the ride. Nate doesn't let me leave. Instead, he leans over and kisses the life out of me, which I let him do for 20 minutes. I spend the short ride in the elevator up to my floor trying to regain control of my facial expressions because I never look this happy after work. Stepping into the apartment, Aaron and Lola are both home, bickering about nonsense like normal. Anxiety spikes in my body when Aaron spots me, immediately looking at me with a strange expression. I drop my bag on the floor and reach for a glass to get a drink. Hey! Ignoring my greeting, he moves toward me and uses his finger to move the fabric covering my neck slightly. It's that small action that makes me realize it's slid down. Fuck.
You need to tell Rothwell to eat a decent meal before letting him near you, Stas.
He scoffs.
It looks cheap as hell. I'm not skating with you at sectionals if you have those.
Get off her dick, Ice Princess, Lo shouts at him from the couch. Don't be a little bitch because you're not getting laid and Stassi finally gets the hockey hype.
Hockey hype?
He looks between us frantically and my heart sinks.
You're fucking Nate Hawkins, aren't you?
Lola's eyes widen, realizing her mistake. It's none of your business. It isn't his business. I'm an adult woman and I can do what I want, but it doesn't stop me from knowing I'm about to get shit from Aaron, which fills me with dread. Over the years, I've learned which battles I can win, and ones where he's already decided what he thinks of someone isn't one of them. Drop it.
Why do you make such horrible fucking choices? Jesus Christ, it's like you don't respect—
Finish that sentence, Lo snarls, storming toward us. I fucking dare you, Carlisle. Finish that sentence and see what choices I make. He huffs and rolls his eyes, stomping away from us in the direction of his bedroom, muttering something about living with women under his breath. When his door slams shut, Lola flings herself at me, suffocating me with a tight hug. Sorry. You will be, Mitchell. Thursday arrives, and 5 days after Aaron started sulking, I can confirm he is still sulking. He's hardly said 2 words to me since I arrived home from work on Saturday, which works for me but makes for a chilly living situation. I've kept myself busy, and after what I'm calling planner wizardry, I've somehow managed to get myself ahead of schedule and free up my time until Sunday.
Phone away.
Henry doesn't even look up from his sketchbook as he barks his order at me.
Or I take it again.
I reluctantly do as he says, tucking my phone back into my pocket. Henry has been my study buddy all week, keeping me company in the library and confiscating my phone when I get distracted by messages from pesky hockey players. Plural, because JJ blows up my phone more than anyone else. So far, Henry hasn't done any studying himself, claiming he prefers to procrastinate until the last minute, then study under duress and the feeling of impending doom. But he did draw me as a giraffe, which was nice. I'm nearly finished with my assignment when I hear Henry's pencil knock against the library table we're working at.
You know Nathan wouldn't abandon you, right?
Huh?
Yesterday. You said you would be happy to fall in love because I wouldn't abandon you. Nathan wouldn't either.
Like most conversations with Henry, his words catch me off guard, evident by the garbled laugh that sounds a bit like choking that escapes my lips. It was just a joke, Hen. In exchange for a hot chocolate with marshmallows, yesterday Henry gave me a very detailed account of how he would make me fall in love with him if Nate were to ever ruin the chances of him getting laid again. Naturally, my immediate reaction was to tell him I was totally okay with falling in love with him, foolishly adding that there was absolutely no way he'd ever abandon me, so to let me know when the time came. It's clearly been on his mind.
You don't need to lie to me, Anastasia. A nice girl like you isn't single without a reason. You don't need to tell me about it, but I wanted you to know he wouldn't abandon you.
He looks so genuine when he says it that I want to cry.
He's never abandoned me, and I'm only his friend. He gets to see you naked, and that's ultimately more appealing. Before you say he doesn't, my bedroom is right next to his, and you are incredibly loud when you climax.
I can feel the blood drain from my face. That's good to know. And on that enlightening note, it's time for us to head to the rink. Henry and I pack up our things and head across campus toward the arena. We chat casually, thankfully about topics not involving how I sound when I orgasm. Being friends with Henry is easy. You know what he says is the truth, and there is no sneakiness or backhandedness. This week, that kind of unfiltered honesty has been a huge comfort in the face of tension with Aaron, and I'm more than a little gutted when we arrive at the rink and he immediately ditches me. Why couldn't he have been a figure skater? I try to concentrate on my warm-up and not how hot Nathan looks shouting instructions at his team. By the time I'm stepping onto the ice myself, I'm more than a little flushed. But Aaron immediately puts a stop to that because his shitty attitude is like being swept up in a blizzard. "He's distracting you, Anastasia. You're being sloppy. Stop wasting my time if you're not going to put the effort in," Aaron complains, gesturing toward Nate, who is watching from the stands. Today is the day Nate and I are heading to the mall, and I said he could watch me skate. I knew it was a mistake when I said yes, anticipating Aaron being a dick, but he asked so nicely that I couldn't say no. I'm not distracted. The only distracting thing right now is Aaron's attitude. His movements are tight and sharp. We feel out of sync. And when he moves to lift me, his hands grip me a little tighter than he usually does. It's frustrating and disorientating, and by the time we're done, I feel like I need to lock myself away and cry. The second we finish, he storms off toward the locker rooms, and Nate slowly walks over to me. I don't even need to tell him. That disastrous session was evident to everyone. We were terrible.
"I'll kick his ass if you want me to."
His hand cups my cheek, and I nuzzle into its warmth. If you hurt him, I can't compete at sectionals in 2 weeks.
Noted.
But if we don't qualify and you happen to hit him with your car, that's not my concern.
Also noted.
He chuckles, leaning forward to kiss my forehead. I'm sure Brady is lurking somewhere, judging me too, but as I wrap my arms around him and let his calm wash over me, I can't find it in me to care what she might think. I mirror his deep breaths, instantly feeling less like I need to sob. Thank you for waiting for me.
"Can I make a suggestion about our plans?"
he says carefully, tilting my face up to his.
"I don't want to fuck with the planner, but I feel like the way you feel right now justifies some amendments."
He's being so careful with me, so gentle, like I might break. Leaning forward, he hovers an inch from my face, waiting for me to close the gap. I'm not kissing you until I know the proposal. His smile is so beautiful it almost ends me, but I hang on in there, concentrating on putting air in and out of my lungs so I look like a normal human in front of this painfully attractive man.
"Instead of going to the mall, we get your favorite takeout and order a costume online. You can stay over because I bought loads of girly shit from Target on Saturday after I took you to work, and I think a bit of space from Aaron might be what you need right now."
You presumed you'd be able to convince another person to sleep with you? I tease, instantly feeling lighter.
"You haven't seen how good this stuff is. It makes Henry's box look like amateur hour. You'll be begging me to let you stay over."
It's a well-thought-out plan, Hawkins.
"It's a great plan. I'll even take you home in the morning for a change of clothes and take you to class. Might be my best plan yet."
I close the gap, pressing my lips to his. It's hard to remember we're in public when his tongue rolls against mine. He breaks us apart.
"Is that a yes?"
Yes.
18. Nathan. We pulled up in front of my house 3 minutes ago, and so far she's made no attempt to get out of the car, so we're sitting in a semi-comfortable silence. Her hands are gripping the straps of her bag, she's staring into the distance, and her body is visibly rigid. I know she's lost in her head, overthinking, so I let her stew for a little while longer, not wanting to intrude. Another few minutes pass, and her lips are still pulled into a tight line, so I reach out and brush my fingers against her cheek lightly, clearing my throat to capture her attention. I curl a strand of her hair around my finger, and she turns her head to listen to me speak. "Do you want to play house?" "Huh?" She sounds confused, which I can't blame her for. Faint crease lines appear beside her eyes as she shoots me a funny look. "House? like what you played as a kid. Her frown slowly fades. The corners of her lips tug up slightly. And what does playing house entail? We gonna pretend to be mom and dad to the guys? We forget about the outside world until tomorrow. I mean, if JJ calls you mommy, I will hurt him. But other than that, what do you call it when you're catfishing? Positive vibes only. I do not catfish people. I am a positive person, she insists, lying to both of us. She huffs, crossing her arms defiantly, but she can't keep it up and her pretend annoyed expression softens. Have you always been so soft? You're not at all like I expected. Yep, just how my mama raised me. If I like you, I like you. I'm an all or nothing person. Always have been. A tiny shred of panic rushes through me when I consider that she might take my words the wrong way after we've previously talked about what she's looking for, but thankfully she laughs. I would have guessed with your status on campus that you'd have dicked half of Maple Hills by now. A captain title guarantees getting laid, right? I have. And yeah, it kinda does. I'm not sure it's the answer she's expecting because her eyes widen and she just looks at me. Oh, are you slut-shaming me, Anastasia Allen, the queen of non-commitment? Her jaw drops and she begins spluttering to argue back, but I don't give her a chance, enjoying seeing her speechless. Hooking up with people and liking people is very different. If I like someone, I want to be around them and get to know them. It's not often I want something more with someone, so when I do, I make them a priority. God, so clingy, she grumbles, cheeks flushed red. Her hand reaches over to the door handle, the other secured around her bag. Let's go in the house before the kids start a riot. It feels great when your best friends like the girl you like, but we're barely through the front door before they spot Anastasia behind me and turn back into golden retrievers. If I wasn't seeing it firsthand, I would never believe it. I've known these guys for years, and I've never seen them act the way they do when Stas and Lola are around. Henry is the first to start. What are you doing here? Do you want to watch a movie with us? Are you staying over? Winding her arm around my waist and leaning into me, she grins up at me before looking back at Henry. Nathan kidnapped me because he wants to play house. You can call me Daddy anytime, Stassi, JJ shouts at her from the couch. Up. I hip bump her gently in the direction of the stairs. Stop being a menace, Johal. She doesn't want you. JJ scoffs loudly. I don't believe that. Everyone wants me. Henry frowns as Stassi heads toward the stairs, muttering under his breath. I don't want you, JJ. Being with Stassi completely sober might be my new favorite thing. I love talking to her. It sounds obvious, and it is, but I love listening to her dive headfirst into a story. The way she has to hold back a laugh when she tells me something Lo said, or the sad smile she has when talking about Seattle. Her Brady impression with a terrible Russian accent still makes me cackle laughing even after I've heard it 20 times. She has opinions and interests, and beneath her obsessively organized and competitive nature, she's a woman who just wants to do well. It makes me feel shit that I labeled her as dramatic because, don't get me wrong, she has her moments, but ultimately she's committed and she was just scared. Another fun discovery I've made about sober Stassi is that for someone so opposed to clingy behavior, she's being pretty goddamn clingy. As in, literally clinging to me, like a koala or a sloth. Her entire body is wrapped around me, face buried in my neck, hair repeatedly tickling my nose, legs straddling my waist, leaving me no choice but to balance my laptop on her ass, one hand scrolling through a costume website and the other tickling up and down her back. As much as I wish she didn't feel shit, especially since it's because of me Aaron is annoyed, I'm glad she's with me instead of pushing me away. Do you have any body fat? She wiggles down my body until she's straddling my hips, sitting up a little so we're face to face. It's like lying on a pavement. You're absolutely solid. Closing over my laptop and putting it on the floor, I turn all my attention to the beautiful woman on top of me. My t-shirt is drowning her, which is another thing I love. Weird, I know. It makes me wonder if there's a psychological reason why her wearing my clothes makes me horny. I'm sorry the body I worked so hard for doesn't make a good mattress for you. I run my thumb across her bottom lip, and when she nips her teeth against the pad, a devilish look on her face. All the blood in my body rushes straight to my dick. I'm pretty sure you like my body for other reasons, though. Her hips roll against the erection, fighting to get out of my boxers, and I swear to God, one tiny movement and this girl has me ready to lose my damn mind. You know what I want? She muses, finger outlining each ab as her hand trails toward my belly button. Tell me, Anastasia, what do you want? Food? She giggles, lying back down on my chest, propped by her forearms. I'm starving. I've been trying to get her to choose something to eat since we got home. It's been an impossible and frustrating task, possibly the most infuriating one of my life. I offered to get takeout. I offered to cook. I offered to just choose for us, but everything was met with a grumble and a headshake. So I try again, leaning forward first to kiss the tip of her nose since she looks so fucking cute right now. Burgers? Too many calories. Pizza? Calories. When I'm about to suggest Thai food for the millionth time, her phone rings beside us. Sorry, let me just grab this. Hey, Rye. She holds her phone away from her body as his face fills the screen. Great. What's up? Hey, I've just picked Liv up from rehearsal and saw Lo. She said Aaron upset you. Just wanted to check in. I'm trying not to look at her phone over my shoulder because I'm not sure if I'm in the shot based on the angle. We're going to Kenny's for wings if you want to join us. There's a quieter mumbling in the background, and he chuckles. Liv says hi. Apparently I'm too tall and I'm cutting her out of view. Hey, Olivia. Yeah, he's just being his usual charming self, but it's fine. He's just stressed because he thinks I'm being irresponsible about stuff. Me. I'm stuff. And he's always in a bad mood right before we compete, but he'll be fine on the day, which is all I need. I'd kill for Kenny's, but I can't. Thanks for the offer, though. I suggested wings and you said no, I mumbled quietly. She rolls her eyes at me, lowering her voice. Calories. Did you just say calories? Ryan says harshly. Is he trying to control what you're eating again? Wait, who are you with? I'm with Nathan, she says, holding her phone out to the side so he can see her lying on my bare chest. And nobody is controlling anything, so don't start. I have sectionals in 2 weeks, Ryan. We can't all live on a diet of saturated fat and carbs. To my absolute surprise, when I look over at her phone and give a polite nod, he's got the biggest grin on his face. Nice to see you took my advice, Alan. I won't intrude on your evening any longer. Bye, guys. Let me know if you want to join us. Stassi disconnects the call and puts the phone down beside us, saying nothing. What advice did you take? Huh? Oh, Ryan said I should stop being so hard on you and give you a chance. Said you were a good guy and I should stop being stubborn. I've famously always said how much I like Ryan. I've always said he's a really good guy, a wise guy who should be listened to. I take back all the other shit I said. And then he said I should fuck you for science, and Lo agreed. I like Anastasia's friends. They're good people. Is this you giving me a chance? I'm prepared for whatever answer comes my way. She's still here in my bed, whatever she says. I understand where her line is, and I'm happy on the side of it I'm on right now. Yeah, I suppose I am. Although if I don't get some food in me soon, I'm going to get hangry, and who knows what I'll say or do to you. I'm ordering Kenny's. You want wings, so you're getting wings. She buries her head into my chest and groans, mumbling some bullshit about putting on weight. Oh, shut up, Anastasia. I laugh, flinching when she digs me in the ribs for telling her to shut up again. Calories don't exist in pretend realities anyway. It's one meal and you burn hundreds of extra calories a day. Okay. She fiddles with the ends of her hair, anxiously rolling a strand between her fingers. Eventually, she nods. Okay. We don't have to talk about it now, but I want to know what Ryan meant about Aaron controlling what you eat. Now, what do you want me to order for you? About an hour later, I have a much happier girl on my hands. One big-ass bowl of boneless wings and cheese fries, and she's got a massive smile on her face, looking at me like I created the sun. All I did was place the order and collect it from the front door, but it's enough for her to be ecstatic. Henry didn't know where to look when she breezed past him toward the kitchen in my t-shirt. Nobody knew where to look when she physically moaned while biting into the first wing. JJ's mouth opened, but even he thought better of it, which was a relief because we have a game on Saturday and I'd rather not be down a defenseman. But nothing can stop Henry and his concerned face. He's been trying hard to not blurt out the first thing that comes into his head, but he doesn't always succeed. Stassi bites into another wing, and his frown deepens. I know I will have to listen to you making that noise later, Stassi. It doesn't seem fair that I have to do it over dinner. Fucking hell, Hen, JJ splutters, spraying his drink all over the kitchen island. Her mouth hangs open, and even I'm unsure how she should respond. That's my cue to get her away from my friends. When she's finished eating and has washed her hands, I drag her back up the stairs. The second I close my bedroom door, she pushes my body against it and wraps her arms around my neck, dragging my face down to hers. Stassi's soft body molds itself against mine, and her fingers sink into my hair. What's the rush? I ask, tugging down my sweatpants anyway because I'm not foolish enough to ask too many questions when she's kissing me like that.
Henry told me I'm loud when I come, so now I want to do it before he goes to bed.
Jesus Christ. All the reasons I thought she'd give me, that one wasn't even on the list. My hand slips beneath the flimsy material of my t-shirt she's still wearing, dipping between her legs and dragging my finger across the outside of her panties. She grinds into my hand, looking for pressure, fingers gripping my biceps as her tongue moves against mine. Her little noises and movements are driving me wild, moaning and squirming, her breathing heavy when I move my mouth down her neck and grip onto her thighs to pull her up around my hips, pushing her farther against the door. I'm fucking desperate to be inside of her. It's all I've thought about since Saturday night. Her hips wiggle against mine, and goosebumps spread across my whole body. What if I like it when you're loud?
Do something to make me scream then, Hawkins.
I drop her to her feet and grip each side of her panties, pulling them to her ankles when she gives me a nod. The t-shirt goes next, leaving her naked thighs rubbing together, rosy-cheeked and glossy-eyed. She's the sexiest woman I've ever seen, and I don't even think she realizes it. I leave her standing there, throwing myself down on my bed and lying back.
What are you doing?
Her hands settle on her hips, and she tilts her head to the side, equal parts confused and unimpressed. I'm waiting for you to move your ass over here and sit on my face, Anastasia. What does it look like I'm doing? I love playing house.
19. Anastasia. I freaking love Halloween when I'm happy with my costume. Even though Nate and I didn't manage to order anything, I knew what I wanted to be when I woke up yesterday morning in his bed. When I opened my eyes, Henry was sitting at the end of Nate's bed, looking guilty. Nate was standing beside him in only his boxers, his arms folded across his muscular chest, scowling like an unimpressed parent.
"Say it,"
Nate grunted. Henry shuffled awkwardly, spinning his phone around in his hands.
"I'm sorry, Anastasia."
What for? I looked over to Nate, who was still giving angry dad vibes, which were low-key turning me on.
"I'm sorry if I made you feel embarrassed about your sexual endeavors and how you eat Kenny's. Volume is relative, I suppose, and you're much quieter than Kit." Okay, shut up. You're done,"
Nate interrupted, pulling him from the bed and pushing him toward the door.
"Get out."
Out of the three of us, I was the most mortified, which made me want revenge on the overprotective man who did this. Nate looked unbothered and climbed back into the bed, his colossal frame covering mine as he settled between my legs. I was still thinking about how annoyed I was with him when he started to roll himself against me and kiss my neck. How can you be thinking about sex when you've just embarrassed me in front of your best friend? His body stopped straight away, head moving so I could see his puzzled face.
"First, I'm always thinking about sex with you."
"Ow!" he whines.
"Don't pinch me. I'm sorry if you feel embarrassed. That wasn't my intention. I didn't like what he said to you. I want you to feel comfortable when you're here."
I do feel comfortable when I'm here. Not right now. Right now, I want to hide forever. His grin went ear to ear.
That makes me happy. Other than the hiding thing. I'm sorry you're embarrassed, but he doesn't get a free pass because he's cute.
He is cute, I nodded in agreement. I love him, Nathan. Like, it's becoming a problem. I just want to squish him. I don't want him to think I got him in trouble.
He's very lovable.
He kissed the tip of my nose gently, momentarily distracting me.
But if he doesn't learn, he will upset someone one day properly. I worry about how he will get on when we've all graduated, so I have to teach him.
As much as I don't like waking up to Henry's guilty face, I like this sexy but caring dad thing you've got going on.
Don't even joke, Anastasia.
His whole demeanor changed, and the grinding against me resumed instantly.
Because I will put a baby in you right now, and you'll be stuck teaching bratty little skaters like Brady.
Get off, I said playfully, pushing my hands against his chest, ignoring his groan. I need to take my birth control. He laughed, climbing off me, sitting back on the heels of his feet, all 6'4" of thick thighs and protruding muscles. I should be given an award for knowing how good Nathan looks without any clothes on and still managing to leave his bedroom. Having the motivation to push him off me was beyond difficult. Even my ovaries were screaming. Lola is butt-ass naked in my room, rummaging through my closet when I walk in from my Saturday shift. "Hey, hot stuff," she chirps. "How was work?" I throw my purse down on the floor and sit down at the end of my bed. "Good, thanks. Not that I don't like seeing your peachy tush, but why are you naked in my room? I'm stealing from your closet. I need something to wear tonight." The honeypot is throwing a big Halloween party, and thanks to our favorite neighbor, we all have tickets to it. Wanting their costumes to be a surprise, the guys have asked to meet us at the club, which works for me because mine is a surprise too. I check the time on my phone and spot a message from JJ telling me he's on his way. "JJ is dropping off my costume soon. You should probably wait by the door," she says, plucking an emerald-colored dress from the rack and holding it against her body. If Aaron spots a hockey player turning up to this apartment, he might burn down the building. She isn't wrong. He isn't here. I don't know where he is. He isn't answering my calls. Things with Aaron suck more than they've ever sucked. This far into our friendship, I'm used to his mood swings. He eventually snaps out of it, apologizes, and spends a few weeks making it up to me and Lola. It's been a week since he found out I hooked up with Nathan, and he's still mad. But I can't work out why for the life of me. Nate dropped me off at the rink yesterday morning, but Aaron showed up late and didn't even talk to me. By our afternoon practice, when he realized that I wasn't leaving with Nathan, he seemed to warm up a little. I feel like screaming every time someone suggests that it's because he's in love with me, but they won't be convinced despite my objections. When I say someone, I mean everyone on Nate's hockey team, including Nate. My theory is Aaron never learned to share, and this might only get worse. Finding our friends in a nightclub packed full of people should be impossible. Well, it would be if, when we looked out over the balcony, there wasn't a cluster of yellow bodies where the private tables are. JJ is the first to spot me and Lo making our way through the crowd. Judging by the overexcited look in his eyes, he's more than ready for what's about to happen. He hits the guy next to him, who hits the next guy, until we have a dozen guys in minion onesies staring at us. The last minion has his hood down, so I can see that it's Bobby. He pats Nate on the shoulder, interrupting his conversation with Robbie. Nate's wearing dark trousers, a zip-up jacket, and a striped scarf around his neck. He grabs at Robbie's chest, never taking his eyes off me. Robbie's wearing a white lab coat, a yellow t-shirt, and thick-rimmed glasses, and by my astute, vodka-influenced powers of deduction, I'd say that these boys are the cast of Despicable Me. Nathan's eyes are glued to me as we cover the final few feet to the booth, stopping right outside the entrance. His eyes start at my feet, running up my black thigh-high boots. I know he's reached the exposed section of skin by the way his Adam's apple bobs as he swallows, and his tongue flicks out to wet his lips. His eyes keep going beyond my thighs, past the hem of the Titans jersey and the belt cinching it in at my waist, over my breasts until his eyes lock with mine. He blows out a breath, running his hand down his face. It's a fucking intimidating experience having all these guys staring at me, but it's too late to back out now. JJ is still smiling wider than any of the other guys and begins to whoop over the sound of the music.
Give us a spin, Stassi.
Dragging my hair over my shoulder, I slowly turn, pausing for 2 seconds when my back faces the team. It's long enough for the laughter and cheering to start, and when I finish my spin, Nathan's face is frozen. His knuckles are white from gripping his glass tightly. He hasn't said anything, so I don't have confirmation, but I'd imagine it's because he wasn't expecting me to be JJ for Halloween. You were right. This is fun. He looks super mad, Lola says gleefully, taking a step into the booth. Just as I'm about to follow her, I hit a 6'4" wall of muscle.
Come with me.
I'm not sure I can classify what I'm doing as walking because my feet aren't always touching the ground. Nate is, very nicely, dragging me through the crowd, but he hasn't said where we're going. He hasn't said anything. Even in his anger, his grip on my wrist is still tender, and he's using his body as a human shield as he pushes through the sea of drunken jokers and Playboy bunnies, making it a lot easier to follow. At least my costume is original. Nate murmurs a thanks in the direction of a scary-looking security guard as he takes us down a dark hallway. Stopping outside a black door, he nods in its direction.
In.
Maybe this is where he murders me, and I'll be on true crime podcasts forever. I cross my arms, shaking my head. Make me.
Your choice.
I'm upside down over his shoulder before I've even had a chance to think about my final words. He walks through a door, then another door, before finally setting me back on my feet. Looking around as he locks the door, I quickly realize we're in a very fancy bathroom. Do you not like peeing alone? You could have just asked me nicely.
Take it off, Anastasia.
It's hard not to smile like a Cheshire cat right now. I love getting under his skin. I understand why the guys do it, because it's so easy and so satisfying. Take what off? Nathan stalks toward me, and with every step he takes forward, I take one back until my back hits the wall. The excitement begins to build as I concentrate on his furious face, and for some masochistic reason, there is nowhere more excited than the spot between my legs that's freaking pulsing. A hand settles on either side of my head, and he leans down to my eye level.
Take off Jaden's jersey, or I will rip it from your body.
You seem angry, Nathan, I tease, running my finger up and down his scarf. With his face an inch away from mine, I rub my nose against his, enjoying how his breathing slows when I whisper, I think you need to find a way to channel your rage into something rewarding.
I'm so fucking angry with you,
he rasps, capturing my mouth with his. He picks me up, pressing me harshly into the wall, and if I wasn't dripping wet before, I am now. I don't know what to concentrate on as his hands roam my body and his hips press into me. He's finding this as hot as I am. He's solid, straining against the zipper of his pants, and when I roll my hips, a groan rumbles in his throat. I'm supposed to have the upper hand in this situation. I don't. Not even a little bit. I'm needy and desperate, whimpering when his teeth scrape across my hammering pulse.
Last chance, baby. Which one of us is taking it off?
But JJ is my favorite hockey play. I don't get to finish my sentence before he snapped the clasp of my belt, letting it fall to the floor. He pulls the jersey over my head with one swift movement, throwing it across the room away from us. Every single inch of my body feels blistering. It's suffocating, maddening. I'm not even drunk, but I feel intoxicated by him. His touch, his smell. It's unbelievable. The man is dressed as Gru, for fuck's sake, but I swear, one touch and I'm going to combust. He looks down at my body and scoffs. The tiny Titans cheerleader outfit I'm wearing is now visible since he's abruptly stripped me of outfit number 1. He pinches my chin between his thumb and finger, tilting my head back.
How much do you like being able to walk straight?
I tighten my legs around his waist, the anticipation near boiling point. Never been a fan.
Good.
The sounds that follow are a mixture of moaning and rustling, belt clanging and foil ripping until he's protected and teasing me with the head of his dick. I know what he's doing. He wants me to beg him for it, but the joke's on him because I don't beg for anything. Let me put the jersey back on so you can look at JJ's name while you fuck. I don't get to finish my goading because he sticks the whole fucking thing in with one hard thrust, robbing every single slither of oxygen from my lungs when I gasp. Nate's fingers sink into my ass cheeks, using his grip to fuck me even harder, and all I can do is cling on for dear life. Every thrust is as delicious and punishing as the last. The sound of slapping skin echoes around us, and his teeth sink into my lip as he grunts and moans, driving me harder into the wall. The orgasm comes out of nowhere, and it hits me like a freight train, but he doesn't pause. He doesn't even slow down. He lets me cry into his chest and claw at his shoulders, and when I finally stop spasming, his arm hooks under one leg and navigates it up to his shoulder, then repeats on the other side. He's folded me, supporting my entire weight in his 2 hands. Where did this man come from? The only thing I can think of right now is, thank God I'm flexible and he is strong.
Such a tight little pussy, Anastasia. All for me.
He pants against my mouth.
You think you can get under my skin, Do you think I don't see the little game you're playing? It's my cock you come all over. Even when you want to put another guy's name on your back, it's my name you fucking scream.
Every word makes me grip him tighter. The angle, the frustration, the control. He's destroying me. I'm bucking and wiggling against him. Every single cell in my body is wound tight and is ready for him to make me disintegrate. I'm trying to hold off, not give him the satisfaction of thinking his little speech has any impact on me. But then he groans my name into my neck, and it's so fucking erotic that my entire body betrays me. I swear I'm seeing stars. My body tenses and melts and fucking bursts into flames because it feels so goddamn good, I don't even know what I'm feeling. His thrusts get sloppier, moans louder, and when his mouth crashes into mine, he slows, shuddering and cursing as he throbs inside of me, spilling into the condom. His forehead falls to mine, and he releases my legs, lowering me back to my very, very wobbly feet. Our breathing is labored. His lips press to my forehead, and he inhales.
I like your cheerleader outfit.
Mm-hmm. It's not even a response. It's just a vague noise that sounds a bit like acknowledgement. He wasn't joking when he asked about not being able to walk straight, but he didn't say anything about not being able to formulate words. Nathan's arm is wrapped tightly around my waist, and when I look up at him, He's got an annoyingly smug smirk on his face. When we reach the booth, Nate throws JJ's jersey back at him, smacking him straight in his face.
I hope you like bag skating, you little shit.
I smell like sex, and I have sex hair, but I don't have it in me to care. I tried to sort it out in the bathroom, but after a couple of minutes of trying to drag my fingers through it, I gave up. The guys are shooting each other knowing looks when we reach for drinks glasses. All but one.
You should have been a minion like us,
Henry says, looking my outfit up and down, total disinterest on his face.
You'd be much comfier right now, and there would be no risk of us seeing your ass.
He's right, and next year I'm wearing a minion onesie to the club. Nathan tugs me into his lap, pushing a drink into my hand, kissing my shoulder affectionately.
Nobody is seeing your ass, Allen,
he whispers below my ear, making my entire body shiver.
I'm pretty sure there's an indent of my hands on both cheeks.
I see Lo walk into the booth out of the corner of my eye, and when I turn to face her, Aaron is right behind her, clutching his arm. Her eyes widen when she spots me and gives me a look that, after more than 2 years of friendship, I know says that shit is about to hit the fan. I look at Aaron, giving him a welcoming smile, but he doesn't return it. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. Are you okay? My eyes flick back to the arm he's clutching, and I feel physically sick when I realize it's not a costume. Aaron, what happened to your arm? His eyes narrow, and he looks at me with so much hatred that I can't breathe.
Ask your boyfriend, Anastasia.
20. Nathan. I've had a migraine for well over 24 hours. It started when Aaron Carlisle stood in front of me with a busted arm and bruised hip and blamed me for it. That's when I felt the twinge at the base of my skull, shortly followed by blistering heat spreading through my head until it was so painful I could feel it at the back of my eyes. The whole mess descended into chaos. Lola shouted at Robbie, JJ called Aaron a fucking liar, and I frantically gripped Anastasia, trying to promise her I never touched him. She flew to his side, not caring about anyone else, examining his arm carefully, and said his name with the most broken, heart-shattering voice. "We're not going to be able to compete at sectionals." I couldn't see her face, but I could tell. We could all tell. The anguish, the realization, the hurt. She was stunned, and when she sank into his chest and began to sob, I had no idea how things could go wrong so quickly. I didn't know what to say to her. I never touched him, despite joking about it and her telling me off. I'd never jeopardize her dreams. Aaron's hand stroked her head, soothing her. I wanted to drag her away from him and promise her I didn't do it, but he ushered her out of the booth, Lo close behind them, and I let them leave. The team was just as confused as me, each promising it was nothing to do with them either. No pranks, no misbehaving. They'd all stayed away from him like I told them to. Nothing was making sense. I called Anastasia the minute we got home from the club, but she didn't answer. Not the first time, nor the second time. On the third time, Lola answered and told me she was asleep. I tried to explain I didn't do anything, but she said she wasn't the one I needed to convince. On Sunday, Stassi texted me saying she needed some space because she didn't know what to think. She was stuck between her partner and me, both promising we were telling the truth, and she needed to process the fact she'd have to pull out of her competition. I told her I'd miss her, but she didn't reply. I spent all day Sunday bouncing from house to house to grill each of the guys who weren't there last night, and they all swear it wasn't them. Call me naive, but I believe them. I was sitting on a disgustingly sticky couch in a frat house with 3 underclassmen in front of me. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they collectively looked like they'd had 5 minutes of sleep. How I was supposed to be looking if my Saturday night out hadn't been fucking hijacked in the worst possible way. We didn't do anything, Cap. Joe Hall said no messing with the skaters, even when they were being dicks. He said we couldn't upset your girl or you and Robbie would bench us. Your girl. She couldn't be further from being my girl than she is now. She felt closer to being my girl the other night, but now I'm not even back to square one. I'm not even on the board. Now that the weekend is over, I've been trying to psych myself up for college for an hour, but even the darkness of my room isn't helping soothe the stabbing pain in my head. My phone starts to vibrate, but instead of Stassi, I find messages from the team. Puck Bunnies. Robbie Hamlet. Email from Faulkner. Award room at 7:30 a.m. Bobby Hughes. Well, was nice knowing you guys. Fly high. Maddie Lou. Should have played fucking basketball. Henry Turner. You haven't got the hand-eye coordination for basketball, Lou. Nate Hawkins. My brain feels like it's trying to turn itself into goo while simultaneously set itself alight. Jaden Johal. You need Tylenol, buddy? Nate Hawkins. I need a shovel to the head. Chris Hudson. I'm sure you won't need to ask Faulkner twice. This was always coming, so I can't act surprised. Aaron told his coach something was on the floor outside only his locker, and he slipped. The hockey team is playing pranks again, he told her. He told Anastasia someone saw me do it, and told him afterward. But he doesn't know who the supposed witness was, and he's not told Brady it was me. No, he saved that bit for Anastasia, claiming he doesn't want to get me into trouble because he's looking out for her. I only know because of Robbie, who has a distraught Lola on his hands. She's stuck in the middle, unable to take sides or do anything to make things better. Her friends are all hurting. She knows I'd never do anything to hurt Anastasia. It's all bullshit. 7:30 sneaks up on me quickly, and I've somehow managed to drag myself to Faulkner's impromptu meeting. The room is in total silence as Faulkner sits and stares us all down, and for the first time I can't read his mood. I don't know what he's waiting for. An admission of guilt? A look that says it was me? Did everyone have an enjoyable weekend? Faulkner drawls. I've been in enough of these meetings over the years to know he does not give a shit about our weekend, and it is not a question that needs answering. Henry looks at me for guidance, and I give him a slight shake of my head. Mine was great, Faulkner continues. I spent Saturday at my daughter's volleyball game filled with pride. They won, and I couldn't have been in a better mood. Even planned a family day on Sunday to celebrate together. If there's one thing I've learned in the 3+ years I've played on this team, you don't mess with Faulkner and his family time. He traveled a lot when he was pro, the nature of the job, but he struggled with being away from his wife and his then newborn daughter, Imogen. The accident forced him to slow down, and now there is nothing he values more than time with his girls. On Sunday, I got a phone call from the dean. He brings his coffee flask up to his lips, watching people shuffle awkwardly over the brim. Oh yeah, you can all look fucking uncomfortable. Not Director Skinner, oh no, it was above him. The dean wanted to know why my team of highly skilled Division I athletes had purposely injured another student. Coach, Shut your mouth, Johal, he barks, slamming the flask down on the table. The dean received a phone call from the student's mother, who threatened to pull her sizable donation to the new arts building. She's understandably very upset, not only because her child was hurt on college property, but also because he has a competition in 2 weeks. He doesn't need to tell us. We all know about sectionals. It's all Anastasia shouts at us when she's trying to get us off the ice. Chris has told her he would take a shot every time she said the word sectionals, earning snickers from the guys around him. I had been ready to step in, but she pinned him with a glare so cold, a chill ran down my spine, and she wasn't even looking at me. She had looked him up and down slowly, and I saw him shuffle on the spot, but then she gave him a dazzling smile and patted him on the arm. I'd take a shot every time you missed the goal, but I don't have time to get alcohol poisoning this week. That's why the guys love her, even if she does spend most of her time calling us the bane of her existence and telling us to learn how to tell the time. She can hold her own, and she's funny when she's grumpy. Am I boring you, Hawkins? I hear faintly, only fully registering he's talking to me when Maddie elbows me in the ribs. No, sir. I have a migraine, but I am listening. His eyes narrow as he assesses if I'm lying, but I'm white as a sheet with huge bags under my eyes. He'd be hard-faced to try to say I'm not ill right now. I would get migraines when I lived at home from the stress of spending so much time with my dad. They were unbearable, which is how I know if I keep on top of the painkillers, I can just about function. If I let it spiral out of control, I'll be vomiting and hiding from the light like a vampire before I know it. So you can see we're in quite the predicament here. Now tell me, who did it? The room is still silent because, as I said, everyone has said it wasn't them. The normal thing to do would be to speak up, tell Faulkner he's got it wrong, and work together to find out the truth. But that isn't the Titan's way. He's decided we're guilty because we've given him no reason to believe he can trust us to tell the truth. He's had years of petty, exhausting bullshit where it's turned out to be a guy on the team to blame every single time. He won't give us the benefit of the doubt because we've never earned it. You're all off the team until someone comes forward and admits the truth. The silent room erupts into chaos as every person tries to reason with him. The volume increases and my head aches until he eventually bellows and everyone stops talking instantly. I don't give a fuck about forfeiting your games. I will make this team finish bottom if you boys don't start behaving like men. I've said before he's a scary guy. His anger is bubbling up so blatantly it's unmissable, but he's disappointed when you look beyond the flushed face and the loud voice. Robbie has been pinching the bridge of his nose and staring into his lap for the last 5 minutes. Disappointed too because he can't coach a team that doesn't exist. Hockey is a privilege. College is a privilege, Faulkner shouts. When I have my answer, you can play again. I clear my throat and avoid eye contact with my teammates. It was me, Coach. I know the Tylenol is wearing off the moment nausea hits me like a bus. Coach is on the phone to the dean, umming and yesing, not giving too much away. I've already received about 20 messages calling me a whole host of creative insults, which is deserved, I'd say. Faulkner doesn't believe me. I can tell by how he's watching me as he mumbles into the phone, but his hands are tied and I gave him an out he desperately needed. He could lose his team for God knows how long because nobody would ever say it was them. Alternatively, he can lose me temporarily and have me back before the season is in full swing. It was a risk on my part, I'll admit, since I don't know what the punishment is, but the longer we drag it out, the more my team suffers, and the more I want to beat the shit out of Aaron. At least if I knock Aaron out, I'd have something to be guilty of. He puts the phone back in its cradle. You don't play until he can skate again. That's what the dean said. You can come to games in your suit, but you sit and watch. You don't train with a team, and you can't be part of any team-related activities other than traveling. Do you know how long he's out for? No. He's seeing a specialist this evening, and we should know then. It will be 2 weeks minimum based on the bruising on his wrist and hip. He hasn't broken anything, so rest and a few mobility actions should be enough, but his parents are demanding he gets a second opinion to be on the safe side. He drags a hand down his face, and when I take a second to look at him properly, he seems about as ill and exhausted as I do. He obviously lifts his girlfriend when they skate, so they don't want to put her at risk if he's not going to be strong enough in 2 weeks. She's not his girlfriend. The words fly out of my mouth before I can even stop them, and his eyes instantly close in on me. Fuck. If I find out this is over a woman, Hawkins, so help me God, I'll kill you myself. I'm not totally clueless. I know this doesn't add up, but what am I supposed to do when you tell me you did it? He pinches the bridge of his nose, and I wish I had something to offer him in the way of an explanation. I don't have the energy to scream at you right now. I'm too disappointed. I suggest you tell your guardian about this shit show because I do not want angry emails when you're not playing. Now get the hell out of my office. I'll call you later in the week. The walk to my car feels like a marathon, but I eventually make it, immediately reaching for painkillers and a bottle of water I stored in the glove box. My phone is still blowing up, and I finally force myself to look at it because the guys deserve answers. Puck bunnies. Joe Carter. Hawkins, you fucking turnip, what the hell is happening? Bobby Hughes. Not been this stressed since I found out condoms aren't 100% effective. Jaden Johal. Excuse me, what was that now? Chris Hudson. How are we supposed to play without a captain? Jaden Johal. No, let's not move past the condom thing. Nate Hawkins. Can't practice or play until Aaron can skate. Maddie Lou. How long is that? Nate Hawkins. Shrug emoji. Nate Hawkins. Going to Stassi's place to try to talk to her. Nate Hawkins. See you all later. My head is still throbbing, and I've never been as grateful for a car that drives itself as I am right now. JJ texted me her apartment number since I've never been invited around and don't know it. He was here on Saturday to drop off his jersey, so I hedge my bets that she hasn't taken his name off the visitor list and give his name to the guy in the lobby. It works, and thankfully he doesn't ask me to provide ID. He hands me a temporary code to make the elevator work and tells me it'll work for 24 hours. It makes me happy that she lives in such a safe and secure building. When she's not angry with me and I'm not essentially committing fraud to gain entry, I'm going to mention I managed to lie my way in here. But now is not the time. Maple Tower is said to be the best accommodation Maple Hills offers, and I can see why. The whole block is luxurious and beautiful. Part of me wonders how Stas can afford it because I doubt her Saturday teaching job pays enough, and I know her scholarship doesn't cover accommodation. But then I get to her door, apartment 6013, and right underneath the numbers in cursive it says, The Carlisle Residence. I take a deep breath and knock on the door a few times, hard but not frantic. I don't want her to think I'm here for a fight because I'm not. I can't tell if the cramping in my stomach is anxiety or because my body and my brain are giving up, but the urge to vomit intensifies when the door pulls back, and Aaron is on the other side of it, only wearing basketball shorts. I'm here to see Anastasia. Can you get her for me, please? I ask calmly. I want to scream at him, call him a liar, pummel my fist into his obnoxious fucking face. But I don't. He smiles at me. I swear I'm not imagining it. He smiles and moves to the side and opens the door wider, holding out his bandaged arm to indicate for me to come inside. She's in her room, he chirps, closing the door behind me. I don't know which one that is, I say, lifting an eyebrow. I haven't been here before. He shrugs and the fake smile drops. Middle door, the one next to the table with flowers. Thanks, I murmur back, making my way toward it. He's being too nice, too calm, and it's putting my entire body on edge. I'm waiting for whatever he's so pleased about to show itself. I tap lightly on the door, but I don't get an answer. So I try again, and this time I hear a sob. Go away, Aaron. I take my chances and push the door open, and right before me is why Aaron was so happy to let me in. Ryan is propped up against her headboard, one arm wrapped around her and the other stroking her hair as she sits between his legs and sobs into his chest. This is what Aaron wanted me to see, but the only reason my heart fucking aches is because she looks broken. They both look at me simultaneously, wildly different expressions on their faces, but hers is unmistakable. Betrayal. Get out, she says, her voice cracking. She twists in Ryan's arms and uses the back of her hands to wipe the tears from her eyes. You lied to me again. You promised you didn't do anything, and you lied, Nathan. Stasi, please, can we talk? I promise I didn't do anything. Stop promising me things, she screams, her entire body shaking as sobs rack through her. Ryan buries his head into her hair, muttering something I can't hear, but her eyes are glued to me. The dean told Aaron's parents, Nate. I know you've been dropped. I know it was you. I feel like I can't breathe. My head is throbbing and I desperately want to tell her everything that's happened today, but all I can concentrate on is the white stab of pain in my head and the burning behind my eyes. Ryan lifts Stas and puts her on the bed beside him. You good, Hawkins? He asks, sliding off the bed. You don't look so great right now, buddy. Do you need to sit down? You need water? My head begins to spin as I feel Ryan's arms on my shoulders, navigating me backward until my legs hit a chair and I sit down. What's wrong with him? She asks, panic in her voice. I bring my palms to my eyes and drop my head between my legs, taking deep breaths. I can't take any more painkillers, so it's pointless asking. Ending up in Coach's office put too much of a gap between the last dose wearing off and the new dose kicking in, and now I'm paying for it while also embarrassing myself. Great. Her soft hands press against my forehead, and I can't help but lean into her touch. She's never going to let me near her again. I just wish the moment wasn't ruined by the hot twinge in my brain and my entire body feeling like it's being crushed bit by bit. Migraine. I'll drive home. We'll come back when we can talk, I manage to whisper. He can't drive? Is the last thing I hear.
21. Anastasia. I've repositioned the iPad in front of me 10 times already, but I can't help but move it slightly to the right one more time. Everything I need is in front of me, lined up in order of priority. My planner, water, and Kleenex, the biggest box they have. I've done this hundreds of times, so I don't know why I'm nervous, but the uneasy feeling is prickling beneath the surface. Lola and Aaron went to Kenny's to get wings and give me privacy, and the silence of my apartment only adds to my unease. Right on cue, Dr. Andrews' name appears on the screen as the iPad rings. Pressing accept, my heart sinks when the screen fills with the familiar Seattle backdrop and the muted decor of Dr. Andrews' office. He's sitting at his desk, a journal balanced on his crossed legs, with a pen resting between his fingers.
Good afternoon, Anastasia. How are you feeling today?
Homesick is the word on the tip of my tongue. For the first time since I left for college, I wish I was back in Washington. I've seen Seattle in movies or shows countless times, and I've never been affected. Seeing it through a window I looked through for close to 10 years makes me want to hop on the next flight out of LAX. Wiping my sweating palms against my pants, I smile into the camera. I'm good, thank you.
Are you sure that's the answer you want me to write down?
Dr. Andrews is in his early 40s now, but he was fresh from collecting his PhD when I first became his patient. He hasn't aged. His face has the same soft lines around the eyes, and his hair has always been the same light brown with flecks of gray. Med school's grays, he called them when I asked what they were, probably very rudely when I was around 9. In a way, I think him defying the signs of time is a comfort to me. That feels like something I should address with him at some point. He doesn't say anything while I consider what to say next. It's not like I think keeping things from your therapist is good. I just don't know how to verbalize my feelings right now, which is why I'm back in therapy. Your view is making me sad.
Can you pinpoint what about the view is upsetting to you?
The sound of pens scratching against paper begins, a noise I've grown accustomed to over the years. I haven't been home in almost a year. I miss Seattle. Sitting up straight in his chair, he rotates slightly, knowingly or unknowingly, partially blocking the view. I unclench my fists, something I didn't realize I was doing until my palms started to sting from the indent of my nails.
Do your parents visit you in Los Angeles?
Never. They ask, but I'm always busy, and they don't like flying, so I don't like making them travel. I'm too busy to visit them.
We've talked about your parents a lot, Anastasia. You've told me you feel overwhelmed by the need to succeed for them, more than yourself.
He pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose and looks into the camera.
Does the pressure or the overwhelmed feeling you describe diminish when you haven't seen them?
It never fully goes away. Skating is always the first thing they ask about when they call. A lump in my throat forms, and I struggle to swallow it down. When I don't hear from them, I feel relief. He nods, scribbling down notes on the page in front of him.
Does the relief make you feel guilty?
Oh, God. Why are my eyes watering? Yeah.
What are your interests outside of figure skating, Anastasia?
I try to answer immediately, but when my mouth opens, I realize I don't have anything to say. Skating is my entire life. I don't have any.
And if you were to lose a competition or decide you didn't want to skate anymore, do you think your parents would be mad?
Take a moment to think about it. I don't need a moment. As soon as he asked the question, the answer immediately dropped into my head. No. I think they'd be confused at first, but they'd want me to be happy.
From our joint sessions with your parents in the past and the sessions we've had together, I know how highly you think of them. Would I be correct to say you still find them very supportive, whether it's therapy, school, or sports related?
Absolutely. They're great.
Parents, well, good parents like yours who have high-achieving children with very specific interests sometimes struggle to know what to talk about outside of those interests. He clasps his hands together and rests them against his stomach, leaning back in his chair. Your parents have said in our joint sessions they understand skating is your biggest priority. You might find that them asking you about it every time they speak to you is their way of showing you they still support you, despite not seeing you regularly. My chest constricts. Guilt. Guilt because I know my parents support me. Guilt because I haven't seen them. Guilt because I haven't appreciated them. I keep my eyes stuck on the iPad screen, staring right at his tie pin. If I look at his face, I'll cry. I know they only want the best for me. It's normal to understand something logically, but emotionally feel something different. Loving someone, but feeling relief not speaking to them, it's a huge conflict in a person's mind, but it doesn't make you bad in any way. It makes you human. This is rough. Going back to the view, Anastasia, do you think perhaps my view upsets you not because you miss Seattle, but because you miss your parents? I nod, eyes not leaving the pen even as they line with tears. Maybe. Like children, adults need boundaries. I'd like you to tell your parents you don't want to discuss skating, even if it's just for one call, one visit. See how you feel, knowing it won't be brought up. Achievable? Blinking away the tears threatening to fall, I look back at his face and force a smile. Sure. I stopped having regular therapy sessions when I moved to LA 2 years ago. I was so immersed in the whole college experience, I didn't need it. But something would happen. I'd have an ad hoc session and promise myself I'd go regularly again. But I never did. Nothing about therapy gets easier. You just learn to accept those hard conversations are worth it when your feelings become more manageable. Halfway through the session, and I can breathe now, but from experience, I know that could all change again before the session is over. In our session last week, you explained how the uncertainty around your competition was causing severe anxiety. Can you tell me how you're feeling this week? I feel good, I answer honestly. It's nice to have something positive to say for once. Aaron was cleared by the doctor yesterday, so we can compete tomorrow. I'm thrilled to hear that. It must be a huge weight off your mind. Aaron and I skipped class to practice, and thankfully everything went smoothly. And how's your relationship with Aaron? Last week you mentioned you were feeling smothered. Smothered feels like an understatement. Aaron has barely left my side for 2 weeks, and it's been a lot. In many ways, I appreciate that despite being the injured one, he's made time for me to grieve, because that's what the past 2 weeks have felt like. Grief. Grieving the loss of things I could have had. But even with the best of intentions, sometimes Aaron's kindness feels like control. My tears were understandable, but only if they were about skating. The anxiety I was feeling would get better, but only with him by my side to help me. Aaron has backed off, I explain. I told him I needed to process on my own, especially now I have doubts about what happened. He was annoyed at first, but he seems to have forgotten all about it now he's been cleared to skate. Do you find he gets annoyed with you often? Aaron would benefit from therapy, is probably the nicest way I can say it. I fight the urge to nervous laugh because where do I even start? Aaron's parents manipulate each other all the time. It's super unhealthy, and Aaron has grown up being shown it's how you get what you want. He wants to be better than them, and he does try. A lot of the time, he's a wonderful friend. But does he get annoyed with you often? I definitely take the brunt of his bad moods, but I spend more time with him than anyone else. Sometimes it feels like everything's perfect, and suddenly it won't be, and I won't know what I did wrong. Sounds difficult.
It is. He holds me to a different standard, like, I don't know how to explain it. Something Lola does is fine, but if I do the exact same thing, it might not be fine.
You feel like the rules are different for you?
Yeah, exactly. When he's in a good mood, it doesn't matter. But if things are bad, he's tough to be around. But I wouldn't abandon Lola if she had issues. I don't want to abandon him.
Very admirable, Anastasia.
He jots something down, and sometimes I wish I could read his notes.
I would encourage you to remember, while everyone has progress to make, it's important for you to make sure you prioritize your well-being. Friendships are important, but so is living in a healthy environment.
Gotcha.
I'd like to talk about Nathan next, if you're able to. I'd like to know about his impact on your life.
I knew it was coming, but I was still unprepared for it. Your therapist isn't going to forget about you ending a session early because you couldn't stop crying about a man you've only known for 2 months. Last week, I gave Dr. Andrews a rundown of the events leading up to my unlikely friendship with Nathan. It was when I started talking about playing house that made me cry. I haven't heard from him in 2 weeks. I yelled at him really bad, and I think whatever we have is over. He flicks through the crisp pages and taps on the page.
You were angry because he had admitted he was responsible for Aaron's accident after promising you he wasn't.
Yes.
And he's made a promise before which turned out to be a lie, to protect a teammate, right?
That's right.
But you think he might be telling the truth, and that's why it upsets you to talk about him.
2 weeks ago, after Ryan refused to let Nathan drive home, Bobby and Joe showed up to get him. Nate had passed out by that point after violently throwing up multiple times, and I wished I could pass out. Bobby took one look at my tear-soaked face and tried to convince me Nate didn't do it, even though he admitted to it. Joe was next to jump in to defend Nate, explaining Coach Faulkner wanted to cancel all their hockey games unless someone confessed. They both promised Nathan would never do anything to hurt me, which was hard to hear and even harder to stomach. Dr. Andrews has a finger pressed to his lips, patiently waiting for me to explain. All I want to do is end the call, but I push through. Nate's a fixer. He looks out for his friends. I know how proud he feels to be trusted with the title of captain. It makes sense to me that he'd take the fall if his team would suffer.
It sounds like a difficult time for you all. What is it specifically that's upsetting you? Being lied to again?
I have been asking myself the same thing. Sighing, louder than intended, I try to put it into words. Kinda. I feel naive more than anything. Nathan and Aaron can't both be telling the truth. Aaron hasn't gained anything. He has no reason to lie.
And Nathan?
Nathan. Oh, God. Why am I getting upset? Nathan makes me feel cared for when we're together. He makes me feel wanted. I don't think he'd jeopardize my competition, but I don't trust my judgment because I've started to get feelings for him.
Have you told him this?
Shaking my head, I finally admit defeat and reach for the Kleenex. Like I said, I haven't heard from him. I've thought about calling him so many times, but I'm scared.
What are you scared of?
That it's too late. He'll hear what I have to say and reject me anyway because I didn't believe him. Admitting it out loud hurts. Wanting him when he might not want me back hurts. Not trusting myself to get things right hurts. Missing him hurts. I've managed to avoid everyone by practicing at the rink at work. Brady wasn't happy about it, but I didn't give her any choice. Maddie gave me a sad wave when he saw me in one of our shared lectures, but he didn't approach me. Lola's under strict instructions to not keep me updated.
Rejection is scary. but so is living with never knowing what could have happened if you were honest. I think you need to communicate your feelings with him. Any relationship, friendship, or more will not survive through all this dishonesty. It feels unfair that I have to be the honest one, I snort, dabbing at my cheeks with a tissue. I'm not the one telling lies. It's everyone else. I'm stuck in the middle looking like a fool. Dr. Andrews smiles, smothering a laugh with his hand. Yes, the irony isn't lost on me, but nobody thinks you're a fool, Anastasia. What's the saying? Be the change you want to see, or something? Lead with honesty. It sounds like you have good people around you, and it's important to remember people make mistakes. I'm fine with mistakes. I don't expect anyone to be perfect other than yourself. I roll my eyes because he's got me there, but there aren't enough minutes left in this session to tackle that one. It's been more than 10 years, and it still hasn't been long enough yet. Other than myself, but not with my friends. A timer beeps quietly, which is our reminder the session is coming to an end. It's not until I have a session that I remember how exhausting therapy is. It leaves you with a feelings hangover. I always need to sleep it off, but when I wake up, I feel better. We've covered a lot, but to recap, what are the things to take away from this conversation? It feels like we've covered so much, but in reality, I could probably fill another few hours obsessing over this. I need to set boundaries with my mom and dad so I can enjoy spending time with them, not worrying. Good. What else? I need to put myself first when Aaron is being difficult. I can be a good friend while also prioritizing my well-being. And I need to speak to Nathan. I need to be honest about how I feel. And finally, people make mistakes. Closing over his journal, he gives me a crooked smile. Top of the class. Well done. Your competition is tomorrow, right? Yeah, at lunchtime. I've seen you through many competitions, and I know the prospect of losing is not one you or any competitive athlete looks forward to. How do you feel mentally going into this? Are you prepared to potentially not qualify? Yes, I lie, because I'll have tried my best, and I'd rather compete and lose than not compete. You give that line to me every time, Anastasia, and I must say, you are no more convincing now than you were when you were 9. He puts his journal and pen on his desk and straightens his tie, chuckling. I honestly hope you get the outcome you've been working so hard for, especially after all of this unhappiness. Me too, Doc.
22. Nathan. The past 14 days have been the longest of my life. For 2 weeks, I've sulked and moped around, desperately jealous of my teammates, pining after a girl who hates me. In a nutshell, I've been a loser for 2 weeks. I genuinely nearly cried with happiness when Robbie called to tell me to get my ass ready for practice because Shithead had been cleared to skate. Not playing with the team has made me realize how much I love hockey. I know it sounds outrageous because you'd think I'd know, right? I thought I did. But having time away has given me a new focus and clarity. My next thought was Anastasia and the fact her dreams were back in reach. Jesus, I want to see her so fucking bad. My bathroom is full of bottles that smell good, just like she does. I've never liked the smell of honey and strawberry as much as I do now that I haven't seen her. But she doesn't want me near her. I saw it in her face when she thought I'd lied to her again. I want to call her. I've thought about calling her dozens of times, but I'm scared I'll make everything worse. Maddie told me how sad she looked when he saw her in class, and I hate being the reason for it. She must care for me a little, even if she doesn't realize it. When I felt like I was at death's door with my migraine, and I violently and very unattractively vomited multiple times, she was beside me rubbing my back. When I passed out on her bed, and she climbed on to check my temperature, I pushed my luck and buried my head in her lap. I wanted to hide from the light that was making my brain fry, but she stroked my hair for what felt like forever. I tried to stay awake to appreciate it, but I couldn't. Lola is sick of me asking how her best friend is. Every time I even mention Stassi, she tells me LAPD has tons of unsolved crimes I can confess to, and to annoy them instead of her. It's wordy, so you'd think she'd shorten it after 2 weeks. But no, she's very committed to her craft. As much as she likes giving me a hard time, I know she's stuck in the middle and is super upset. Robbie told me Anastasia forbids Lola from even mentioning any of us, which only makes me feel worse. I wanted to text her to say good luck for sectionals, but chickened out when I thought it might stress her out. I want things to go back to normal more than I've ever wanted anything. Getting away from Maple Hills and smashing UT Austin 8-3 was an excellent way to put my drama to the back of my mind. I was worried I'd be rusty, but everything was perfect other than Joe and JJ living in the penalty box like they were paying rent. I'll let Robbie deal with them because I'm in too good of a mood. For now, anyway. It might not last long since I'm sneaking across the hotel lobby with 2 bags from the liquor store. Technically, it's not illegal because I'm 21, but Faulkner won't see it that way if he catches me passing around bottles of Jägermeister. I was picked to take the risk. The guys say I owe them because they had to take all the shit Robbie normally gives me when I wasn't there. Pressing my keycard against the door, I push the handle down when the light flashes green. Most of the guys are already in the room I'm sharing with Robbie and Henry, putting their sweaty feet all over my bed. It feels more like walking into a funeral than the room of a team who just won a game. Who died? They all turn to look at me, identical somber faces. I was joking, but now I'm not sure. Why are you all looking at me like that? They look between each other, and Chris is the first to clear his throat. Faulkner is looking for you, dude. I haven't even opened a bottle yet. I laugh, putting the bag on the desk. How can I be in trouble already? It's not that, Robbie says, running a hand down his face. Aaron can't skate again, Nathan. You're back on the bench. What the fuck do you mean he can't skate? I yell. I'm going to get another fucking migraine. Did they compete? Silence. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? He dropped her, Henry says flatly, walking over to the bags and pulling out a bottle. His wrist gave out when they performed, and he dropped her. I've been sitting outside of Maple Tower for 30 minutes, and I still haven't managed to make it inside yet. 15 of those minutes were me on the phone with Lola, trying to convince her to give my name to the concierge so I could get a code for the elevator. The other 15 have been mentally preparing for Anastasia to kick me out. Faulkner confirmed what the guy said when I found him. Aaron's injury gave out while they were on the ice. He tried to catch her on the way down, injuring himself further. I'm sorry, Hawkins, Faulkner said, handing me a beer from the mini-fridge. We'll know more Monday, but Skinner wants you benched from what's been said so far. I don't care about myself right now. I'm thinking of my team like I always am, but mainly I'm thinking about her. I won't be able to stop thinking about her until I see with my own eyes that she's okay. There's an ache in my stomach the whole elevator ride. Thankfully, Lo didn't ask for me to be forcefully removed, and I was let into the building. Knocking my knuckles against the door 3 times, I step back. The ache intensifies, and my heart feels like it's beating in the wrong rhythm. The distinct Brooklyn harshness I'm used to being thrown in my direction echoes on the other side of the door. The door swings open, and Lola leans against the frame. If you make her cry, Nathan, I swear your dick will live in a jar in my room, and I'll make it my life's mission to ensure you are never happy again. Noted. Dragging me in by my sweatshirt, she huffs as she closes the door behind me. She's in her room and she doesn't know you're here. Be patient with her. She's tough, but she's vulnerable at the moment. Behind her, Aaron peeks out of his bedroom, then slams the door shut when he spots me. Everything is out of her control, Nate. She's not a girl who likes being out of control. I got it. I want to see her because I've missed her, and I'm worried about her. She gives me a cautious nod and moves out of my way. She's missed you too. I have no right to want anything right now. I'm grateful to have made it this far, but a tiny, selfish part of me hopes I don't find Ryan Rothwell on the other side of this door. Tapping my fingers lightly, I listen for her quiet, "Come in," before pushing it open. She does a double take and sits up straight in her bed, wincing at her quick movement. She's wearing my t-shirt. Hey. She blinks at me, then again like she can't comprehend it's me. I step into her bedroom and close the door behind me, keeping my distance from her. Hi, she whispers back. I know you don't want me here, but I heard what happened. Even if you ripped my head off, I had to see you, Anastasia. I needed to see with my own eyes that you're okay. Bringing her knees to her chest, she pulls the t-shirt over her bare legs and nods. She looks anything but okay right now. You look better than the last time you were here. I didn't know you get migraines. It was scary. I take a step closer to her bed, and she doesn't react badly, so I take another. I didn't mean to scare you, and, I'm sorry for the vomit. I entirely forgot about the vomit until right now. And I'm sorry about everything else. I've fucked up so badly, but it's not in the way you think. I know. You know? She rests her chin on top of her knees and sighs. I know, Nathan. She looks broken. Pale and puffy face, eyes red from crying or rubbing, or both. Her hair, ordinarily shiny and flowing down her back, is tied into a ball on the top of her head, and her entire demeanor feels deflated. Stasi, can I hug you? You look like you need one, and I've missed you a lot. I'd like that, she says, so quietly that I hardly hear her. Kicking off my sneakers, I climb toward her. She stretches out her legs, and I immediately see the fresh bruises from yesterday. Not knowing where to put myself, I sit beside her, propped up on her millions of pillows, just close enough so our legs are touching. It's like 2 weeks apart has made us forget how to be around each other, but when I put my arm around her, she climbs between my legs, and she sinks her face into my chest. My body knows what to do better than my brain. I pull her closer gently, wrapping my arms around her. All the tension in my body fades, and I can breathe properly again. Until her shoulders shake and her fingers cling to my sweatshirt,